Chapter 101, Stairs Up. The edge of the fountain was constructed pretty high. Angor could not see the water while standing on the ground, so he jumped into the air and watched the fountain from above. There was not much water in there. It barely covered the base of the fountain. Misty vapor rose from the surface. The pea of the statue rushed into the water, bringing up sprays of water and some shifting waves. Angor did not see anything special on first look. The water seemed water, and the fountain base was made of clean, white bricks, which was clear to observe. Angor slowly moved around to the other side of the fountain and noticed something. At the back of the peeing statue, on the pedestal, there was something that looked like a door handle. Is there something hidden inside the pedestal? With that question, Angor moved to the base of the statue and pulled the handle-like object. As he pulled it out, a cave entrance about 1.5 meters high appeared in front of Angor, just beyond the water level. The cave was totally dark. Angor used his flashlight and saw stairs inside. He widened his eyes when he realized the stairs were leading upward instead of down. Imagine a moderate-sized statue with stairs under it, which pointed up. There should be a way up there, but Angor circled around the statue without finding such a way. The space above the statue was empty. The stairs led into an unknown space, a road to heaven and beyond, not bounded to anything. Angor would have questioned his sanity if he was still the boy who believed in John's science education. However, after being nurtured by Sunder's books, Angor began to understand certain mysteries. Space manipulation. A tunnel between spaces, maybe. Angor considered. He stared at the unknown passage and wondered if he should go inside. This was the only thing worth exploring now, and of course, Angor itched to check it out. But he was alone, and he did not know if it was the exit toward the wizarding world. If he went in there now, he might miss Sunders. However, if he stayed here, he had to suppress his curiosity as best as he could. Angor saw many things during the days in the nightmare realm. If the channeling method book was beyond this path, he could go for it and record the book using his tablet. Sunders mentioned that the book was something special that one would not be able to memorize. Leaving the nightmare realm meant forgetting the content of the book. If Angor could record it now, he did not have to worry about that. If Sunders came, Angor could no longer use his tablet or record the book. Well, if the book which troubled Sunders for centuries was really behind the stairs in the first place. Stepping through the door might lead Angor out of the underground maze and caused him to miss Sunders. This was why Angor was hesitant to go in. He clenched his teeth. In this cruel wizarding world, he would never grow stronger if he did not take any risk and move forward. In the fierce competitions between wizards, someone had to perish. Only those who were daring enough to walk the raging waves could find their way out. Thinking about this, Angor got rid of his hesitation and crouched into the entrance under the statue firmly. The door was low, and Angor thought the path inside was narrow too. Strangely though, once he stepped onto the stairs, it became quite spacious. Angor could not even see the ceiling of the passage, nor the side walls. There was only endless darkness. The flashlight could not pierce through it. The stair beneath Angor's feet was the only thing that existed. He walked for about 10 minutes without reaching the end. Angor silently counted his steps. If the length of the stairs worked like everything outside, he should already have left the underground maze. Another 2 minutes passed. Angor saw light ahead. He squinted his eyes and looked up. There was another small wooden door, which was left open. There was a light shining down through it. Angor walked to the door but did not enter it. Instead, he peeked behind the door. He thought this door was the final exit. He was wrong. The stairs did not end here. Using the light from the door, Angor clearly saw the stairs kept whirling upward into the unknown darkness. The wooden door was only a stop in the middle. Angor lowered his head and looked inside the door. It was a middle-sized room behind the door. There were some light tubes similar to those found inside the maze, which brightened the room like daytime. Angor saw many objects in the room. Beds, desks. Someone must have lived here. The small door did not allow Angor to see the entire room. Still, he did not see any traces of monsters, so Angor decided to move in. Maybe the channeling method book was right here. Angor bent down and stepped through the door. He also looked behind to make sure the stairs did not disappear. It was unnecessary. Nothing changed inside or outside the door. The stairs were still there, and the door remained open. Angor relaxed and began searching the room. The room was small and the furniture took up a lot of space. They were simple, hollowed wooden works, so Angkor could easily see if anything was hidden in them. The only thing that could contain stuff was the bedstand. The drawer had a lock on it. Angkor was happy that he took younger Sundar's dagger, or he would have a difficult time trying to break the lock. The dagger did quick work prying the lock off. When Angkor pulled the drawer open, a rotten smell released by something that did not see light in a long time came out. Angkor frowned and looked inside. There were clothing and a green booklet in it. Angkor reached for the clothes. It instantly became dust and dispersed in the air. The booklet had some worm damage on it, but it was not serious. Angkor picked it up carefully and put the booklet on the desk. A line written in an unknown language was on the cover. Angkor flipped it open and saw the same characters inside. He never saw such language before, but from the annotations on several pages, Angkor believed the booklet was a diary or something similar. The pages had a different amount of content on them, but there were identical annotations on their headers. They could be dates. A diary he could not read. It should not be the special channeling method, Sundars said. Angkor still recorded the booklet. Maybe he would have a chance to decipher the characters in the future when he got back to the wizarding world. Who knew? This was the nightmare realm, the booklet could contain something interesting. Once he was done, Angkor left through the door without taking the time to put the booklet back. Not long after he walked away along the stairs, the green booklet on the desk slowly disappeared, and the broken lock on the drawer returned to its original state as well. If someone would come here and open the drawer again, they would notice everything in there went back to its position before Angkor came. The clothes did not turn to dust, the booklet rested in the drawer just fine. As if everything in the room was frozen in time. Chapter 102, Parchment. Angkor began climbing the endless stone stairs again in the darkness. On the opposite side, someone appeared in the central area of the underground maze. Sundars had been moving around in the maze for 2 days. He ran into countless monsters, most of which were strong enough that Sundars had to avoid at all cost. 2 days and he finally made it to the center of the maze. After running around during the days, his gentleman attire was full of wrinkles. There were holes and bloodstains around some of the joints on the clothes, which indicated what kind of trouble he went through. Sundars went over his experience in his mind and sighed. If his little pupil was teleported here, how long could he survive? 1 minute? 2? Sundars would stumble upon monsters almost every minute. He could manage thanks to his strength, but Angkor would have absolutely no hope. Minutes or seconds was what Sundars would use to calculate Angkor's remaining life. Sundars sighed again, thinking that his newly adopted pupil would die in the nightmare realm just like this. The boy had an important talent, but luck was also something important. Looked like Angkor was just an unlucky little guy with exceptional talent. Sundars did not consider the possibility that Angkor could still be alive. Sundars survived several close calls himself, such as fighting with the flying heads, when he escaped into a dark tunnel carelessly. The tunnel was home to glutton flowers, which scared the hell out of him, and he instantly ran back out. Still, some of their thorny vines managed to scratch him. That was where the holes and blood on his clothes came from. If a mortal like Angkor was in his situation, oh well. Reaching the center did not mean being safe. There was one last obstacle. Sundars looked at the dense swarm of witches' eyes and sighed. There were at least 1,000 of them in sight. Witches' eyes were low-level monsters, but such a big number was still quite a sight to behold. Sundars pondered the situation. Maybe some other high-level monsters invaded here, so the witches' eyes had less territory. Why else would they gather in such a tight place? These weaklings were easy to deal with. Sundars swayed his cane, and a surge of mana cleansed everything ahead of him. 1 minute later, Sundars crushed the last witch's eye into a broken corpse, tossed it among more piles of corpses, and moved on toward the center. When he reached the peeing statue, there was not a single monster in the area. Sundars looked at the smiling face of the statue and felt as if being taunted. He planned to acquire the channeling method book using Angkor's talent. Looked like he would not make it this time. This was the 6th time for him to come here in several centuries. Are you mocking my inability? Sundars growled at the smiling child statue. Sundars let out another sigh for repeating his failure and leaped to the back of the fountain. He was prepared to go to the place where he saw the book. Even if he would return empty-handed, he would like to see the book again. Who knew whether some kind of miracle would come and allow him to remember the book? But he stopped his action. The wooden door at the base of the statue was opened. Sundars could not believe his eyes. All structures in the nightmare realm were mystical that no matter how you broke them apart, they would always recover. Sunders wanted to simply punch the peeing statue to pieces, but he did not, because he knew the statue would mend itself soon. There was no point wasting stamina like that. Just like the door on the pedestal. If someone opened it, it would close on its own quickly. Well, except there were still creatures on the stairs of hanging prison behind the door. This was the only possibility that the wooden door did not close itself. Something was on the stairs of hanging prison? A careless monster? Or a person? A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes suddenly flashed in his mind. It was unlikely that any monster would go in there. So, was it him? Angor. I hope you did. A mild smile appeared on Sunders' disappointed expression. He quickly leaped into the door. Angor was still climbing, unaware of his teacher's arrival. Angor had been moving upward for a long time now. The hologram tablet indicated that he climbed for about 3 hours. He saw many rooms along the stairs, all of which had similar objects in them, only with different contents in their bedstand drawers. Apart from the green booklet in the first room, all the other rooms had daily life supplies, and most of them already rotted to ash. He did not find anything else that was valuable. Another door with light coming from it came into his view. Angor got used to them. He would see one of these every 10 to 15 minutes. As always, Angor walked inside the room to check. In the beginning, Angor was excited about searching the rooms like a treasure hunter. However, after going through dozens of rooms, he no longer felt so. They all looked the same, and boringly unrewarding. This time though, the room brought him some surprise. The room was actually decorated in a different way. It was not a single small room, but it had an extra bedroom in it. The furniture was still similar, but there was more space. The outer area did not yield anything worth noticing. Angor entered the bedroom and found another bedstand with 2 drawers on it, which meant it could hold more stuff. Angor first pried the lock off the top drawer. There were several clothes inside which would absolutely become ash if he touched them. The lower drawer, on the other hand, contained something interesting, a parchment scroll, tied by a rope. Angor carefully removed the scroll from the drawer. The parchment was smooth and solid to the touch. It did not decay with time. He untied the scroll and spread it open on the bed. It showed a strange picture, like a map. However, the map was drawn inside the body of a monster. The monster looked like something humanoid, it had arms and legs, and was making a strange pose. He did not know what he was looking at. Intending to take everything he found with him, he recorded the scroll into his tablet, before he stuffed the scroll into a pocket. Angor decided to take it away. Chapter 103, The Room in the End. After passing through this room with an extra bedroom, Angor continued on for 2 hours and kept seeing the same room. It felt as if he was walking on the redbud, but went from worker shacks to the rooms intended for talents. So the rooms here were arranged in the same way. Angor guessed. Maybe he would come across bigger rooms later, like those for apprentice wizards on the top level of the redbud. Angor found many objects in these bedroom rooms. There were weapons, glasses with unknown contents, several alchemy items. However, they all disappeared not long after Angor took them from their rooms. The same thing happened to the parchment scroll. Angor did not know what was going on. Still, the items vanished before his eyes, and he could only accept the fact in frustration, believing that such strange things should happen in the nightmare realm. After walking for another hour, his idea was proved. He found a bigger room along the stairs. This room had a bedroom and 2 extra compartments. Angor did not find anything useful in the new room. The one additional room seemed to be a closet of some sort. Dust rushed at Angor's face when he tried to open its door, and there were lots of decayed pieces of clothes on the floor. Nothing else. Disappointed, Angor moved on. Angor ran into the same rooms as well in the next hours. They also had objects of unknown purposes in them and would disappear after Angor took them away. The only things useful to Angor were books, since he could record them in his hologram tablet. Angor even took some time to check his recordings and made sure the pictures of the books did not disappear like the other items. Looked like his recording tactic worked fine. After confirming this strange fact, Angor began choosing what items he went for. He no longer paid attention to miscellaneous objects, and only looked for anything worth recording, such as spell runes printed on vases, characters written on unknown scrolls, wall paintings, books. With this tactic, he progressed on the stairs a lot faster. Angor finally reached the end of the stairs. There were 2 exits with light coming out from them. the exit leading away from the stairs, and another wooden door beside the exit. Angor did not intend to escape right away. He glanced at the exit and focused on the wooden door next to it. He believed this was the last room he could search. For some reason, he had a strong feeling that the special channeling method book should be inside this room. The room was obviously different from the previous ones. The door alone was twice as bigger, about 3 meters high. Angor did not have to bend down to enter the room this time. With a bit of uneasiness, Angor stepped into the last door at the end of the stairs. Golden light blinded him for a while. Angor looked carefully and found himself standing in an endless hallway, and the light was coming from the golden bricks on the floor, which was reflecting bright candle light. So many things were pulling Angor's attention. The candlesticks on the walls were made of gold as well. They were embedded with precious gems. Those large fluorescent orbs on them were giving out enough light even without the candles. He walked down the hallway. Apart from the expensive-looking candlesticks, he also saw oil paintings in various styles. There were portraits of beautiful women, wildlife, countryside fields, oceans, and boats. They were all different, but Angor could still recognize that these were absolute masterpieces. Those drawing skills were obvious to anyone. Ordinary folks could easily see the vividness and emotions coming from the paintings. Every painting could have been a unique treasure in a museum, yet they were openly displayed along the walls without obeying particular orders or classifications. A painting showing despair or frustration could be placed across one showing positiveness and happiness. Maybe the owner of these paintings did not understand them very well. Angor took a guess that whoever owned this place simply wanted to show off his wealth. Golden floor, gem decorations, famous artwork, all mixed together. This man had no idea he ruined everything. Angor went on while shaking his head occasionally, disapproved of the decorations. Beyond the unamusing hallway was a large living room. A long desk and chairs were placed in the middle. There were 2 other hallways on the sides and a pair of stairs leading to the second floor behind the main seat. The living room was decorated in the same luxurious manner. There were many rooms around, and exits in different directions. Angor walked around the living room without finding anything particular, so he went straight to the second floor. According to his experience, the hallways on 2 sides should lead to the rooms for servants, kitchens, and bathrooms, so he did not go there first. Owners usually lived on higher levels. However, he was not 100% sure. He had already seen those bizarre decorations, so there might be something weirder. There were 3 rooms on the second floor, 2 of which were bedrooms. Telling from the interiors of the rooms, one of them seemed to be the owner's room, and the other belonged to the owner's daughter. Angor found some notes in a small drawer in the girl's room. More importantly, he could read these notes. They were written in the universal tongue. Dear Margaret, oh how I miss you. The foul air in the forest, the vicious guards in the city, and spreading sins in the stairs of hanging prison, they cannot prevent me from longing for you. As I miss you, flowers bloom, birds sing, wind chants, hearts pound. Oh, Margaret, you're so beautiful, like the bright moon at the end of the month, illuminating my hollowed heart, like. Angor only read a small part of it and already got goosebumps. It was just a sickening love letter. So the owner of this girl's room was called Margaret, and the notes were from her admirer. Angor checked several more notes and realized they were from the same individual since they all had the same handwriting. Angor did not find any useful information between those disgusting lines. One sentence was enough to conclude these notes: I know you don't love me, but I love you, and that matters. The love letters from a one-sided lover. Angor soon reached the last piece of note, which only had one hastily written line on it. Oh, Margaret. The disaster is coming, we have to leave. I love you, sweetheart. Disaster. Angor looked at the word and recalled seeing the garden ruins in Sunder's crystal ball. Did the Garden of Labyrinth become ruins because of this disaster? Another line was written below but in different handwriting. This line was written in prettier, ornamental penmanship. I love you too, dear Augustine Noah. Chapter 104, Alchemist's Scripts. This beautiful line was probably done by Miss Margaret. It seemed the note was never sent out, so this Augustine did not know that Margaret loved him too. The unspoken love was buried here forever, never to see light again. An image appeared in Angor's mind. 2 lovers, who adored each other, could not express their love for some reason. In the end, a disaster came and separated them forever, leaving no fruit, but a wilted and priceless sentiment behind. These notes told the brief but romantic story of 2 secret lovers. Unfortunately, the story did not have a happy ending. Angor commented how destinies fool people around and put the notes back. Angor was an outsider. The Nether City one was discovered tens of thousands of years ago, so the lover's story had to come from that age as well, if not earlier. There was no point minding the grand finale of such an old story. Nothing else worth noting in these letters. He needed to search the other places. Angor checked around Margaret's room again. He did not find anything, but he had a question about some details in the room. Ever since he walked the stairs and explored the rooms, most objects rotted away or decayed over time, apart from some special items. However, he did not find anything like that in this room. The surface of the desk was bright and clean like new, and the silk blanket on the bed was smooth and comforting to the touch, which still released a mild fragrance. Even the more fragile items like clothing and makeup powders were in good condition, as if Margaret was caring for herself just a moment ago. Did time show mercy here? Or did the nightmare realm projected the place like this? He would never figure these out now. Angor left Margaret's room and entered the other bedroom. Telling from the decorations, this belonged to the original owner of the house. Angor searched the room for quite a while without finding anything. Being someone who lived in a noble family for many years, he believed the bedroom of a big family should have somewhere to hide things. His deceased father had such a secret section in his bedroom to place valuables. This was why Angor did not stop looking despite not finding anything in his first attempt. In the end, he did find a secret passage. It was located under the bed, hidden under a square cover. A deep and dark tunnel. Angor crouched into the tunnel and reached a concealed place soon. It was narrow, about 3 or 4 square meters. There were a bookshelf and some unknown items inside. This had to be a hidden stash of the owner. With a bit of excitement, Angor went to the bookshelf first. There were 3 levels on the bookshelf, full of books. Angor picked up a random one called Comments on How to Extract Valuable Materials, 1. An alchemy book. Teacher didn't have this one, Angor thought to himself and read several pages. There was deep alchemy knowledge in the book, intended for experienced wizards. Angor took out some more books, which were all alchemy ones. Most of them were valuable, unique copies which could not be found in Sunder's collection. He was filled with joy. Now, this was an unexpected treasure. After recording all of the books, Angor realized they were more valuable than he thought. Some of the alchemy theories were only applicable to legendary wizards or someone in higher ranks. He was sure these books were beyond priceless. Whoever could have collected these? After finishing the books, Angor walked to the other items with a happy mood. He did not know what these were before, but after seeing some of the alchemy information in the books, he recognized that these things were mostly related to alchemy applications. High-quality ones. It was a pity that he could not take them away. For one, they might just disappear like all the other previous items. Besides, they were pretty large, he could not possibly carry them with him. So he had to give up in the end. He was still happy about acquiring valuable books. Leaving the bedroom, Angor stepped into the last room on the 2nd floor. The room was to the left. Angor knew that nobles tended to regard left as important, so he was most interested in this room. The first thing that came into his view in the room was a large bookcase. Angor's eyes shined. The last room was a study. The design was simple. 1 bookcase, 1 desk, several oil paintings on the wall. Angor rushed to the bookcase and opened its cover doors. However, he was disappointed after checking some of the books. There were a lot of books. But, most of them were official files about the Nether City, such as construction approval documents, gardening files, books about the arrangement of main traffic roads, and city defense structures. These occupied the entire bookcase. Angor sighed and returned the books. At least he now knew that this place was called the Nether City, not the Garden of Labyrinth. At least that was something. As for the owner of this place, Angor had an idea that he was a high officer of some sort since he took care of such important files. He might even be a core manager of Nether City. These were unimportant though. Nether City was a bunch of ruins now. Angor closed the glass doors of the bookcase and slowly moved to the desk. He saw an opened book and a quill placed in an ink bottle when he entered the room. Seemed like someone was writing on the desk. Angor sat on the chair and read the book. It was a notebook. The current page was half finished. Its owner had probably left it here for some reason. Angor flipped to the first page to check what was written. The first line on the front page of the book surprised Angor for good. Singularity Dispersive Meditation. This was a meditation book, and the first of its kind Angkor ever saw in the nightmare realm. This was the center of the underground maze, so could it be the special channeling method book Sunders mentioned? Angkor became excited. If so, he would begin his path of wizardry with the help of this book. He wanted to read on. However, his teacher's words reminded him that even if he memorized the book down to every single word in the nightmare realm, he would forget everything upon returning to the wizarding world. Angkor calmed down, and carefully photographed every page of the book with his hologram tablet. Once this was done, he finally sat down to read it. Chapter 105, Singularity Dispersive Meditation. A singular point is the beginning and the end of all. Thousands of planes, overlapped worlds, initiate from a singular point. A singularity possesses infinite density, infinitely distorted time and space, as well as the possibility which was beyond discordant, to the extent of going for impossibility. This point represents everything in the universe. A spirit model built using such a point will carry an unimaginable trait from the start. Angkor read the first 2 pages and frowned. This singularity dispersive meditation provided theories that sounded amazing, and incomprehensible. It gave Angkor both limitless imagination and uncertainty about its realness. Could something like what the author described really be achieved? They really look like bragging to me, Angkor muttered to himself and shook his head. He kept reading on. The next pages looked a lot more ordinary. They described how to calm the mind and suppress mental disorientation, and construct a stable spirit model in the brain. Calming the mind, suppressing distractive thoughts, and building spirit model were 3 critical steps for someone to become an apprentice wizard. The book recorded a unique way to do it, a more complicated one compared to the channeling methods Angkor saw in Sunders' book room. He continued. The book began telling an image of the constructed spirit model. The beginning was to draw a singular point, which surprised Angkor much. This channeling method used a 36-dimensional space coordinate system. It was known among wizards that deviation was a common thing to happen when building a spirit model in one's brain. If there was a starting point, which lay 1 micron, 0.0001 centimeters, to the left of the position where you wanted it to be, it would cause further errors as you worked on the model, possibly even resulting in a lower fitness level. This 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method divided one's brain into 36 major sections, and built a space coordinate system in each of the sections. Next, points, lines, and surfaces could be represented using coordinates in these sections. This would help avoid the drawback of conscious spirit model construction methods commonly used today. Still, such a method also had a big restriction. It was only applicable to a few selected people. First, to use this method, one must be an expert at complicated numerical calculation, number induction and arrangement, and coordinate system mathematics. These were not hard for a formal wizard with advanced thinking abilities but could be quite a challenge for mortals. Only the geniuses of geniuses were able to meet this condition. The calculations were usually precise data pooling that started from the 10th digit after the decimal point. Only the best minds could handle them. Besides, such mathematical thinking was not something that could be learned. People all had different data, so one had to conclude and refine his or her own. Even wizards were powerless to help others with it. This condition alone already rejected 99% of all talents. The remaining 1% needed yet higher standards to be able to wield 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. The second condition was to have an extremely high sensitivity to space, which called for natural talent. Was a spirit model built in actual space? No. It was located in the space of one's mind, a non-realism space. One would then construct the model from another dimension. This was why one must have a good sensitivity to space to meet this condition, since one's ability to think in different dimensions could not be represented. It required talent. Someone with high mathematical thinking abilities and a talent for spatial cognition was able to use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. However, since this method had few suitable users, it was abandoned long ago and had since lost in history. Angkor was surprised he could find something like this here. This channeling method did not seem too hard for Angkor. He already was good at data analyzing. He might not be an expert at spatial thinking, but some of the applications in the hologram tablet could help him build the model. He was sure that by using the tablet, he had 80% probability or more to learn the channeling method successfully. Angkor kept reading the notebook and saw some data on coordinate quadrant points in an existing spirit model. They were not helpful since Angkor had not started to learn the method. As Angor enjoyed himself in reading the book, the scripts halted abruptly. The channeling method was only half done. The remaining pages were blank. Also, Angor noticed that the two newest pages had relatively hasty handwriting on them, as if the author was in a hurry. Being in a hurry did not help the author finish the book. Angor put down the unfinished book in disappointment. Still, from what was recorded, the book was already beyond priceless. According to the author's occasional comments, Angor made a small calculation that this half-done spirit model had a base fitness level of 30%. As Sunders mentioned, the channeling method with the best baseline used in Brute Cavern, Monta's octahedrite channeling, could only guarantee a base fitness of 13%. This unfinished singularity dispersive meditation had the highest base fitness level among everything Angor knew of. Too bad the progress of the book was only less than half. A complete one might provide a base fitness of 60% or more. Thud, thud, thud. As Angor expressed his mild disappointment, he suddenly heard a series of consistent steps from outside. They carried a firm, familiar frequency. Angor stopped his action. They sounded like Sunders' steps? Angor heard such steps a lot when reading in Sunders' bookroom, so he knew them well. These moderate, calm, yet oppressive steps were unique to Sunders. Sunders came? The real Sunders? Or the younger one? Angor was unsure. He really hoped it was the former, or he would never know how to leave the nightmare realm. Angor did not exclude the possibility that he was hallucinating or hearing the noise of a monster. Still, his instinct told him that the long-awaited Sunders was outside. Angor began to worry a little. He was expecting Sunders, but also fearing that he was hearing things. Angor turned off the recording function of his tablet. He left it on after the incident with the strange wall. After turning off the camera, Angor thought something over and decided to take the tablet off his wrist and hide it inside the pocket watch. If Sunders was really out there, as a wizard, the man was very likely to notice the new object on Angor's wrist. Angor put it away in advance so as not to expose it. Chapter 106, Reunion. Angor's mind became more agitated as the sound of footsteps got louder. The owner of the steps did not enter the study. He went into another room first. Angor considered and decided to go check it out on his own. If it was a monster, Angor could escape better in the living room, which had more space. With that in mind, Angor stood up quickly. The chair he was sitting on was pushed backward by his legs along with his action. It knocked into the wall and created a bam. The small noise sounded loud and clear in the absolute silence. Even Angor himself was startled by the sudden sound. "Who is it?" A low, raucous voice came from the neighboring room. The familiar voice reminded Angor of Sunders' image immediately. Unlike the younger Sunders' voice, this one carried less immaturity and more calmness. "Is it really Sunders? Is that Angor?" The man left the next room and walked toward Angor's position. Angor was happy upon hearing his own name. "Professor." He tried to call out. The door to the study was pushed open, revealing a handsome gentleman wearing formal attire. He looked at Angor, who had been standing in front of the reading desk, and raised an eyebrow as he said, "I didn't think that it would really be you, Angor." Angor's worry somehow disappeared completely when he saw the figure at the door. It was Sunders. The real Sunders that came to the nightmare realm together with him, not the younger version that tried to slaughter him without listening to reason. Sunders approached him. When he saw the notebook lying on the desk, he smiled and asked, "It looks like you found it before me. Did you read it? How does it look?" Seeing the only man he knew in this totally strange world, Angor could not hide his excitement. His lips uncontrollably curled upward while speaking, "I did. It was really good. But, too bad there's only half of it." Sunders did not comment. He picked up the notebook and took a brief peek, and all the memories hidden by the nightmare realm all came back flowing into his mind, along with the memory about this channeling method book. One simple look was enough for him to remember all of it. 30% baseline, the highest one among all channeling methods I ever know of. "It isn't complete, but the first half was already a priceless treasure," Sunders exclaimed. "But enough with the book for now. Let's talk about you," said Sunders as he then put down the notebook and stared at Angor straight into the eyes. "About me?" Angor was taken aback, not knowing what Sunders meant. Looking at the boy's puzzled look, Sunders smiled again. He then flipped the fringe of Angor's hair aside as he said, "As I expected, you entered the nightmare realm as a soul. No, wait, what is this?" Sundar's expression changed greatly and he leaped several meters away from Angor. He sized up Angor with a doubtful attitude. Who are you? Angor was completely puzzled now and he replied, I'm Angor. Angor. Sundar sneered. He added, Angor would never make it here with his current strength. Sir, I sense an aura deep like the sea from your body. May I ask why would you disguise as Angor? I have an aura deep like the sea? Why would I disguise as myself? Angor's mind was in chaos. What was Sundar's talking about? Professor, but I'm Angor. I was teleported to the underground maze from the beginning. It was really difficult to get here, Angor spoke with a wronged look. The distrust in Sundar's eyes did not falter. Angor explained himself again and again. He almost cried in the end. Looking at his eagerness to prove himself, Sundar was wondering as well. Those expressions did not look like pretending, but why was the boy releasing such a strong aura? Even the mighty being behind Griya never gave Sundar such an oppressive impression. Apart from the terrifying aura, Sundar also noticed a faint sweet smell reaching his nose. Where did that come from? The terrifying aura was not obvious when Sundar kept his distance. However, if he tried to approach Angor, the aura immediately coiled itself around the boy and released a boundless pressure against any creature, forcing invaders to run away. You're Angor? Asked Sundar. He was still doubtful but his words sounded more certain this time. I am. Angor nodded hard. He took out the half of the twisting protozoa from his pocket to prove his identity. Sundar looked at the worm corpse. He then gave Angor another thoughtful look and decided to believe him. The man tried to suppress his instinct, which kept telling him something was dangerous. He then sat down on a chair beside Angor. Tell me what happened in the nightmare realm. How did you find this place? Asked Sundar as he knocked on the desk with a finger. The consistent rhythm contained an amazing strength which quickly calmed Angor's panicked mind. When I entered the nightmare realm, I found myself inside the underground maze. You had some tough luck, Angor, said Sundar. He crossed his legs and relaxed his expression before he said, at the same time, you are very lucky since you came here successfully. Angor continued, my starting position had two monsters. They only had heads, red eyebrows, big single eyes, nostrils but without noses, and thick, white beard. They looked really scary. I was afraid they would attack me, so I flew into the air to hide. But I don't think they wanted to attack at all. Sundar considered it for a moment before saying, heads with single eyes? You must be talking about hoverheads. They are low-level monsters, but they are strong. Here, the man snickered a little as he said, you won't get away by flying. Hoverheads are good flyers as well. Although it was strange that they let you away. So they can fly too, Angor muttered. He added, Professor, I can fly when I'm in the nightmare realm. What's going on? That's your talent I meant to tell you. You came here as your soul, not your solid body. You have all the right to fly. I'm here as my soul, asked Angor as he looked at Sundar. Correct. Your soul. Let's talk about your talent later. Please continue your story. Angor nodded. However, he still had questions. If he was a soul now, then what was with his hologram tablet? All the images he recorded were not real? They would disappear when he got back to the wizarding world? Angor did not reveal his questions on his expression. He remained calm when talking to Sundar, and slowly explained everything during his journey. He told him all the truths while omitting any information relating to his tablet. The hoverheads didn't chase me. To find where I was and go to the coordinates you gave me, I picked a random direction and made my way from there. The tunnel was strange. I flew for a moment and arrived somewhere completely dark. I couldn't see anything in there. You entered a tunnel void of light, asked Sundar as he looked at Angor with a weird look. Yes. I saw nothing in the darkness, so I could only feel my way around. Angor hid the fact that he used his flashlight on the tablet. He continued, I kept flying until I reached another strange place. You kept flying? No monsters stopped you? Asked Sundar. He was so surprised that his voice was several pitches higher as he continued, such as vines of some plants. Vines? Do you mean the mouth flowers? Oh, wait, mouth flower was a name I made myself. There were flowers with mouths growing on them. They looked pretty fun. Their roots looked like vines, and they saved my life too, Angor answered truthfully. Chapter 107, Glutton Flowers. Mouth flowers, Sunders repeated. He then revealed a smile as he said, now that's a pretty good name for them. Sunders crossed his arms and stared at Angor with a questioning look again as he asked, tell me more about these mouth flowers. How did you meet them? Didn't they attack you? Angor tried to remember, thinking about what to tell and what to hide. He took some time before speaking, I couldn't see anything in the darkness, so I flew in one direction along the ceiling wall. I felt a strange emotion on my way. Yes, I felt it, not heard it. I don't know, it was a weird feeling. There were a lot of emotions mixed together, but most of them told me to stay, or don't go forward. I didn't listen to them because I was afraid, and I didn't know where they came from. I kept flying ahead, and something went wrong. I saw a shining wall. Angor told Sunders everything about running into the wall, including the pain which almost killed him, and being dragged away from the wall by a plant and the mouth flower that was floating above him when he woke up. A strange wall? And, the glutton flower saved you. Sunders' expression was weirder now. Glutton flowers? That's how you call the mouth flowers? Angor asked. Sunders nodded but did not explain further. The man kept asking his questions, we'll talk about the flowers later. Tell me about the wall. The glutton flower tunnel was the most terrible place in this part of the nightmare realm. Sunders never tried to go there. Now his new pupil just went there, and he even reached the end of it. Sunders was really curious now. The wall was shining, but I was too far so I couldn't see what exactly was shining on it. Once I was less than 100 meters from it, I felt unbearable pain, so I couldn't make out many things about the wall, said Angor. He paused a little before adding, thanks to the light, I could see the mouth flowers. Angor explained how he saw the flowers in order to conceal his flashlight. However, Sunders never paid attention to this light source problem. The man was too focused on the glutton flowers and the strange wall. Anything else you know about that wall? Sunders persisted eagerly. Anything else? Angor considered it for a moment. He then said, the mouth flowers I mean, glutton flowers, so those emotions I felt on my way, came from them. They weren't intelligent, but the one that could fly was relatively clever, and it could speak simple languages. It told me that they were planted there by their master, to protect the wall. Angor's description immediately confirmed Sunders' idea that the particular glutton flower was the glutton flower lord. A legendary monster, or maybe even stronger. I asked who their master was, or what was that wall. It didn't tell me or didn't want to tell me. I think it didn't understand my question, Angor explained. Sunders nodded and thought to himself. The wall must be a really valuable treasure, perhaps the best treasure in these parts. Anything else yet? Angor already told him everything, but Sunders did not give up. Angor shook his head and hesitated, no. Sunders raised his eyebrows and said, you are holding something back, Angor, tell me what's on your mind. The boy thought for a while before saying, there is something. But I don't know if it has anything to do with the wall. After surviving the near-death situation and being saved by the glutton flower, I lost consciousness and slept for a long time. When I woke up, I felt my body in an amazing condition, and I felt so refreshed. I can move faster, and I can see better in the dark. I don't know if it was the wall that improved my body or was it because the flying glutton flower put its spit into my mouth. Speaking of this, Angor vomited a little. But nothing came out, again. Sunders smiled at Angor's failed vomit attempt and explained, you can't do that. You're a soul now, any physiological reaction on you won't affect your soul. Just think, did you eat anything these days? No. Your soul does not feel hunger. Angor understood now. He was a soul, so he did not need to eat, and could not throw up. Also, he was badly hurt after being attacked by younger Sunders, but he did not bleed at all. That was because he did not have a body. Sunders remained silent for some time before he said, you felt your physical abilities improved. It was because your soul became more condensed. It might be the wall's doing. Looks like you found a pretty good destiny this time. Once we leave, take the spiritual power test again, and you will see a better result. Wizards could not cast spells easily in the nightmare realm, so Sunders did not waste his mana to observe Angor's spiritual power indicator now. Seeing how Angor's soul was condensed, the man could already deduct his conclusion. To improve one's spiritual power was a really rare destiny. Even Sunders was a bit jealous. The wall did this to me? Not glutton flower's spit, asked Angor. He was puzzled. What you consumed wasn't Glutton Flower's spit. It was the essence of Glutton Flower Lord, said Sunders. He failed to hold back his laughter as he said, now I know how you come all the way here in one piece. You have the aura of the Glutton Flower Lord on you, and all weaker monsters will never approach you now. So that's where the sweet smell came from. I have a sweet smell? Angor sniffed his arm and did notice a faint fragrance. When will this wear off? Can it follow me back to the wizarding world? Asked Angor. He revealed a sad face as he did not want to carry the smell at all times. I don't know about that. Maybe it will, and maybe not, answered Sunders. He spread his hands and said, don't worry too much. Flora will certainly envy you. Besides, the essence of Glutton Flower Lord was an extremely valuable treasure. It mends one's soul and can keep the user in a high spirit for a short while. Don't complain now. The small side effect will go away in time. It seems the wall is a curious artifact. It put you in great pain, but it also improved your spiritual power. If it could keep doing that, its value is beyond anyone's imagination. Once you become stronger, let's come here and check out that wall together. Maybe we can learn something from it, said Sunders. He patted the boy's shoulder as he added, of course this is on the condition that those glutton flowers are still friendly to you. Otherwise, within the first minute when we step into the flower tunnel, we will become their fertilizer. Chapter 108, Sunders, in the past. Fur become fertilizer in a minute. Angor stuttered. He was shocked and he asked, are glutton flowers that powerful? Angor knew that those flowers were at least stronger than himself, but considering Sunders' own comment, that was scary. Angor even thought the tiny flower was kinda adorable. There are at least 20 forbidden zones in this part of the nightmare realm. Even I cannot approach them with my current strength. And the glutton flower tunnel is the most horrible one among all. This tunnel was the dark passage you mentioned earlier. The place was full of glutton flowers. Glutton flowers were mid-level monsters. If you compare them to wizards, they have similar strength to high apprentices. I can manage 100 or so, however, just so you know, there are millions of them in that tunnel. There is no way I would ever want to face them. Also, there is a glutton flower lord, the one floating in the air. Its mere aura allowed you to reach this place safely. Can you see how powerful it is now? Sunders only briefly explained the glutton flower lord. Such legendary monsters could be attracted when someone mentioned their names. Glutton flowers are such deadly monsters. Angor exclaimed. He still had a question and he asked, I've been thinking, why did I sense their emotions? Sunders did not mind explaining this one, because they wanted to communicate, and opened up their minds to you. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind you at all. This tells us the fact that you are quite welcomed among glutton flowers. Now I think about it, why didn't the hoverheads attack you? Also, the friendliness of glutton flowers. Apart from these monsters, the others shouldn't trouble you since you carry the aura of glutton flower lord. But it was very strange that the hoverheads you meet at the beginning let you run away. Angor was thinking about this question too. Angor had been believing that he avoided the monsters thanks to his luck. Now it seemed something else was behind all this. I asked the flower lord too, but it gave me a weird answer. A weird answer? What kind of answer? Angor blushed a little as he answered, it said. I have the scent of the queen. The scent of the queen. Sunders was shocked. The man had taken several guesses about Angor's condition, but he had never expected such a strange answer. Sunders walked around Angor for a while. He even sniffed at the boy's body. I'm sure the deep aura on you came from the essence of glutton flower lord. I don't sense anything else, said Sunders. He was puzzled. Where did the queen's scent come from then? Did the hoverheads and glutton flowers disregarded or showed friendliness to Angor because of this strange scent? Sunders could not think of anything to answer that question, so he only concluded that Angor's special talent helped the boy. Let's put this aside, said Sunders. He then said, so, after you left the glutton flower tunnel, you found this place smoothly without running into anything. Angor shook head. It was not smooth at all. Sunders was surprised by the boy's response, it can't be. With the aura of glutton flower lord, no low level of mid-level monsters would bother you at all. Don't tell me you met high-level monsters. Angor looked at his teacher's face. It was a charming and handsome one, showing great experience and prudence. However, in Angor's mind, he was thinking about another Sunders. The younger Sunders did not look much different, but he did not have the calm temperament. Instead, younger Sunders revealed an unstoppable arrogance. The two Sunders were not similar at all. Well, except the fact that they both did not talk much. "What's on your mind, Angor?" Sunders asked. Angor woke up from his thoughts. His eyes were wavering a little as if he was in a trance. "There weren't high-level monsters, but I met someone." "Someone? Who was it?" Instead of speaking, Angor took out a dagger and a black cane from his waist and placed them in front of Sunders. Sunders' irises shrank upon seeing the objects. He picked up the dagger and inspected its fine, undamaged blade, the white bandage around its handle, and the familiar carvings. He froze. A picture was carved on the sheath of the dagger. A flying sword with a pair of wings, sticking inside a thorny rose. Sunders unsheathed the dagger and saw a line of small words embedded on the back of the blade: "Unbeaten rose, eternal glory." "The dagger of thorned rose," Sunders mumbled in a small voice. The dagger was not an alchemy weapon. It came from his family when Sunders was still a mortal. The picture on the dagger was his family emblem, and the words were his family motto. As a weapon made by mortals, the dagger of thorned rose was quite sharp. However, ever since he became a wizard, he never had much use for it. Sunders kept it on him as a memento. With the dagger in his hand, Sunders took out another dagger from his clothes. When the two weapons were placed together, it could be seen that they had exactly the same look, material, and size. Only that one of them was a bit worn out. Two identical daggers. Sunders was astonished. He put down the dagger and picked up the black cane. He was carrying an alchemy cane as well. However, his own cane was crafted by a master alchemist from Floating Mech City and was longer and more powerful than the one Angor showed him. The black cane in his hand, which had the image of burning flame at one side, was only a basic alchemy cane. The Totem of Brute Cavern. This was a standard magic cane issued by Brute Cavern. Anyone could exchange for this item by spending points. It was one of the most common magic canes. To Sunders, however, this cane that was brought by Angor looked very familiar. Those scratch marks reminded him of something 2 centuries ago. Before he became a wizard. As an apprentice without much background and support, Sunders seized everything using his own hands. He remembered risking his life day and night and struggling with death face to face countless times as he tried to find his destiny. This magic cane accompanied him for a long time until it was broken when he was fighting someone in an incident. This was a memorial artifact to Sunders. He already recycled its broken parts and annihilated the remains 200 years ago. He did not think he could ever see it again. With great emotion whirling in his mind, Sunders put down the magic cane. He then looked at Angor and asked, "Who was it?" Chapter 109, Nightmare Form. "You saw me." Sunders was shocked. Angor nodded. He explained everything about encountering younger Sunders. From seeing the blue giant to fighting with younger Sunders, and being saved by some kind of giant mouth. Sunders already speculated something like this when he saw the dagger and cane. Angor's words proved it to him. Sunders took a deep breath before he said, "I always believed the nightmare realm can only project dead objects. So it can create living ones as well." He went through his experience exploring the nightmare realm. He only encountered monsters before. There were no humans. That was why he thought this world only projected something non-organic, from a certain time period. If the world could even project humans, could it project people who already died as well? Could he consider it as resurrection? There was another question. If the witch's eyes did not kill younger Sunders, would they meet each other? And would this cause some sort of time paradox? Sunders realized many new ideas about the nightmare realm. He had just gained a lot more knowledge about this place. This was only the outer area of the nightmare realm, and he already saw such amazing things. So what could happen in its inner area or core area? Could dead people live on somewhere in the nightmare realm in other forms? Angor did not interrupt his professor's train of thought. The man indulged himself in his ideas for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. The nightmare realm is such a wonderful place. The deeper I go inside, the less I know about it. Angor agreed. He was only here for the second time, and yet, every corner of the place was full of strangeness that made him shudder. "Professor, when I was fighting with younger you, and was about to get killed, a big mouth ate me. Was that a monster too?" Angor asked. Sunders shook his head, "I have no idea. It might be. But it saved you instead of letting you die." So either you have an extraordinary talent, or you might be. Sunders did not finish, but Angor understood what he meant. The boy had been believing that his luck kept him alive. However, from all kinds of small details happening around himself, Angor realized there was something unknown helping him in secret. Younger Sunders fought his way in the nightmare realm while Angor strolled around like he was sightseeing. Even when endangered by younger Sunders, a big mouth still saved him. Furthermore, the witch's eyes only screamed and ran away upon seeing him. Apart from the strange wall, Angor did not meet any real danger at all. Sunders suddenly recalled something and looked at Angor again. You saw me flying, right? I mean the younger one. Angor nodded. Younger Sunders was chasing him in the air. However, Angor felt that the man's flying skills were somewhat clumsy since younger Sunders did not catch him easily. Sunders fell into silence when hearing the answer. He thought in his mind, strange. I lost my memory about how I came to the nightmare realm for the first time, then Angor met a younger version of myself, who could fly. Sunders considered and seemed to have an idea, so you must have been seeing me when I entered nightmare realm for my first time. The professor who came here for the first time, Angor repeated those words. He did not understand. I have two reasons for that conclusion, said Sunders. He paused a little before he explained. Firstly, a strange power will affect our brains temporarily when we enter the nightmare realm. It sometimes blocks a certain memory from us or adds an additional one. Also, you may lose a certain type of emotion, or have an emotion amplified. There are many possibilities. This time, I lost a piece of memory. Angor quickly asked, you lost the memory in which you came to nightmare realm for the first time? Sunders nodded, correct. I don't think the nightmare realm can create someone out of thin air. The man you encountered must have been me. At least, he was the me from the piece of memory I lost. That sounds weird. But I get the idea. So some power affects our brains? How come I didn't feel anything? Sunders shrugged, maybe you only lost an unimportant memory, such as what you ate during dinner at a random date, the dream you had in a night, or how strong the wind was blowing some time ago. Losing these trivial memories won't affect you at all. Oh, Angor was still puzzled, but he understood Sunders' explanation. Back to the topic. As for why I'm sure you met another me from the time when I first came here, I have another proof, said Sunders. He paused again before saying, and I'm going to tell you about your talent now. My talent? Weren't they talking about younger Sunders? Angor was surprised. You see, younger Sunders could fly, just like you, because when I first came here, I entered as my soul as well. Angor quickly looked at Sunders. I know you're always thinking why I took you in, said Sunders. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder as he explained, it's quite simple. You have exactly the same talent as me when I was young. My talent was the same as the younger professor? Angor quickly noticed the other meaning hidden in those words. So the professor has a different talent now? Such talent is an extremely particular one. It isn't recorded in any books. There were many people with this talent throughout history, but none of them realized it themselves. Until several centuries ago when the nightmare realm was discovered, and I came here by accident, that I finally noticed why the talent was special. I call it nightmare form. The name nightmare form was created by Sunders himself. Nightmare forms were basically natives that lived inside the nightmare realm. There were no tunnels that connected the nightmare realm and the wizarding world directly. To enter the nightmare realm required luck, rather than strength. Someone with the nightmare form talent could create a hemi-passage toward the nightmare realm and could travel in or out of the place like natives. Entering the nightmare realm as a soul is a property unique to nightmare forms. Souls can fly here. This is why when you talked about your talent test in Barbie's restaurant, I instantly knew that you are a nightmare form I've been looking for a long time. You're looking for me? But, isn't Professor a nightmare form too? Angor asked. You will know the reason to that soon, said Sunders. He then continued to explain about the hemi-passage. When a soul enters the nightmare realm and establishes a connection with the world, it will be able to return to the nightmare realm anytime by using this connection. This is called a hemi-passage. Angor felt those words familiar. Did he hear about it somewhere? The boy recollected his thoughts and realized that Sunders mentioned something before coming to the nightmare realm. A seed into the nightmare realm. Oh, you remembered? That's right. The hemi-passage is a seed that helps you enter the nightmare realm, and the wound on the back of your soul is such a seed. An unfinished hemi-passage. You mean, I can make a hemi-passage by getting hurt in Nightmare Realm? Angor asked. That sounded so dangerous. That's one way to say it. However, the wound on your soul is only a coordinate in this realm. You need something else to create the passage. I'll tell you about those once you're strong enough. Chapter 110, Reciting. After talking about the nightmare form, Sunders stared at Angor again. Yet, your talent seems a little different. Sunders thought about the scene when they were in Barbie's restaurant. At that time, Angor accepted a rose from Little Red, which surprised both him and Flora for good. Little Red did not exist in reality. It lived in a small fragment of severed Nightmare Realm. It was not really Nightmare Realm itself, but similar. The Nightmare Realm had three major properties: projecting a reality, painting it into imaginary, and creating truth. Creating truth meant it not only projects something from the reality into the Nightmare Realm, but it would also bring something the other way round. However, transferring objects in either direction required someone to be inside the Nightmare Realm. Angor was standing inside Barbie's restaurant, the reality. The boy resided in reality and managed to touch Little Red while taking a rose from Little Red's hands. That meant Angor's action affected the Nightmare Realm from reality. Even if Little Red did not actually stay in the Nightmare Realm, it still proved that Angor's talent was something special. I'm different, Angor mumbled, without knowing what exactly was different about him. Sunders continued, no matter what kind of world it is, once a civilization is created, it will not take long for the residents to establish social classes. I've been regarding nightmare forms as natives in the Nightmare Realm because they can create hemi-passages and travel to and from this place, and I thought that was the only thing they could do. Until I saw you, Angor. Maybe nightmare forms also have social classes. Some can create hemi-passages, some can affect the reality, some can create truths. These classes are strictly divided and cannot be crossed. And your class is higher than mine, said Sunders. He revealed an awkward smile at Angor as he continued, let's say, you're a queen while I'm a soldier. A queen. Angor curled his lips. Sunders was not really good at joking. Whether he believed them or not, the boy slowly began to take in Sunders' words. A moment passed and Angor was still wearing a puzzled look. Sunders chuckled at him, don't worry too much. Those are all speculations. There is no record about nightmare forms, so you have to figure out everything on your own. I might be right, and I might be wrong. On my own? Professor can't help me. Sunders tidied his sleeves and removed his white glove, revealing a thin, white wrist with inconspicuous blood veins pulsing on it. Angor did not understand his action. Sunders put his exposed hand on the back of Angor's. Angor felt warmth, and a little bit wetness coming from his professor's skin. Do you think I'm a nightmare form now? Sunders smiled. Angor put his hands on his own face, then rubbed his hands. He only sensed a cold touch. But Sunders' palm felt warm, which was different. You can feel the warmth. You're a soul and you can't give out body heat while I'm here as my body, so I appeared to be warm, said Sunders. He put on his glove again and expressed a somewhat regretful expression as he continued, in early years, I was greedy about entering a higher state and sacrificed my talent. Ever since, I could only come to the Nightmare Realm as an actual body, and could no longer work on hemi-passages. This is why I must find Gria and ask for a twisting protozoa to come here. I accepted you as my pupil for two reasons. Your talent, and convenience. You know, I prefer not to run around looking for Gria all the time. Sunders revealed his true intention. The man wanted to benefit from Angor, true, but now that Sunders explained his idea openly, Angor felt relaxed. At least he no longer had to worry about whether Sunders held some kind of evil plot day and night. With Angor's talent explained, Sunders finally picked up the singularity dispersive meditation lying on the desk. He then said, this book is an extremely precious one. You should try to recite it. When we leave, take it with you. Maybe your talent will allow it to become truth, and make its appearance in reality. Angor nodded in acknowledgement. He had already recorded the book into his tablet, but after hearing Sunders' words, he began to worry that his soul was carrying a fake tablet. So he accepted the book and began reciting, assuming that his tablet would not work. Sunders did not stand idle during Angor's study. The man walked around and searched for items. If Angor could truly take special items away from the Nightmare Realm, he might as well take as many as he could. There were actually previous examples in which someone took objects from the nightmare realm to the wizarding world, but they were random items despite people's intentions. For example, one might pack up a bag of gems in the nightmare realm only to find a single gem when one was back at the wizarding world. A pile of mithril might turn into alchemy gold instead. Well, one would still get something in the process. Only extremely particular items would disappear completely, and the book Singularity Dispersive Meditation was such an item. Thanks to his superior memorizing skills, it only took Angor about 2 hours to remember Singularity Dispersive Meditation. Angor looked up from his book and did not see Sunders in the study. He then put away the book and left through the door. In the main hall, Angor saw Sunders walking to him from the hallway to the left, with a potion bottle in his hand. Tisk. One bottle of potion of austere night only. I'm in bad luck today, said Sunders. He tossed the bottle to Angor and said, this thing will help you to improve your spirit power limit, but only once. If you can bring it back to the wizarding world, it's yours. Such a pity. There's nothing valuable apart from the book, said Sunders. He sighed, even if there is something, I'm not sure we can take it. Let's go back as is. If your talent proves to be helpful and that you can actually bring the book back, we can simply come again and look for other things. It seemed Sunders was planning to use this chance to determine the actual usefulness of Angor's talent. Angor recalled seeing the secret chamber under the main bedroom. There were still a lot of alchemy books. Sunders didn't find them? Angor decided not to ask. The secret passage was not really a secret. The professor must have found it. The man just didn't want to talk about it for some reason. With that in mind, Angor put the idea aside. Sunders sat beside the desk at the center of the hall and asked, "You're done reciting the book?" Angor nodded. "Then let us pray that we won't forget about it when we're back." Chapter 111, A Painting That Wasn't There. We're going back now? Angor asked. He always hoped to go back earlier since he was always feeling uneasy in the nightmare realm. Angor's journey was smooth, but something was telling him that terrible things would happen if he did not leave soon. Of course. Any second inside the nightmare realm could mean more danger, said Sunders. He took out his half of twisting protozoa as well as the other half from Angor before saying, "This is similar to how we came here. We need another seed. And these two halves of the twisting protozoa's corpse are the seed." Sunders stuck the two halves together. Next, strange space ripples came from the corpse, creating spider web shapes in the air which then slowly spread out. Before the tunnel fully appears, you still have time to search around and take as many things as possible. Common materials are very likely to reappear in reality, so you can bring them if you wish. For anything that you can actually bring back, you can have it, Sunders spoke while standing in front of the space ripples. That reminded Angor. They were leaving soon, why not loot as best as they could? Angor walked around the main hall which was decorated by shining golden floor bricks. The place looked so luxurious. Sunders already searched around, without finding anything in particular, so Angor did not intend to do a search again carefully. He wanted to look for something valuable that was easy to take, or something interesting. Golden or silver ornaments were expensive items to mortals, but not so to supernaturals. Angor took some time to make up his mind and decided to choose a painting. The values of oil paintings depended on their viewers. There were enthusiasts among wizards too, and they were willing to spend large sums of money on these things. Angor read about a certain occultist in a magazine who was called the Magic Painter. This wizard already triumphed on the path of truth. He could connect planar and three-dimensional worlds by using his painting brush. The wizard loved paintings. Many renowned painters in different planes created arts for him. It was said that he once threw away an insane amount of magic crystals just to buy one famous painting. Angor decided to take a painting away because he knew this story. An artwork valued most when someone could understand it, while gold and silver only possessed limited values. Speaking of paintings, most of them were placed along the long hallway behind the entrance. Angor went there without hesitating. Sunders did not question Angor's move. The man only reminded him, 3 minutes. Or you will be trapped here forever. Understood. Angor reached the hallway quickly. He had already observed the paintings on his way and so he knew which painting to go for. It only took him half a minute to arrive at his target. It was called Traveler Under Stars. Under the boundless starry sky, a traveler wearing a white hood was looking at the hovering flower tufts in the sky. With his back facing Angor, it looked as if he was thinking about something. This was a common theme, a sensuous painting. It had great details and deep emotion. It must have been created by a skilled painter, and it was among the best works in this hallway. Also, Angor chose this one right away because it carried a small hint of homesickness. Angor was beginning to miss his home too. The drifting tufts could be traveling children. Every time Angor looked into the painting, he felt as if he was one of the tufts, longing for home. Angor took off the traveler under stars and prepared to go back. However, another painting drew his attention. Hey! Was that there before? It looked ordinary. A young shepherd girl was milking her animals on the grassland. The painting looked fine. It could also be something from a famous painter. Although this painter might be a little out of his condition since he did not do a good job in many of the details. Angor believed he could also sketch a simple one himself. However, these were not important. The point was, Angor did not recall seeing this one when he came in. He went through his memories carefully and failed to recognize the painting. He recorded them in his hologram tablet, so if he took the time to check, he could confirm his idea. However, time was a little tight for him now. Besides, he could not take his tablet out when Sunders was around. John always trained Angor to closely observe the small details around him. This skill would help Angor to capture those details and combine them with reality, to acquire innovation and opportunity from anything and everything. Angor was always good at catching such small details, and he more or less believed that this one was not here before even though there was no proof. Of course, Angor did not know why a painting appeared out of nowhere. Could it be something about the nightmare realm again? But why would this place add another painting? Sunders' voice came from the distance. Angor, time is almost. Yes, I'm on my way. Angor looked at the milking shepherd again and decided to take it. He rushed back to the hall holding two paintings on his sides. Sunders glanced at Angor's prize. Smart choice. Those who love them will love them very much. We're leaving. Like last time, when the ruptures fill up the place, throw yourself in there, Sunders said. He then tossed two objects to Angor. A dagger and a short magic cane. The weapons Angor took from younger Sunders. You keep them. Let's see if you can bring those back as well. Okay. I wish I can, for everything, Angor replied. Let's wish so, said Sunders. He was not really interested in the other objects. He only cared about the channeling method book. The nightmare realm consisted of multiple sections. Some of them were as big as worlds, while some were tiny like stones. Nether City was located in one of the outermost sections. A giant figure emerged from the center of the nightmare realm and rushed toward the Nether City at an insane speed. At the same time, Angor felt his heart racing like mad. An ominous feeling caused Angor to get cold limbs. He looked around worriedly. Sunders frowned. What's the problem? Angor shook his head and took several hasty breaths before he said, I don't know. I feel stressed out. Like something is going to happen. Bad things. Sunders usually would not believe such words unless they were told by an astrology wizard or a prophet. Yet, in such a time and place, Sunders somehow trusted Angor's instinct. Suddenly, the noise of strong explosions came from somewhere and reached the hall. The floor was shaking. Sonic booms. A high-level monster is here. Sunders immediately recognized the noise. He looked at the spider webs, which was almost complete, and dragged Angor's hand. Leave, now. Angor was shocked. He was pulled toward the space rupture by Sunders instead of reacting on his own. The entire hall abruptly crumbled. Everything disappeared along with another explosion. The pair turned around to look. They saw a faint figure standing in the distance. The attack came from somewhere that far, and it destroyed the whole hall. Both Sunders and Angor were surprised. The stairs of Hanging Prison is crashed. Who is that? Sunders questioned in astonishment. However, he could not care about that now. They rushed into the space rupture, with Angor behind Sunders. As most of Angor's body was submerged inside the rupture, a hand suddenly grabbed his left ankle. The nails on the hand were long and sharp and were curling in a weird curve. The nails had crimson polish on them, which looked really gloomy. Angor felt almost as if he was being dragged back when Sunders quickly held his body and hauled in the opposite direction fiercely. The instant support helped Angor shake off the strange hand. Next, Angor watched the entrance behind him close up. In the last blink second, he heard something bellowing in rage. Chapter 112, Back in the Wizarding World. After some weightlessness experience, Angor received a complicated feeling, which covered his entire body. Compared with the itchiness upon entering the nightmare realm, this one felt more muddy, as if mixing fresh water with dirt. All in all, Angor felt somewhat terrible. Angor took a guess that the itchiness was from when his soul left his body. When he was back here, his fresh soul was hurled back inside his muddy body. When his soul and body completely joined each other, Angor slowly opened his eyes. "Oh my, Angor sweetie, you have some pretty good tastes. You even brought 2 paintings back," Flora's clear yet seductive voice echoed in the room. "Paintings?" Angor lowered his head and found himself sitting on the floor with 2 paintings pinched under his arms. 2 exact ones he brought from the Golden Hallway, Traveler Under Stars, and Milking Shepherd. However, he did not have time to check on the paintings. His mind was filled up by the terrible hand that caught his ankle. Angor looked at Sunders. The man was standing beside Flora. He looked a bit tired, but he was fine except that his clothes were a little messed up. "Professor, was that a monster?" asked Angor. He was eager for an answer. If so, why did that hand look more like a human hand? So was that a human? Or, another projection of some wizard, like younger Sunders? Sunders considered, trying to think about the assault when they left the nightmare realm. After a while, Sunders slowly said, "I don't know either. I didn't see its face. But, it must be something very strong, considering it can shatter the stairs of Hanging Prison from so far. Might be a legendary being." "What? The stairs of Hanging Prison is shattered?" Flora yelled. She had been to Garden of Labyrinth, or, the Nether City, before, together with Sunders. She clearly knew what the stairs of Hanging Prison meant. Stairs of Hanging Prison? The staircase floating in the darkness. Angor was puzzled. "Ooh, you don't know about this? Wait, so you didn't go to the stairs of Hanging Prison with the professor?" asked Flora as she looked at Angor in disbelief. "Did the boy get to the stairs on his own?" Sunders chuckled. "In fact, Angor reached it earlier than I did. I only saw him in the last moment, before we came back," Sunders explained to Flora. He then looked at Angor again as he said, "Yes, the stairs of Hanging Prison were the ones you climbed in darkness. It is a vast prison. You clearly saw many rooms on your way. Those are prisoner cells. If you already read the books in the study, you should know that the owner of the study is warden of the prison." Flora walked around Angor doubtfully, while giving out several tisk-tisk now and then. "Heavenly hell! Angor sweetie made it to the stairs of Hanging Prison all by himself? You really have some luck. I see the professor made the right choice by bringing you in. You even brought your luck to us," said Flora. She then exaggerated, "Fine. Go become an academism wizard all you like, I won't stop you. Behave like a lucky baby and let us take care of the hunting." Sunders agreed. The man was very satisfied with his new pupil. He looked at Angor, who was still wearing a terrified expression, and spoke in a plain tone, "Don't think too much about that monster in the end. At least we escaped, and we won't go there again anytime soon. I'll look into the monster later." Flora joined him. "A monster who can destroy the stairs of Hanging Prison isn't something we can manage anyway. You're away from the nightmare realm now. Just relax." "Oh right, what about the channeling method book this time, Professor?" Flora looked at Sunders. Sunders looked surprised. He just realized what Flora was asking about. Flora already got her answer. "You forgot it again." Flora shrugged. She expected such an outcome. Indeed, Sunders sat back on his chair in front of his desk and pondered over his travel in the nightmare realm. He remembered his adolescent memory, which was hidden by the plane, and everything that happened inside the hall. Everything except the book. He could not even remember the name of the book. Next, Sunders watched Flora looking at the 2 paintings happily. He believed he asked Angor to take special items from the nightmare realm to test out the boy's talent. Surely the items included the book? Sunders noticed that Angor was still in a trance, so he decided not to bother the boy for now. He simply cast a spell to check the objects on Angor's body. With the help of true sight, everything carried by Angor was clear to see. Angor was carrying a lot of stuff apart from his clothing. The first thing that attracted Sunders was a glass sphere hanging on Angor's neck. It was only an ordinary glass ball, not something from the nightmare realm. Then, the potion glass in Angor's pocket. There was dark liquid wavering in the glass. When observed carefully, Sunders saw pale blue traces flowing inside. If anyone uncapped the bottle, they would feel a cold aura as if they were staying in winter. So Angor's nightmare form is truly special. Other than the paintings, he managed to bring back the potion of austere night. The potion of austere night reminded Sunders of the other objects. The man saw a bronze pocket watch in the same pocket as the potion glass. He did not pay much attention to it. Sunders saw Angor using the watch before. It was not a nightmare realm product either. He kept looking and saw the dagger and magic cane hanging on the boy's waist. Sunders waved a hand. The two weapons shook free from Angor and floated toward him. Flora saw the objects as well. Why is Angor carrying the dagger of thorned rose? And the cane? I think I know it. Isn't that the issued magic cane from our organization? Sunders did not explain where the weapons came from. He continued checking Angor's possessions. The man scanned Angor from head to toe using True Sight spell again. He did not find anything else. So Angor failed to take the book out. Sunders could only sigh in disappointment. It seemed he was destined to be separated from the book. Sunders did not conceal his action, so Flora realized what he was doing and scanned Angor herself. Tisk tisk. Angor have a lot of stuff on him. Potion of austere night? How did you get that? Oh, did Gria give it to you? And that old pocket watch, you're still using it. Flora commented on Angor's items. She ended her words with another eerie chuckle, he he he. You're young, but you have a fine body. Angor's mind was not clear enough to realize that he just had himself looked thoroughly by someone else. Otherwise, Angor would be really relieved that neither Sunders nor Flora noticed his alien eye or hologram tablet. He didn't take the channeling method book here, so we need something else for Angor's channeling training, Flora exclaimed. Sunders did not speak. Angor's talent already surprised him much. The boy brought back two special objects from the nightmare realm, the potion of austere night and the magic cane. As for ordinary items, Angor took them all. This was way better than Sunders' previous attempts. He probably guessed right. If nightmare forms were really divided by classes, Angor definitely had a higher class than him. It's fine. This is our destiny too. Once we're back at Brute Cavern, Angor can apply for using Montaz octahedrite channeling, Sunders commented. However, Angor interrupted them. Montaz octahedrite channeling? I'm not going to use singularity dispersive meditation. Chapter 113, Writing the Book. Singularity dispersive meditation? They did not understand Angor's words. Flora remained puzzled for a moment before she asked, Singularity, what now? Is that a channeling method? I never heard of it. Did the professor teach you that in private? Sunders shook his head and denied Flora's idea. The man suddenly recalled something and revealed a surprise-stricken expression. He immediately looked toward Angor. Did you get the channeling method? Angor nodded and reached inside his pocket. The boy was wondering. Didn't I take the book while you're looking? Angor searched for a while, trying to take the unfinished Singularity Dispersive Meditation book out. However, he found no such notebook on him. Hey? I didn't take it with me. But the paintings, potion, and weapons are here, so why not the book? I think I didn't, Angor stuttered. Then how do you know the book's name? Sunders asked. Unconsciously, Angor answered right away, but Professor asked me to recite. Wait. I remembered the meditation method, I don't need the book. Sunders and Flora exchanged a surprised look. I asked you to recite the book? And you did? Asked Sunders. He had forgotten about this as well, along with his memory of the book itself. Angor quickly nodded, yes. Just some minutes ago. I still have it in my mind. Wonderful. Flora brightened up. She then asked eagerly, do you remember the base fitness level of the method? Angor looked at Sunders and realized that the man was not pretending. The professor had really forgotten about the book? Man, the nightmare realm is amazing. However, Angor had another question. Why was he the only one that remembered the book? The base is 30%, he answered. Not only Flora, who jumped in joy upon hearing the answer. Even Sunders, who always carried a moderate attitude, laughed out. The Singularity Dispersive Meditation was not really useful to them, but the book valued more than all channeling methods in the entire Southern Wizard region summed together. A baseline of 30%. Some wizard organizations would be crazily happy to obtain lesser channeling methods with 2% or 3% baseline. But 30%? They had to keep it a secret. If anyone else sniffed the presence of this book, the world would witness bloodshed. Brilliant! This book will be passed down within our own circle only. Angor, always remember that you cannot tell anyone about this channeling method or the consequence will be severe. Sunders warned the boy. Angor nodded. He was not really convinced though. The channeling method required extremely difficult conditions. Even if it was made known to the public, only a few people could actually learn it. Next, Angor remained in Sunders' room to write down singularity dispersive meditation according to his memory. He had just memorized the book not long ago, so he managed to work quickly. Combined with the fact that it was only half finished, Angor managed to complete his job in less than an hour. Angor used a clear handwriting instead of ornamental penmanship popular around the world. The symbolic universal language appeared square and upright like Chinese hanzi in Angor's hands, just like the boy's personality. Sunders read the book, which did not help him regain his memory about the original copy. However, the man sensed that Angor did a perfect job. Good. It isn't a complete copy, but that won't prevent us from training. I just wasn't expecting this channeling method to be so difficult. It used the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method which was lost in history a long time ago. It calls for really superior individual abilities. Sunders began to worry about whether Angor was able to learn the book. Flora took the book over and exclaimed on its difficulty as well. Many ancient wizards had triumphed on the path of truth, which we probably will never witness. I think only one of those almighty figures could have composed this book, Flora said. She cast a gentle look toward Angor. This boy was really a lucky star. He easily solved a big problem which troubled Sunders for hundreds of years. Angor, are you certain you want to learn this book? Asked Sunders. He did not hide his worried tone as he continued to speak. You need to meet some harsh conditions to do so. Are you absolutely sure? You will waste a lot of time if you try it in vain. To actually learn the channeling method was another goal. Before that, considering Angor's spiritual power indicator, if the boy wanted to become someone powerful enough to save his teacher, John, he had to study in a way which was never tested and proved by anyone else or he would idle his life away like Mara. You're on your own in learning this channeling method. Others will not be able to help you. Are you certain about it? Sunders asked again. I am. I will study this book. Angor felt tired after coming back from the nightmare realm. Maybe it was an expected condition after his soul rejoined his body. Go and rest for the night, and come tomorrow, Sunders said. Angor went straight back to his room. Upon opening his door, he saw Toby flying toward him. He waved a hand at the bird to say hello, then threw himself on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. It was a lethargic sleep. When Angor climbed up with sleepy eyes, he realized it was the evening of the second day already. He opened the window. Cold air invaded his face. He could still see the setting sun in the distance, but the sky was already dark. Angor stretched himself and yawned. He found Toby sleeping in his hair again. When the cold wind came in, the bird even wrapped some of his hair around itself. Angor sighed and closed his window to keep the coldness out. He then carefully placed Toby into its tiny bed. When Angor put a blanket on Toby, the bird was still fast asleep. Angor felt his stomach rumbling and realized he was starving. He had skipped several meals. He did not feel it when he woke up, but the cold air quickly triggered his hunger. He was planning to go to Sunders after getting washed, but it seemed he should solve his food problem first. Angor cleaned himself in the bathroom and walked to the dining hall. Chapter 114, Improved Spiritual Power. Angor. Why are you so late? Angor stepped into the hall and saw Salem gesturing at him. I didn't see you all day. I thought Hookdick bullied you again, said Salem. He was carefully cleaning the table as he spoke. I even went to Lady Aspel to ask about you. Guess what I saw? Lady Aspel? Angor was puzzled for a while before he realized that Salem was talking about Nausicaa. What happened? Asked Angor. He found some dishes and sat down with a slice of toast in his mouth. I saw Hookdick gathered a bunch of people to confront Lady Aspel, and they were beaten up by the lady for good. I think those people will stay indoors for at least half a month, seeing how their faces were swollen jellies, said Salem. He sounded happy, but he did not stop his table cleaning task. When he was sure there was not a single scrap of dust on the table, he finally took his thick book from his pouch and placed it on the table. The guy's tough. He still has that wound on his neck, and he actually tried to fight Nausicaa again? Where did that courage come from? Angor snickered. I want to know too. Your bird messed him up everywhere. Hook Dick still has those wounds all over him. Why would he bother Lady Aspel again? Salem spoke while enjoying his vegetable juice and roasted meat. Who knows, maybe the guy accidentally took the wrong medicine, Angor commented nonchalantly. Salem nodded. Every talent on the airship knows that Lady Aspel is the strongest one apart from Balba. Yet, maybe Hook Dick really ate some bad stuff. He didn't eat anything, but he could use an extra nut in his brain. An indolent voice came from behind Angor. Nausicaa was carrying a dish toward them. She was wearing a white casual suit from top to bottom. Lady Aspel. Salem brightened up. He stood up and bowed to Nausicaa politely. Nausicaa stopped in her track and complained, "Don't call me like that. Just Nausicaa is fine." "But Lady Aspel is such a legend." "You're even the Queen's friend," Salem stuttered. "Only those who want something from me or not so close to me would use formalities. For friends, I wish they call me by my name," said Nausicaa. She put down her dish and sat beside Angor before asking, "Do you like it if I call you Mr. Puston?" No. The lady should just call me Salem." "Lady." Nausicaa flipped her hair. "I mean Miss Nausicaa." Nausicaa smiled. "By the way, Angor, you never left your room during the day. Don't tell me you slept in." Nausicaa was eating in an elegant manner. She tried finding casual topics to talk about. Angor only let out an embarrassed smile without answering. It was only chit-chatting during mealtime, so Nausicaa did not push for an answer. Instead, she picked up from Salem's conversation, "I meant it when I said Hook Dick lacks some brain nuts. He's so confident and is sure he can become a formal wizard. He used his future achievement as an asset and proposed alliance with me, to go against little Angor here." Nausicaa shrugged, "You know the rest." "I kicked him in the face." Salem sneered, "Seriously, like Angor said, where did he find his courage?" "Maybe he really has something up his sleeves," Angor spoke. "Maybe." Nausicaa suddenly remembered seeing Hook Dick talking to an old shorted with grey hair during the last evening. She did not recognize the old man. Maybe he gave Hook Dick something? "Salem, you carefully cleaned the table. I thought you were going to read your book," said Angor. He noticed that Salem had no intention to read his book at all during his meal. Then why did he clean up the table in the first place? Salem even took his book out already. Salem was taken aback a little. He looked at the book on the table and revealed a thoughtful look as if he was cherishing something dear. "This book is really important to me." That was the only thing he said. Then, Salem remained silent. Angor took a guess that there was a story hidden behind all this. Since Salem did not want to talk about it, Angor decided not to ask. After downing his glass of veggie juice, Angor stood up. "I'm going back now. You enjoy your meals. You have no other plans, right? How about coming to my room later and have a drink?" Nausicaa asked. "The laws in my home won't allow me to drink alcohol for another 3 years, so, sorry but no," replied Angor. He waved his hands and turned away. "I do have something to do, so let's get together when we reach Brute Cavern tomorrow." Angor left the dining hall while Salem and Nausicaa exchanged a puzzled look. "We're reaching Brute Cavern tomorrow?" Nausicaa asked. Angor said so. But how did he know it? Salem wondered. Maybe he heard it from someone. "You know," considering his standing on the airship, Nausicaa did not finish her sentence, but Salem got her idea. "Oh right, did you smell something sweet from Angor?" asked Nausicaa. She was sitting beside Angor and she believed she caught a faint fragrance from the boy. The strange smell even put her in a high spirit somehow. Weird. Angor walked toward Sunder's room. There were guards along the way, but they did not stop him. Sunders must have ordered them so. Sunders was in his room by himself. When Angor came, the man was writing something rapidly while holding the Singularity Dispersive Meditation copied by Angor in the other hand. "Take a seat for now," said Sunders. He did not even look up from his work. He only tossed a crystal tube at Angor before saying, "You encountered a good destiny during the journey and had your spiritual power increased. Take the test again. You will find a surprise." Surprise? Angor stared at the crystal tube in his hand and only felt terror. He did not forget the terrible experience when taking the test yesterday. Angor sighed but he proceeded with the test anyway. After another painful experience, Angor rested up for a long time and checked the meter while panting heavily. 15 points. That was 2 points higher. Not bad. Angor remembered the potion of austere night he brought back from the nightmare realm yesterday. Drinking the potion would increase his indicator to 17, which meant he would have greater efficiency when channeling mana. The test felt awful, but Angor was still happy about his result. Chapter 115, Potion of Austere Night, Side Effect. Angor rested on the chair and wiped some sweat off his forehead. He was trying to get over the painful experience during the test. He took out the bottle of Potion of Austere Night from his pocket and wondered if he should drink it. This was an elementary potion, but it was actually harder to make than a medium level one. It required some of the most valuable materials, and even expert alchemy wizards could still botch their work when brewing it. Only the best of the best, such as Jalal the mithril innovator, could guarantee an acceptable success rate in making such potion. For this reason, the Potion of Austere Night was always rarely seen, even at the sky auction. Sunders stopped his work and saw Angor uncapping the bottle and sniffing the cold smell with a doubtful expression. The Potion of Austere Night increases your spiritual power indicator by 2. However, it does so by overworking your future potential, so I suggest that you don't use it for now, said Sunders. However, he added, of course, go ahead if you believe that you won't ever further increase your spiritual power again. The potion won't do you any harm in this way. Otherwise, wait until you improve your spirit in other ways before taking the potion. The Potion of Austere Night would overwork my potential? Angor did not know this. There were books explaining that this potion would improve people's spirit limit for 2 points. However, they never said how the potion worked. If a wizard exhausted his or her potential, when the wizard found another destiny again which could improve spiritual power, it would no longer help. Still, such destinies were extremely hard to find. Hence, most supernaturals would drink the potion right away when they found one. If Angor possessed the potion before going to Nightmare Realm, Sunders would not stop him from using the potion. When the man thought about the strange wall in the Nightmare Realm, he decided to suggest otherwise. If the wall really could keep improving someone's spirit, using the potion now would be a worse choice. Angor also recalled the wall protected by the glutton flowers. Angor kept a lot of information to himself, such as the patterns drawn on the wall, and the fact that he recorded a lot using his tablet. Wait, tablet? He had almost forgotten about it. He went to the Nightmare Realm as his soul, so the hologram tablet should be something like an illusion. He was unsure if all the videos and images were brought back. Angor would be really sad if they were not. Apart from the patterns on the wall and the parchment he found along the stairs of Hanging Prison, he really wanted to keep the alchemy books found in the secret chamber in the warden's room. He decided to check his tablet once he got back to his room. Since Sunders meant to stop him from using the potion, Angor listened to him and carefully put the potion away. If he had the chance, he would give the potion to his brother Leon. This way, maybe Leon could reach a spiritual power of 10, and the Pad family would have 2 supernaturals and enjoy greater status in Goldspink Empire. After pocketing the potion, Angor walked to Sunders politely. Professor, do you need me today? Have you started learning meditation? Angor shook his head in embarrassment. I was too tired yesterday and fell asleep right away, and I just woke up. I'm glad you didn't, said Sunders. He handed his notebook to Angor and said, I've made some speculations about the channeling method here, along with some points of caution while training at it. Take it and read when you study the channeling method. Angor took the book and went over it briefly. Along with the texts on singularity dispersive meditation Angor wrote down, there were a lot of small, additional words explaining the experience summarized by Sunders during the man's own training. Angor immediately realized how valuable this was. With the experience, Angor could avoid lots of unnecessary effort on his way. In excitement, Angor thanked Sunders, who simply waved a hand. As your professor, I do hope you achieve something great, said Sunders. He paused a moment before saying, my experience was nothing compared to what you brought back. You already know how much value the book holds. Considering the equivalent exchange convention in the wizarding world, since you gave me the book, I can fulfill one of your wishes. I would never know about this book without you, or go to the Nether City to find it. Professor's information is one end of the exchange. I already have you to teach me, I don't need anything else, replied Angor. Angor meant those words. He was worried about being taken by Sunders before, but since his doubts were solved, the boy gladly accepted his teacher. John's education during all these years taught Angor a lot of cultural virtue from Earth. No matter where he was at, Angor always respected his teachers. Now that he regarded Sunders as his real teacher, naturally, the boy would show proper manners to him. Are you sure you don't want a wish? Let's say, if you ask me to save that previous teacher of yours, I will comply, Sunders said. Angor wavered at Sunders' suggestion. If Sunders personally helped out, John would certainly be saved. But Angor thought about John's identity, an illegal traveler from another world. What would Sunders do if he found this out? Angor was unsure. Considering how wizards treated otherworldly creatures, it would not be anything pleasant. With that in mind, Angor decided to improve himself and go save John on his own. This way, John would not be exposed. After Angor made it clear that he would not wish for anything, Sunders only nodded with a smile and did not say anything further. However, the man was regarding Angor with a more pleasing expression now. Next, Sunders told Angor some other things to note and something related to the nightmare realm. The man was mostly interested in Angor's experience inside the Glutton Flower Tunnel, so Angor told that part of his story many times. He almost slipped his secret about the flashlight at one point. Before Angor left the room, Sunders pointed to the bar stand, "Take your paintings with you." Angor looked to the direction and found the 2 oil paintings he brought back from the nightmare realm. They were placed upright, so Angor could observe the paintings from his position. He glanced at the milking shepherd unconsciously and did not notice anything in particular. If he did keep the images in his tablet, he would see if those paintings were the same as they were. Chapter 116, Painting That Did Not Exist. After leaving Sunders' room, Angor walked down the stairs and halted at a fork. The left led to the deck of the Savage airship while the right side would take him to the cabins. A moment later, Angor walked onto the deck. There were no people here. Angor stretched himself and approached the safety fence. The cold breeze in the evening flipped his clothes up like blowing a broken balloon. Angor felt really refreshed after a day and a night's sleep. However, he also felt his mind somewhat confused, so he came here to relax in the cold air. His travel in the nightmare realm appeared peaceful to onlookers, but Angor knew how tensed up he was. When he was flying in the maze, every turn made his heart heavier because he always feared some monsters were waiting for him. He managed to suppress all the pressure using his mental capabilities. Once he returned, the pressure came springing back as well. Such kind of backfire prevented him from doing anything efficiently even if he rested his spirit. He really wanted to go back to his room and start training on the channeling method now so that he could see the world of supernaturals earlier. Yet, he controlled his urge. The airship cruised under the starry sky and among the clouds. Angor leaned against the fence and closed his eyes to enjoy the cold yet pleasant peace. Suddenly, he felt someone nudging him on the back, which shocked him. There was only empty space thousands of meters above the ground behind him, so how? He turned around immediately. He saw a pair of bare feet in front of him. It was Flora. Also, she did not nudge him. She was giving the boy a playful kick. Flora floated in the air and looked at Angor with a smiley face. "You're too young to act all pretentious. What are you thinking about anyway?" Flora squinted her eyes. "Are you in love? I saw you having a great time with that Nausicaa. Did you too?" Hee hee. Angor was not really in good condition to work his brain now, so he did not try to use his manners in front of Flora. He only greeted her casually. As for Flora's joke, the boy only gave a lazy response, "I don't even know where my life will take me to, and I really don't have time for these matters." "Miss Flora, pray stop your teasing." Angor was still young to know love. He was not interested in love. He would rather avoid thinking about it. "Okay," Flora did not insist on it. She then said, "I'm here to deliver something." Angor glanced at her. The woman took out a white, round object out of thin air and tossed it to Angor. The professor decided to take the dagger and magic cane away, as his memento. As compensation, he asked me to come. Using the gentle moonlight, Angor observed the thin, round item with an uneven surface. It looked like a big button. The material felt hard, but it was not cold like metal or porcelain. Was it made of bone? The front side of the button had the word Brute Cavern printed on it, and the image of a burning flame. Angor knew that this was Brute Cavern's emblem. This is an anonymous bone card with 10,000 merit points in it. Once you get yourself a name card, you can transfer the points under your name. Merits point act as a common currency in Brute Cavern. You need points to buy materials, learn lessons, or exchange for items. These points are the compensation professor paid you. Flora did not tarry. She waved goodbye at Angor and floated away right away. Bone card? Yes, this was made of bone all right. Angor gladly took the card. After spending so much time in Sunder's library, Angor clearly knew what he could do with the merit points. 10,000 was not much though. These points held values similar to 100 magic crystals or so. 100 magic crystals were quite a fortune to apprentices. To wizards, negligible. A good amount of magic crystals before reaching Brute Cavern, Angor put away the card and mumbled happily. Combined with the bag of crystals from Gria, Angor possessed 130 magic crystals now. He could be considered pretty rich among most apprentices. With the help of his new income, Angor's laziness disappeared a lot. He rubbed his sore temples, picked up the 2 oil painting from the floor and left the deck. Once he was back in his room, Angor put the paintings aside. He closed the door and then lied on the bed. His first task was to check his recordings. He even took out his blanket and covered himself up before taking out his pocket watch, just in case. Unlike when he was in the nightmare realm, the hologram tablet started up just fine. Angor saw his recordings soon. After going through the folder with his videos and images and saw all the files he saved, Angor let out a sigh in relief. Seemed like the recordings worked as intended during his journey in the nightmare realm. However, Angor could not help but wonder how did he manage to take the tablet with him. According to Sunders, the clothes on his soul were not real. Anything on him would not break at all. Like how he did not bleed out under younger Sunders' attack. Then why didn't the hologram tablet obey such rules? The tablet went into the nightmare realm as a solid object. Angor did not know. He had to wait for another chance to prove his idea by going to that place again. Now that he knew his recordings were not lost, all was good. Otherwise, he would be really frustrated about it. Since the recordings were safe, Angor did not proceed to read the contents right away. He opened a video with the intention to check whether the milking shepherd was a false memory. He did not see such a painting when he stepped into the hallway for the first time. During the second trip though, the painting somehow appeared in front of him. He was unsure if he simply remembered wrongly, or if there was some other reason. He wanted to make sure now. The video was pretty long. Angor moved the progress bar to the point when he entered the warden's passageway. In the video, Angor was observing the oil paintings along the walls while walking in the golden hallway. The camera was not really stable, but Angor could still see the paintings when the camera went over them. Angor did not stop walking in the video. Soon, he saw Traveler Under Stars. And there. When a black oil painting came into view, Angor pressed pause. Chapter 117, Arrival at Brute Cavern, 1. The Angor in the hologram halted. Everything within his view around him was restored in the holographic projection. Angor was not interested in any of the oil paintings, except the one with a dark theme which drew all of his attention. It was a realistic portrait of 2 people. A man and a woman. Beneath the black painting curtain, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache was sitting on a leather wing chair, positioned on the front of the painting. He was wearing a dark red vest with white laced edges. The woman appeared young, maybe 16 or 17. She wore a classic bright green strapped leather skirt. She had beautiful blonde hair, which was folded into an updo like a flower. She rested her head upon the back of the chair, revealing an innocent and joyful smile. A line of small, white ornamental letters was printed on the upper right corner of the oil painting. If Angor did not look closely, he would think those were sewings on the black curtain. Angor zoomed the picture in until he could read the letters clearly. Recording the 6th birthday of Margaret Franklin. Margaret? Angor saw this name before. She was the daughter of the warden. Considering how Margaret was showing affection to the man in the painting, Angor took a guess that this man was the warden of Stairs of Hanging Prison. So Franklin must be his name? Or was it referring to whoever created this painting? Angor shut down the tablet and confirmed his assumption. Just as he believed, the milking shepherd was not on the hallway wall before. Why did father and daughter become milking shepherd? Did someone replace it? Or was there something else? Angor picked up the milking shepherd to look. It was only an ordinary artwork. So where did the father and daughter go? If someone did replace the painting, why? Was someone trying to hide the identities of the family? Angor could not figure out anything. He only believed it had something to do with the nightmare realm in the end. After a night's sleep, Angor woke up early, fed Toby, and began reading the training manual that Sunders gave him. He had barely progressed several minutes before someone started knocking on his door. Salem's excited voice came from outside, "Angor. Hey Angor." Angor opened the door and saw Salem being all happy for some reason. "You're up already? Then why didn't you come out?" the boy said. "Come out? Why?" Angor did not know what Salem was talking about. "To the deck. I thought you already knew that we're arriving at Brute Cavern today? The first mate said we'll get there in the morning. All talents are on the deck. Let's go." "It's good and all, but why the deck?" Angor looked at Salem up and down. The boy wrapped himself in thick clothes from head to toe. "It's cold up there. You aren't afraid of catching a cold now?" Salem took out his hands from his pockets and Angor realized the boy was wearing thick cotton gloves as well. "I have protection this time. Isn't this a memorial moment? Don't you want to watch Brute Cavern from up above? To observe the place he was going to live in for a long time?" Angor thought about this idea and decided to comply. Following Salem's example, Angor armed himself up for good, took Toby with him and followed behind Salem. On their way, Angor saw more talents coming out of their rooms. Looked like they all shared the same idea to see what Brute Cavern looked like from the air. That would both satisfy their curiosity as well as giving them an idea about the landscape so they could make future plans better. When they reached the outside, the sight of Hook Dick attracted Angor's attention immediately. He was standing among 3 or 4 people and making some kind of publicizing speech while thumping his chest. The man looked really proud of something. Angor only gave him a brief glimpse. He joined Salem near the fence on the right side where Nausicaa was spitting smoke clouds, looking amazingly sexy. "Miss Nausicaa." Salem greeted her happily. Nausicaa looked up. "Ah, you came too." "Yup. I wonder how Brute Cavern looks like." "They said wizard organizations are all secretly built and that mortals can't find the entrances," said Salem. He looked full of expectation as he continued, "My mother used to tell me about the story of the Moon Castle. Maybe Brute Cavern is like that, which only shows itself under the moonlight. Who knows? Maybe. When I was at Blackberry Waters, I heard a rumor that an organization was built on coral clusters. I wanted to go find it before. I've never expected that my destiny would bring me to Brute Cavern instead," Nausicaa replied. "Wizards on corals. That sounds so fantastic," Salem began his imagination again. "An organization on corals? You mean White Coral Floating Island Academy?" Angor spoke. "Oh, something like that. Why? You know about them, Angor?" Nausicaa wondered. Angor smiled, "Just like you, I was following a guide to the academy. Then something changed my destination, and now I'm going to Brute Cavern as well. You're luckier than me. I didn't have a guide. I was totally wandering my way about to find this White Coral Floating Island Academy." Nausicaa let out another smoke ring. She then said, "I was too naive. If I didn't find something along the way, I would have perished at the bottom of the sea. Considering what she saw on Devil's Water, those boundless thunderclouds. She should totally be worried." "Angor, do you know if White Coral Floating Island Academy is a colorful place like the Moon Castle?" Salem asked eagerly. Angor shook his head, "I never went there, but I saw the picture of another wizard organization from a book. It's called Floating Mech City, a giant metal city floating above the clouds. Only supernaturals can reach that place while mortals can only look up at it on the ground. As the most famous trading city in the southern wizard world, Floating Mech City was open to all wizards. Of course, there were pictures of it in all kinds of books. A city on the clouds. That sounds more fun than an academy on corals." Salem had stars shining in his eyes now. He was dreaming of going through the clouds and see the vast city at the end of the sky which released an attractive beam of light. Apart from Floating Mech City, Angor also went to Nether City, so he briefly told them something about the ancient wizard ruins which were later called the Garden of Labyrinth. Wizards living on top of corals, a metal fortress among the clouds, a city combining mazes and gardens. Their imaginations went wild. "I wonder what Brute Cavern is like." Salem believed that, as one of the top 10 organizations in the south, surely Brute Cavern would bring him lots of surprises. However, he would be disappointed soon. Chapter 118, Arrival at Brute Cavern, 2. The airship The Savage was fast. The scenery on the ground kept shifting. Lush forest and flower fields soon became rivers and raging waves. About half an hour later, Angor felt the air getting thin and it was difficult to breathe. He looked aside and saw Salem's lips went pale. The boy's nostrils were working rapidly, releasing lumps of white vapor. "You okay, Salem?" Angor asked worriedly. Salem's cheeks were red, and his eyes were not concentrating. He replied in a weak voice, "I'm fine. Just a little dizzy, about to throw up something." "The Savage is currently flying on Parmagi Highlands," the first mate announced in the speakers. "We're arriving in 30 minutes. All talents, prepare to depart." The Parmagi Highlands lies along the border between Goman Kingdom and Evernight Kingdom, with an average altitude of 3,500 meters. Angor thought about the map he read in Sunder's library. Then he put a hand on Salem's forehead. It felt hot. Salem's face was all red like a ripe apple. "I think he got altitude sickness when we're going up too fast," said Angor. He checked Salem's pupils before saying, "It isn't serious. He just needs more oxygen." "What should we do?" Nausicaa quenched her pipe and approached Salem, concerned about the boy's health. Salem tripped and was about to fall. Angor acted quickly and caught him. "Get him off the deck for now. The cold air in the sky will make it worse." Angor and Nausicaa assisted Salem away. "Let's go to the common room and get some hot water. Hydration is important in such a situation," Angor suggested. Besides hot water, the common room also had sufficient oxygen thanks to the magic arrays. "You know healing skills too." Nausicaa chuckled at Angor. They had placed Salem on the resting bench. Nausicaa was getting water for him. Angor rubbed some of the positions on Salem's body skillfully to soothe his condition as he explained, "I know some first aid. My previous teacher taught me." "Your teacher is a doctor." Nausicaa handed a glass of water to Salem. Salem was blushing. He hid his face under his scarf in embarrassment. Angor reached under his clothes to rub his acupuncture points earlier. Such an unknown technique felt really weird, and Salem wanted to stop Angor. Amazingly though, the stress in his chest faded a little after being massaged. However, he still wanted to hide in shame. Salem took the water glass and hid his face behind it. Angor did not notice Salem's bashful response. Back in Pad Manor, he always used such Chinese massage to help his teacher, John, and he got used to such close touch on the skin. He saw such a technique as an ordinary way of treatment, and he forgot that no one in this world knew what he was doing. No, Angor remembered his days living with John. No matter what Angor asked, his teacher always provided ideas. John was a real scholar who knew everything in heaven above and the earth underneath. "My previous teacher was a knowledgeable man," said Angor. He preferred not to talk about John too much. John's identity was a sensitive topic. He knew Nausicaa was only looking for casual chats, but Angor would avoid unnecessary trouble. After resting in the common room, Salem's condition became a lot better. The redness on his face vanished. He wanted to go to the deck again to watch Brute Cavern from above. "Don't. We're getting off soon. We'll live there anyway, just take it slow." Angor stopped him. Nausicaa had been looking out of the window. "Well, even if you go there now, you won't see what you wanted to see." The scenery outside could clearly be seen from the small glass window. The entire highland area was covered in brown and green. There was nothing that stood tall on the ground, only smaller, cold-resistant vegetations. They could not see the end of the highlands. Everything looked the same. The ground was uneven. Higher areas were mostly broad and flat, with occasional snow patches. Most places had grass on them. Such a barren land was completely contradictory to the amazing and colorful place Salem expected. Salem peeked from the window with a disappointed expression. He still had hope. They had not seen any structures from here, and that meant there could be surprises. However, another announcement from the first mate interrupted his idea. "Arriving. The Savage is about to land. All talents gather at the exit." They could feel the airship going down slowly. Salem checked from the window again. There was only desolation. Nausicaa smiled at him. "We're already lucky enough to join Brute Cavern. Try not to think too much." She turned away. "I'm going to get my things. Let's meet at the exit." Angor bid farewell to the sulking Salem and returned to his room for his luggage and bird. On the narrow passageway in the airship, Angor ran into the other talents, who all snickered at him. They probably should, considering how Angor looked like. He was carrying too much and most of his luggage belonged to Toby. The two large oil paintings made his packet extra oversized. He was like bringing a traveling tent with him. Of course, those who saw him were all laughing in secret. Angor complained at Toby, who disregarded its master with a raised beak. Angor messed up Toby's feathers in frustration until they began to ball up and Toby tweeted in protest, which did not help the bird escape from Angor's demonic fiddle. In the end, Angor still had to carry all the stuff. Angor reached the gathering point with a pile of things on his back. He did not see Sunders and Flora. Only the talents and phantom servants were here. The talents walked off the airship one after one, following the instructions of the servants. When everyone had left the ship, the phantom servants boarded the Savage again and disappeared from people's view. 10 talents and a bird stood on the barren, brown earth. The cold wind on the highlands blew over, causing everyone to shiver. People looked around. They only saw endless grass fields. They were standing on the slope of a plateau, with a bottomless abyss about 100 meters away from their position. Every direction led to more wasteland. There were no traces of buildings. So, where was Brute Cavern? Chapter 119, Arrival at Brute Cavern, 3. The cold wind on the highlands removed heat from their bodies rapidly like sharp knives taking away blood. Today was the 6th day of the latter half of the month of harvest. They did not know Brute Cavern was located on highlands, so most people were wearing shorts and light clothing. Now, the cold air made them shiver like mad. Gods beyond. Not a single soul around? Are we abandoned? A young man wearing black and white striped cotton hat knelt down and yelled. He even went down sprawling as he cried. The night sword wrapped in tattered cloth on his waist hit the ground along with his action, creating a loud and clear metal noise. Ah! It's so painful to be abandoned. How my heart pained. Oh no, I'm not going to make it, he rolled on the ground in an exaggerated manner. People around him slowly moved away while claiming that they did not know this man at all. A bulky man with handlebar mustache crouched beside him with a smile. Hey, I saw some winter flowers over there. We can make a good dish using ketchup and oxtail tenderloin. Then he nudged the young man on the ground. Orlando, wanna have some for lunch? The young man named Orlando quickly brightened up and nodded rapidly. Yes, yes. I'll eat it. Get up then. Orlando stood up like a good kid and moved behind the mustache man with admiration showed on his expression. The mustache man turned to the other people and silently revealed and I got him using his lips. Angor was intrigued by their small interaction. Now he thought about it, there were only a few people among the talents of Brute Cavern who were not showing hostility to him. The mustache man and Orlando were 2 of them. I'm Rafig, from Black Wing Continent, said the mustache man as he addressed everyone. Next, he pointed to the young man behind him and said, this is Orlando, a close friend of mine. He's a little silly, please excuse him. With that, Rafig dragged Orlando away and joined the crowd. Rafig and Orlando did not show up much in front of everyone. Previously, people thought they were arrogant. Looked like they were wrong. Salem pulled on Angor's clothes and whispered, Orlando has a strange temperament, but he's the only one who's qualified as a formal knight among us. Don't underestimate him. The qualification as a knight was a dream to Salem before he heard about the wizarding world, so the boy was extra interested in this character who was carrying a knight's sword. What do we do now? Are we tricked? There's no one here, a pockmark-faced young man who often hung around Hookdick spoke in discontentment. Did they drop us in the middle of nowhere because they think we don't have enough talent? A fatty standing beside the pockmark boy spoke this time. He sounded like he was about to cry as he said, I want my mother, I want to go home. Despite the weeping tone, his eyes proved that he was not sad at all. Once he drew everyone's attention with his voice, the fatty immediately changed the topic, I miss my mom, I miss home. I want to eat the ketchup ox tenderloin and the flower or something. Idiot. The winter flower. The pockmark boy added. It was obvious that these 2 people were acting. Hearing their speech, everyone glimpsed at Rafig who had been hiding among the crowd. Rafig rolled his eyes at the sky helplessly. Another strange pair, Angor mumbled. The pockmark boy and the fatty seemed to be Hookdick's handymen or something. Every time he walked by, he would receive hostile snickers from them. Angor thought these 2 people were merely someone up to no good. But, wow! They had no shame. Hookdick accepted such people as followers? Wouldn't he get tricked? Angor peeked at Hookdick and realized the violent chieftain had covered his face as if he felt ashamed in front of everyone. Well, he is already in a bad position anyway. Angor silently looked away. Rafig never responded to the fatty's request, so the latter was still screaming. It was the only thing people could hear on the tranquil plateau. A low and raucous voice suddenly boomed out of the terrible crying and reached everyone's ears like thunder. "Shut up or I'll kill you!" It was a bald young man with dark brown skin. He was not wearing anything on his upper half, and those stomach muscles shined like tempered and oiled steel. Short, tight leather pants covered part of his legs, revealing thick leg hair above a pair of chamois leather boots. He also had a loincloth with a tiger stripe pattern around his waist. His exposed skin did not shrink due to the coldness. Instead, it gave out a glimmer like the palm oil under the strong ultraviolet light on the highlands, giving him a wild look. Balba. Everyone on the scene silently called his name in their minds. As the strongest being among the talents, Balba's warning instantly silenced the fatty. Hookdick slowly lowered his head as he tried to hide his expression, which was mixed with disdain and fear. Even Nausicaa would avoid getting involved in Balba's anger. Everyone stopped talking after Balba's outburst. The absolute silence remained for 10 full minutes until it was broken by a small voice. "Angor, do you know what's going on?" It was Salem. The boy tried to talk to Angor as softly as he could. However, since it was too quiet around here, people could still hear him. Salem noticed what he just did as well. His face went pale and he glanced at Balba, fearing that he would get scolded like the fatty. Balba did not say anything this time. Instead, he directed a questioning look toward Angor. Well, everyone else was looking at Angor. Most of the people hated Angor. Yet, at the same time, they all knew that Angor had some relationship with the wizard on the Cloud Whale, considering how Angor was allowed to enter the wizard's tent. This unknown situation was the reason why Hookdick did not dare to attack Angor openly. To slowly weaken the boy's defense, Hookdick tried to pick on those around Angor. Too bad, he got squashed by Nausicaa in the process. Nausicaa, Hookdick, Balba, and everyone else had their attention on Angor at this moment. Angor remained calm. He secretly glanced at somewhere in the sky as he talked to them slowly. "I'm not sure. I think they want us to wait, and it won't take long. Take it easy." Angor put a hand on Salem's shoulder to comfort the boy. They felt something weird in those words, but that was about it. People did not give it much thought. Well, except for 3 people. Nausicaa seemed to be considering something carefully upon hearing Angor, but she got rid of her expression soon and put on her usual joyful attitude. Orlando was the second one. He had a strange and childish character, but he still realized something. The third one was Balba. As a half-blood from another world, Balba possessed both raw, otherworldly strength, and the same level of intelligence of humans, if not better. "Thanks." Nausicaa expressed something to Angor secretly using lip language. On the other side, Orlando and Balba also nodded to Angor in acknowledgement. They did not say anything, but at least they revealed friendliness. Angor smiled mildly at their reaction. He meant it when he said he did not know what was going on, just. He glanced at a certain direction in the sky again and sighed helplessly. Chapter 120, Commenting. On top of the endless plateau, 10 talents stayed idle in various positions, not knowing what to do. They did not know that 5 wizards were floating not far from them. With their figures concealed, they were whispering to each other. "What's the deal with the boy carrying a bird on his shoulder? Did he see us?" An old man with a gentle look asked. He was white all over, white robe, white hair, white eyebrows, and beard. A witch with red hair and a fine body shape revealed some spell light in her eyes as she replied, "Can't be. He's just a mortal, without any mana flow in him, and I sense no spiritual model on him. That's strange. I think he looked at us, or am I seeing things?" The old man muttered to himself and turned toward another 2 people with a disgusted look. "Sunders, you found these talents? Why are they all weirdos? And there are only 10 of them. You just created a new record for us, Brute Cavern. The worst recruitment record. So how are we supposed to arrange them among us?" "Well, I don't care. I could use some errand boys. I'll take 7 or 8, said the old man. He moved up his sleeves as if ready for a big fight. Ness, a tiny old man with grey hair who stood across from Sunders snickered. He gave Sunders a C? I knew it. Look. Sunders was also watching the talents. However, he was only paying attention to Angor alone. He too wondered how Angor saw their presence. Also, Sunders was sure Angor must have noticed them as the boy looked at their direction twice. When people asked Angor questions, the boy even hid something in his answer. "You hear? 8. I want at least 8, said the white old man. He rushed in front of Sunders and blocked the man's view with his big, aged face. Sunders stared at him, speechless. Flora, who had been floating near Sunders, rolled her eyes so drastically as if she could see through the back of her head. The old bastard was asking 7 or 8 just a second ago, but now he wanted 8 straight. He was changing his mind too fast. However, Flora had no intention to speak up. The old man looked gentle on the outside, but when it came to making scenes and talking nonsense, he was second to none in the entire brute cavern. Flora would avoid getting involved with him at all cost. Still, the old man was not someone who could do as he wished. As far as Flora knew, Sunders was his natural nemesis. 9. Sunders spoke slowly. The white old man revealed an "Are you sure?" expression, which was soon replaced by great joy. He tried to suppress his excitement as he asked, "Did you say there are 9 people?" Sunders nodded. The old man laughed. He put down his sleeves and got rid of his ready-to-fight attitude while putting on a "this elder is satisfied with you youngsters" expression. "Not bad, Sunders, you did well. Since you're willing to give me 9 of them, I'll gladly accept them." With that, the old man prepared to pick his prize. His final conclusion was to take everyone except the half-blood. After the old man made his decision, Sunders slowly spoke again, "I said there are only 9 talents this time, not 10. The old man froze. So, instead of giving him 9 people, Sunders was correcting his mistake? He glanced at the half-blood named Balba. Well, without that guy, there were 9 people all right. The old man turned to look at Sunders with squinted eyes. He asked, "What? You changed your mind?" He was obviously going to play dumb again. He did not care what Sunders meant. In fact, he had already put up an "I'm ready for some quarrelin'" look. Sunders gave him a cold gaze as he replied, 9. Aside from the boy with a bird, you can have the rest, and I don't care. Sunders continued, "Wallace, you can give up your petty tricks. Even if I allow you to take all 9 people with you, do you really think you can actually have them?" The white old man was Wallace, a representative academism wizard in Brute Cavern. Of course, Wallace knew that despite their decision, the academism would not claim all the talents. They needed to follow certain rules when arranging human resources. "You only found 10 talents. It's your fault anyway," Wallace mumbled a complaint. "Really? I'll leave the recruitment job to you next time," Sunders said. Wallace's face turned green. He quickly waved his hands and faked several coughs. "I'm too old for this. Let's ask the youngsters to do this job." Sunders sneered, "We're of the same age." Wallace was speechless. "And I'll make it clear again. 9 talents, the winners from death matches in the 9 chambers. Not 10, said Sunders. Wallace cast a side look at Sunders, "Then what was about that bird kid? He isn't one of the talents? Just so you know, I already checked. He has 15 spiritual power, so he's absolutely a talent." Sunders smiled, "Because he is my student." Apart from Flora and Ness, who already knew the matter, Wallace and the red hair witch both stared at Sunders in shock. Sunders. The Sunders actually found a student for himself. It took some time for them to get over their surprise and return to their original temperament. Now, Wallace and the red hair witch began to inspect Sunders' new student with extra care. Wallace watched Angor's movements and manners for a long time. "I don't think the kid goes well with Sunders." Sunders did not say anything. Instead, he directed a terrifying gaze at Wallace as if throwing knives at him. "Ahem. The talents have waited for quite a while now, and we already see their reactions in the situation. Let's start talking about our impressions," said the grey-haired old shorty, Ness. They dropped the talents on the plateau to test their psychological properties, which was the last test before they were admitted into Brute Cavern. Ness never showed up in front of the talents during their trip, but he had been recording their characteristics in secret. After finishing this final test, he would create personal profiles for them, and write down comments about these talents together with Sunders. The comments would be left on their profiles. Usually, wizards referred to these comments when they chose their apprentices. These comments were different from the messages used for students in mortal schools. Mortals usually described good virtues, such as kindness, friendliness, and generosity. These things were not important standards for wizards to determine apprentices. For wizards, selfishness, arrogance, cruelty, and irritability were sometimes better traits. "Who's going first?" Ness looked around. I'll do it, said the red hair witch as she stepped up. Ness nodded, we'll start from Fiery Charm then. The witch called Fiery Charm reached out a hand and pointed to one of the talents. I'm interested in the young man called Orlando. He's willful, childish, and self-centered, but he knows how to control himself, and he has a sharp mind. When interacting with his friend, he had shown great loyalty. Chapter 121, A Good Boy. He's too impatient though. The savage only left several minutes ago and he started crying aloud. What an eyesore, said Fiery Charm. She suddenly switched her attitude as she said, bad patience, can't get over loneliness. Someone like that would never be a wizard. Ness nodded. Orlando has been acting low profile on the airship and never committed any big mistakes. But that was thanks to his friend, a talent named Rafig. Rafig has been constraining him. Otherwise, that Orlando would have caused a lot more conflict with the other talents. If you put it like that, they might compensate each other if they stay together. Fiery Charm smiled. Correct. Orlando has a decent talent but a bad character while Rafig possesses a calm temperament but only average talent. These two can make a fine combination, Ness explained. So, Fiery Charm was going to make a conclusion when Wallace suddenly revealed a wicked smile. So they must be separated when we arrange apprentices. One of them should stay above the mirror while the other stays below. They won't get any teamwork in Brute Cavern, Wallace said. Fiery Charm and Ness were taken aback a little but they nodded in the end instead of retorting. Ness said, let's do just that. Good teamwork is based on good individual properties. Otherwise, a team won't work out. These two will not see each other again before becoming high apprentices. Ness took out 2 bone cards, the name cards for Orlando and Rafig. Ness used a special method to script the comment into their profiles. Next, Wallace looked at the pockmarked boy and the fatty. Let's talk about the next pair. Ness followed his direction and explained in a low voice, the one with the marked face is Lafitte, and the fat one is called Foza. They appeared more interesting than the previous combination. They know some really childish tricks but they have potential. They neither compensate nor assist each other's faults. Let's just say, they are the ill kind who were drawn to each other. I'm curious to see what they can achieve. Ness nodded with his own assessment of them. He then continued, they both have average talent. They regarded Hookdick as their boss and proposed to become his underling. However, they are actually plotting something else, so they are only obeying Hookdick on the outside to satisfy his ego. They're still young, and they can keep developing like that. Ness took out bone cards for Lafitte and Foza and put their comments in them. He. As a lady, I'll say something about that pirate boss, Flora's voice came. A female pirate. Fiery Charm looked toward the beautiful woman who had been smoking her pipe with a calm expression. She was the only female talent. Fiery Charm was not expecting that she was actually a pirate. Nausicaa, renowned pirate on Blackberry Waters. Pirates usually have ugly names, but not this one. She oppressed and united all evil forces in the area and has a heart of justice. Common folks all regard her as a hero. Even if some of the authorities tried to discredit her name, people were never convinced, said Flora. Instead of commenting on Nausicaa herself, Flora talked about her background story first. She then added, she's a natural leader, knows how to talk. She's sturdy, calm, and flexible when dealing with people, and has a good talent. I give her my best score among all the talents we recruited this time. It seemed Ness also regarded Nausicaa highly, and mostly wrote down positive comments. Good traits were not the only elements for wizards to choose apprentices, so Nausicaa still had to use her own effort and luck to forge her future. I'll say something about Hookdick, said Ness as he finished Nausicaa's profile and pointed to the man full of arrogance written on the face. This man is extremely narrow-minded. He used to be the chieftain of a tribe located on a primitive continent. He killed lots of people, and he even eats them, said Ness. Wallace and Fiery Charm revealed a disgusted expression upon hearing those words. Most wizards were cruel and selfish, true. However, they usually did not bother mortals. It was an unspoken rule among all wizards. Ness continued, he has a good talent which is relatively close to my art. If you don't mind, I'm planning to accept him as my student. Wallace nodded, fine. You can make him into a good killer. With Hookdick finished, there were 3 people remaining. Salem, Balba, and Ebony. Salem is the youngest talent in this batch. He's a dedicated book lover who is obsessed with keeping his book clean even if his own body goes dirty, said Ness. He told them several stories about how Salem was preoccupied with his books and made a conclusion. Wallace was quite fond of Salem's characteristic, as he said, a good kid. He would make a fine academism student. Oh right, how did he survive the death matches? Sunders humphed without speaking, seemingly having a negative idea about Salem. Flora explained to him, Him? He feigned death. Many tried to play dead in the death matches, but Salem was the only one who did that from the very beginning and stayed that way for an entire week. So that was why. No wonder Sunders disdained Salem like that. Wallace did not mind Salem's method, since playing dead was also a viable tactic. He even made it out in the end, which meant the boy had some superior patience, concentration, and luck. Fiery Charm pointed to Ebony. Compared to the others, this one is doing his best to find a way out. They looked. As she said, Ebony was looking about, either trying to find an exit or the entrance of Brute Cavern. He knows where to find edible plants. That's good survival skills. Those were about everything they could say about Ebony. Then there was silence. No one commented on the last talent, Balba. As a half-blood produced by a human and an otherworldly brute, no matter how good his talent was, his fate was sealed. Hey, Sunders, tell us something about your student, will ya? I checked over and didn't find anything special on him. A spiritual power of 15, which is moderate. The boy has nice patience though. He's all calm when tossed into the wild, but that's not very important to wizards. So whatever did you want from him? Asked Wallace. He was very curious about Angor. The old man had been observing him from the start. Also, he thought Angor already noticed their presence. Everything proved that Angor was a complete mortal with ordinary physical abilities. There was no way the boy could have seen them. But he is Sunders' new student. Why on earth would an almighty killing machine in the southern land accept a normal talent as his student? Wallace was not the only one wondering. Everyone was. Sunders did not answer most of Wallace's questions. He only said he's a good boy, and returned to being a man of few words. However, these simple words carried a lot of meanings. At the very least, Sunders himself was very satisfied with his new student, and this alone was a very strange matter. Perhaps the boy named Angor possessed some kind of talent not known to anyone else? Chapter 122, A World Beneath Abyss. They recruited only a few talents this time, so the time of commenting ended quickly. With that done, the wizards removed their camouflage and showed up. Their time was valuable. Most of them went away on their own instead of staying. The grey-haired shortiness was the only one that descended from the sky and landed in front of the talents. The sudden appearance of a wizard startled everyone. They all stared and wondered why a wizard had come. Was he hiding nearby to observe their reactions? Ness confirmed their idea. We concealed ourselves to watch your temperaments, and we have already recorded your performances into your profiles. I believe you all know how you acted, said Ness as he looked at the talents who were surprised by his appearance. Ness recalled Angor's words. The old man realized Angor already knew something like this would happen. I'm your guide this time. Follow behind, said Ness. The old man revealed a strange smile to them as he continued, but before that, let me give you a piece of advice. Follow me closely. Any stray lambs will find themselves buried under the dirt very soon. The Parmagi Highlands has no shortage of rotten bones. They did not understand the warning. None of the talents knew this place. Would someone actually wander off instead of following him? However, when they saw Ness walking toward the bottomless abyss, they realized something terrible. The great cliff reached beyond the horizons toward two directions, which cut off their path forward. They approached it and looked down, only to see endless darkness down there. The abyss sat there like a giant mouth, waiting to devour those who dared to go in. The terrifying sight caused everyone to shiver. Ness, who had been walking in the front, revealed another eerie smile at them as he said, "Our goal is just ahead. Follow me, no stragglin'." Next, under everyone's shocked gaze, Ness leaped into the great chasm without looking back. The remaining people exchanged puzzled looks and did not know how to react. Cowards! That scared you? Then stay here and die, said Hook Dick. He stepped up first, sneered at the other people, and followed Ness. As his figure disappeared, Nausicaa let out a smoke ring. She then shook off some tobacco from her pipe and smiled at Angor as she said, "I'm going first." Then she threw herself into the abyss as well. Angor looked at Salem beside him. He thought this 13-year-old boy would be afraid. However, there was no such emotion in Salem's eyes. Salem was simply holding onto his book pouch carefully. "Let's go. The wizard asked us to follow closely, and we should listen to him," said Angor. He patted Salem's shoulder and jumped off. With several people taking lead already, the other talents all clenched their teeth and jumped despite their fear. Angor felt sharp wind hurting his face as he free fell. There were only stone walls on the sides and endless blackness ahead. He sensed a looming death. He kept falling down for about 2 minutes when he suddenly saw something shining down below. As the light appeared, Angor could sense himself going down slower, as if a convection current from beneath was pushing him upward. The current slowly grew stronger, allowing all the talents to descend gently like feathers. When Angor landed inside the light, he realized he was looking at the surface of a giant mirror which was giving out all the light. Or rather, the world inside the mirror was releasing the light. Ness stood on the mirror while he supported his hunched body with a walking cane he took out from somewhere. Finally, the last talent slowly fell onto the mirror. Angor stroked the surface of the mirror curiously. It felt smooth and cold, like ice or glass. They could clearly see through the mirror and witness another world behind it. A lively world with mountains, rivers, clouds, sunlight, tall buildings, and steel cableways connecting in between. What was that place? Another plane? Or was it just another area hidden down below? Every talent was wondering. They all looked at Ness, expecting an answer. Ness cleared his throat. "Now this is Brute Cavern." He tapped the mirror with his cane, causing a ripple to slowly spread from the connecting point. The walls around them suddenly released intense light. They saw countless caves, passages, and fantastic-looking, cabled structures on the walls as well as a lot of people working on them. They went in and out of the caves while collecting strange plants on the walls. Some of them were looking at the talents curiously. "This place is close to Darkevil Empire." There were several hundreds of cities and towns centered around Brute Cavern. "The people on the walls are the residents," explained Ness. He paused a bit before adding, "Oh right, the Darkevil Empire is also called the Earthen Core. Humans live here, but most of them have been doing so underground and don't need to go to the surface much. This is one of the many specificities of Darkevil Empire. You will learn about this place later." Next, Ness pointed at the world beneath the mirror. "The headquarter of Brute Cavern lies below the mirror. Most of you lot will be living there," said Ness. He tossed 10 round-shaped bone cards into the air which then circled around and flew toward their respective owner. "The bone card is your access token to go below. If you lose it, you'll never enter the mirror world again. The card carries your identification and comment, so you should always keep it with you while staying at Brute Cavern. Remember. Once you're in there, take the card to Tree Spirit Yule as soon as possible to register your information." Ness did not explain what kind of information exactly. The old man knocked at the mirror 3 times. A white, misty human figure emerged from it. "Who dares interrupt my sleep?" The mist formed up into the shape of a woman, but the details on her were still not clear. She added, "Don't you see I'm having my beauty sleep? Explain yourselves or I'll eat you all alive." The mist woman screamed at the top of her lungs until Ness let out an embarrassing ahem, which finally caught her attention. "Ho, it's you, Shorty. Didn't you go out to find talents for us this time?" said the mist woman. She then turned and looked at the talents. "Only 10 people? Oh right, Sunders was the one that went recruiting. 10, not bad." She paused her words and moved around her head, seemingly observing something. "He only found 10, and all weirdos too. The blonde boy doesn't look bad, as for the others, ouch." Angor was the only one with blonde hair here. What the mist woman meant was obvious enough. Being praised for his good look, Angor should have felt content. However, he was unsure whether he should feel that way when all the weirdos were directing all kinds of angry gazes at him. Ness realized the mist woman was about to keep up her sarcasm, so he quickly interrupted her. "Lady Mirror, they need to attend their specialized tests soon, so I'll take them away. Would you please open up the passage for them?" Entering the mirror world did not require the presence of Lady Mirror. However, these talents who had not yet have their bone card registered must go through such a process. Otherwise, Ness would not have summoned Lady Mirror like this. She was only interested in pretty faces. Lady Mirror spat something out and released several lumps of white mist from her fingers, which then flew into the bone cards held by the talents. "Okay now, I'll go back to sleep. You miserable ogres, stay away from me," said Lady Mirror. Then she considered something and spoke again, "Hey you, blonde boy, you're still okay? We don't get many good faces around these parts. Find a time and come have some tea with me." With that, Lady Mirror became a mist cloud again and disappeared into the mirror. Chapter 123, 3 Ancestor Souls. Ness led everyone into the mirror. When they emerged from the mirror again, they arrived at the outer area of the mirror world, Tree Shade Garden. Ness explained to them while walking ahead, "There are 3 ancestor souls in Brute Cavern. Lady Mirror at the entrance, the tree spirit here, and the Elder of Books hidden in the library. They have been alive for a very long time, and no one knows where they came from. These 3 souls protect Brute Cavern from falling. Mr. Wizard, how strong are they, compared to you?" Hookdick asked Ness politely. Ness glanced at him and humphed, "The might of ancestor souls cannot be described and certainly isn't something that can be explained by the likes of us. The only thing you need to know is that the ancestor souls are the guardians of Brute Cavern and no one should ever defy them." Ness halted a bit before continuing, "The 3 ancestor souls all have different fancies and tastes, but they are usually gentle. As long as you don't cause trouble first, they will not bother you. You will learn more about them in the future." Their first impression upon coming into the mirror world was that this place was so large. And the second impression, wide. Before coming here, Angor thought the mirror world was like an underground hidden cave described in some of the novels from Earth. They could be several acres large at best, but now, he could not even see the edge of this place. According to Ness, the mirror world was as big as the entire marginalized island. However, most of the land here was unusable. Most creatures lived around the Tree of Eternity. The Tree of Eternity was the first landmark they saw when entering the mirror world. The tree had a diameter of at least several kilometers and an immeasurable height. Thick leaves reached all the way into the clouds which prevented them from seeing higher. "The tree spirit is the soul of Tree of Eternity," Ness exclaimed. The magnificence of the Tree of Eternity always astonished him when he saw it. Ness took them toward the Tree of Eternity while telling them the landscape of the mirror world. Generally, the mirror world was divided into 2 parts according to the rank of residents. Apprentices lived and studied on the ground area. The ground was mostly covered by the giant leaves of the Tree of Eternity. After going through the leaves, the sunlight could only cast a few light spots on the ground, thus the name of this area, Tree Shade Garden. Formal wizards did not live here. They stayed on the Tree of Eternity. Some of them lived on top of the leaves, some inside leaf veins, some even stayed on clouds. The Tree of Eternity was extremely large, which penetrated countless floating clouds in the sky. Wizards could pick wherever they liked. There was one thing worth noticing. Most wizards living on the Tree of Eternity lived in solitude, and they were possessed with protecting their territories. The area within several kilometers around a wizard's residence was considered forbidden ground, and anyone who trespassed without gaining the wizard's permission would face severe consequences. Even if against the apprentices of Brute Cavern, those wizards would not show any mercy. When the group reached the base of the Tree of Eternity, Ness had explained most of the place. "Good. My job ends here. If you have other questions, go into the Hall of the Tree Spirit and ask them yourself," Ness said that as he prepared to leave. Hookdick, who had been following closely behind Ness all the way, suddenly asked a question, "Mr. Wizard, would you please enlighten us by telling us your name?" Well, they sure did not know the wizard's name yet, in spite of following him for a long time. Ness did not answer him. He only directed a look of sarcasm to Hookdick as he said, "You're not worthy of knowing my name yet. When you successfully made a living in Brute Cavern, you will know me soon." With that, Ness disappeared from their view. At the same time, a gentle male voice came about. "You're the talents of this term? Please come to my hall." Next, a part of the tree trunk in front of them shifted and revealed a door with stairs leading upward behind it. They realized that the voice must belong to the tree spirit. However, it sounded too young. They entered the door one by one. The stairs twisted and kept going up. They were not narrow, so people who knew each other walked in rows and chatted to each other. Angor too, walked together with Nausicaa on his left and Salem on his right while Ebony followed behind Nausicaa. Oil lamps occasionally showed up along the walls to lighten their way. "Do you smell something? A sweet smell of wood. Did that come from the Tree of Eternity?" Salem said. Angor nodded. The air smelled like fresh sawdust, a damp, gentle fragrance, just like the voice of the tree spirit which flowed inside their minds like clear and refreshing river water. "Indeed. Although I still prefer the smell on Angor," Nausicaa chuckled. To show respect to the wizard, she did not smoke this time. Still, she could hardly control her urge, so she was holding her long smoking pipe and fiddled it around her fingers like she was spinning a pen. The smell on me. Angor's heart skipped a beat. He lifted his sleeve and sniffed at his arm. Yup, like Nausicaa said, his skin was giving out a pleasant smell. He knew that smell. The smell of glutton flower spit. The smell on you is so calming. I think it holds some kind of magic which soothes restless souls and uneasy spirits. Nausicaa's praise caused Angor to froze. Of course, it calmed spirits. The essence of glutton flower lord was one of the best treasures which could soothe spirits and mend injuries on souls. Did you use body powder? Nausicaa wondered. Body powder was a sweet-smelling powder favored by nobles in many nations. They applied the powder to their hair, behind their ears, on their necks and armpits, to fully spread the pleasant smell and improve their personal charm. There were different kinds of body powders for gentlemen, ladies, and even kids. Angor was from a noble family. So, it was natural that Nausicaa mistook him. Oh, Angor stuttered. He neither confirmed Nausicaa's idea nor denied it. Of course, Angor could not say that he did not use powder. If Nausicaa believed he had some kind of body hormone, his manly image would be ruined. Yet, if he went along and admitted that he was using body powder, and Nausicaa wanted to know what brand he used, he would have a harder time trying to amend his lie. This was why Angor simply played deaf and pretended that he did not hear anything. Gods! The smell of the essence of glutton flower lord spread onto my body from my soul. How strong is this thing anyway? Angor prayed silently and hoped that the smell would leave as soon as possible. Before this happened, he had better stay alone. Nausicaa just smiled at him and did not insist to know. Instead, she came close and whispered something into Angor's ear, the wizard back there, the short old man with grey hair. You remembered him, no? Angor nodded. I saw Hookdick talking to him one night. They seemed to be chatting happily, but I'm not sure what they talked about. The next day, Hookdick gathered his men and came to me, asking for an alliance. And you know what happened next? I beat him up. I was wondering why the man was so confident. Now, I think it has something to do with that wizard, said Nausicaa. She considered it for a moment before saying, watch your back. Hookdick is an extremely narrow-minded figure. If he really gained something from the wizard, you might. Angor frowned. He did not expect that Hookdick actually did some shady business with a wizard. It seemed that Angor needed to find a time to ask Sunders about this wizard. It was unlikely that a wizard would come and create trouble for him. But, better safe than sorry. Chapter 124, The Tree Spirit. After climbing for about 10 minutes, they finally reached the Tree Spirit Hall. It was not big. The walls all had vines climbing on them, which looked very primitive. A group of mortals was working in the hall. When they saw the talents coming in, they revealed some jealous looks. Of course, mortals envied talents. A beautiful servant lady standing near a reception desk strolled to the talents on elegant steps. She released a faint light in her eyes and observed the talents. Her sight briefly stopped when going over Angor and Balba, and after making up her mind, she approached the one which appeared charmingly wild Balba using an even sexier manner. Honorable Sir, welcome to the Hall of Tree Spirit. I'm a member working here, Melaner. The woman had a bright and natural appearance. Starlight brimmed in her eye, giving her a more lively aura. When talking to Balba, she intentionally used an attitude of admiration, which certainly would do a good job seizing the hearts of men. The fatty and pockmarked boy even whistled when they saw Melaner. It seemed Melaner chose the wrong target to utilize her charm on because Balba looked at her with absolutely unchanged indifference. His handsome face even showed a tiny trace of disdain. He did not even spare the effort to respond. Melaner stood there, embarrassed. She cast another look at Angor as if asking for sympathy. Angor had been speaking to Salem and was not paying any lustful attention to her like the other talents. Besides, another mature charming lady was standing beside him, and she who was looking at Melaner with a fake smile. Nausicaa's equally competitive charm was the reason why Melaner chose to flatter Balba. Although her effort was obviously denied, she quickly regained her spirit. Now that Angor and Balba were not paying her any attention, she went over the other talents. Those people looked a little less than Angor and Balba as far as their looks were concerned. However, they were still talents. Melaner only had 2 more years to work now. If no one could help her before then. Please follow me, Honorable guests. Melaner will register your profiles, said Melaner. She walked to Foza, who quickly whistled at her, and spoke in a lovely manner. They all realized what Melaner was trying to do. Even the other workers in the hall acted as if they were used to something like this. The fatty looked experienced in handling women. He skillfully put an arm around Melaner's waist and beckoned at the other talents. Melaner suppressed her uneasiness and continued to act seductively as she said, Honorable guests, please place your bone cards right here. Mr. Tree Spirit will test your talent orientations and spiritual power indicators in a moment, and update the information in your cards. Then Melaner pointed to a door nearby. He will be waiting for you in that room. Following her instruction, they entered the door. Melaner stayed back at her post. Before leaving, Foza pinched her hips with a fat hand, which caused the woman to shift expressions drastically. In the end, she could only let out a sigh in frustration. When stepping into the door, the group was blinded by an intense golden light. When they could finally adjust their eyes, they realized that the light came from the sun in the sky. They had left the tree trunk and were now standing on top of a giant leaf. They could clearly see fluid flowing in the veins under their feet. The leaf felt soft to the touch, yet it provided steady footing. The sun shined on the leaf and created a pale green aura around them. Clouds and mist floated around, putting the group inside a fantastic environment. No wonder wizards preferred living in such wonderful places. You're here? Come hither, and I shall take a look. A gentle, male voice reached their ears. Following the voice, they saw a man covered in sunlight who was lying in an armchair made from tree leaves. However, it was too misty for them to make out any details on him. Upon approaching, they realized that the man did not wear anything apart from a leaf skirt around his waist. He was lying on the chair casually, enjoying the sun. When the group finally reached him, he slowly stood up and greeted them, in the same casual manner. He is the tree spirit? Angor inspected the figure carefully. He had short, clear green curly hair, a handsome face, and perfect body shape like those deities described in folklore paintings. Everything was fine about him, except that he might need some proper clothes, especially when there was a lady around. Angor glanced at Nausicaa and noticed that she was admiring the tree spirit while revealing several tisk-tisk between her lips. She was not embarrassed at all. Ah, who was he kidding? Nausicaa was a mighty pirate lady who fought for the dominance of the sea with a bunch of tough guys. She would not mind something like this, of course. At the same time, the tree spirit was looking over the talents as well. One moment later, he finally spoke, So you're the talents for this term? There are so few of you. But that's Sunders for you, and I'm sure the man tried his best. 10 people, fine. It saves me a lot of effort. The other talents only heard the name Sunders for the second time. The first being mentioned by Lady Mirror. So everything they went through was caused by this Sunders? You all used a bell's eye to test your talent, did you not? Asked the tree spirit. Everyone nodded. The result you saw was important nonetheless, but it only showed a very vague idea, and random. This is why I will test your talent orientations again, and recommend a wizard art for you. You can either listen to my advice or decide otherwise. My recommendation is only a recommendation. It lies in your own hands whether you can succeed in your days to come. He waved a hand and a row of seats emerged from the leaf veins. A podium and an object that looked like a blackboard also appeared near his location. When everyone sat down, the tree spirit walked onto the teacher stage and explained the arts of wizards. Angor learned about them before from Mara. There were 3 commonly agreed major arts, the element art, the bloodline art, and the occult art. They majored in different factors, but they could also intersect with each other. Elementalists could still absorb the bloodline of powerful creatures to strengthen themselves, and bloodline wizards could also learn some elemental spells. The occult art was the only art that called for decent talent. Occultists could learn elemental and bloodline spells, but it was not so easy the other way round. There were other arts too. However, only these 3 were considered as the mainstream ones. I will refer to your personal traits and talent and give you a piece of advice on whether you should choose element or bloodline. As for occult, there were very few who could adapt to it, and I doubt any of you possesses the talent for it, said the tree spirit as he briefly explained the wizard arts and prepared to do an easy test for them. Instead of doing the test here in the open, the tree spirit created a room and asked them to come in, one at a time. Chapter 125, Talent Orientation. As the only female talent, Nausicaa went into the room first. What could Miss Nausicaa's talent be? I want to know. Salem smiled widely. The boy was always showing great enthusiasm when talking about the hero he respected. So what is my orientation? Professor said I'm a nightmare form, something like that maybe? Angor thought to himself. It did not take long for Nausicaa to return. The beautiful lady seemed to be thinking about something. Miss Nausicaa? What did Mr. Tree Spirit recommend for you? Salem asked excitedly. Everyone else also perked up their ears at the question. As fellow talents, they still did not know who were the strong ones or who were weaker. People loved comparing each other. Nausicaa did not intend to hide her talent, so she answered straight away, Mr. Tree Spirit recommended that I should major in bloodline art. But he didn't say what spells exactly. Bloodline art? They all exclaimed in surprise. A female bloodline wizard? However, considering Nausicaa was one of the 2 people who survived from the death match using raw strength, they managed to accept the fact quickly. She was so strong that being a lady certainly would not prevent her from going bloodline. Angor, on the other hand, was thinking about someone else who looked equally beautiful. As he recalled, Lady Heroline that he met in Barbie's restaurant was also a bloodline wizard. When he was on the Cloud Whale, Flora told him that Heroline was titled the Ocean Moray because she fused the blood of some kind of moray fish in her body. Angor stared at the carefree lady and wondered what kind of blood she would use. The next talent took the test, then the third. They went to the tree spirit one by one. Most of them received advice to major in element art, although with different factors to focus on. The only different one was the fatty, Foza, who according to his test, should study the bloodline art. Soon, it was Salem's turn. The boy came out from the room with a disappointed look. When Nausicaa asked him, the boy stuttered for a bit and finally squeezed out one single word: element. Element art is fine. What's wrong about it? You're not thinking that it's weaker than the other ones, right? Said Angor. He had read many books from Sunder's collection, so he clearly knew that the 3 major arts were equally powerful. The wizards who learned them forged their own paths. Salem shook his head, not really. I don't hate element art. But Mr. Tree Spirit also said that I should focus on. He stopped talking. Angor and Nausicaa exchanged a puzzled look. Nausicaa whispered to Angor, Tree Spirit didn't say anything that I should focus on. I think Salem's talent is special. So, focus on what? Angor asked. Salem lowered his voice, he asked me to choose the darkness branch. Darkness? Angor raised an eyebrow in surprise. The darkness branch under element art. It was rare. Rarer than finding occultists. Why darkness? Fire, water, earth, or whatever would be fine. But darkness. Salem looked really depressed. I think you have the wrong idea about darkness. Very few wizards have the talent to learn it, even fewer than occultists, Angor explained. But I hate darkness. Salem's mind was filled by the terrible scene. A dark night, a blood-stained sword, and the one who perished in the blood pool in order to protect him. He remained in the darkness for a full week before seeing light again. Ever since then, he developed a natural hatred toward darkness even though he did not really fear it. Salem did not tell them the reason, but the hatred written on his face was real. Angor was not sure how to comfort the boy, so he could only keep explaining. Different elements and powers are not divided into good or evil. There are people out there who wield dark powers for justice, or vice versa. It depends on the wizards themselves, and in this case, you. The tree spirit called Angor's name, interrupting his further words. Angor patted Salem's shoulder, nodded to everyone and stepped into the room created by the tree spirit. When he came in, he saw the tree spirit looking up from his desk with a strange expression. The spirit's high nose bridge was twitching as if it was trying to smell something. Hey, you smell like. The handsome spirit frowned and tried to arrange his wording. Angor's heart skipped a beat. Did the tree spirit smell the essence of glutton flower lord on him? You smell good. Very, said the spirit. He suddenly blinked to Angor's side and sniffed at the boy's neck carefully as he said, it appears as if a pair of soft, gentle hands are caressing my naked body. The spirit seemed to be enjoying something. However, Angor took several steps back in embarrassment. Having naked body caressed by someone's hands was not really a good way of expressing oneself, especially when the spirit was really exposed. Well, except that single leaf covering his private spot. The spirit did not show the tiniest bit of improper emotion, which made it harder for Angor to complain. The tree spirit sat back to his seat, removed his attitude, and said, I do not know why your soul smells so wonderful. It's both a good thing and a bad thing for you. The smell can help shape your soul better. However, if a wizard with a damaged soul notices you, something terrible will happen, for the smell can soothe the wounds on human souls. If I remember correctly, there is such a wizard in Brute Cavern. If he finds you... Oh my! He did not finish his words, but Angor still understood him and was terrified. The tree spirit showed a sympathetic look. Next, the spirit let out an "oh," and looked another way while working his lips silently, seemingly talking to someone. While at it, he glanced back at Angor, with his previous sympathetic look replaced by one of curiosity. A moment later, the spirit acclaimed, Dear me, so you're Sunder's new student? In that case, do not worry about what I said. The wizard I mentioned will never dare to harm Sunder's pupil. Here, you have Sunders to thank for. But once you leave Brute Cavern, you're very likely to become the prey of many wizards. Before the smell dissipates or until you're strong enough to defend yourself, I suggest not to leave the boundary of Brute Cavern. Sunders already told me about your talent. Come closer, and I shall give you a further test. So, Sunders was communicating with the tree spirit just now. Was he observing me the whole time? Angor wondered. When Angor approached, the spirit spoke in a plain tone, both Sunders and you are what they called a nightmare form, so I believe your talent belongs to one of the branches from occult illusionist as well. To make sure, you still have to take the test. Chapter 126, Occult Art. The professor is an occult illusionist? Angor read about dozens of different branches from this art. Such as the Mirage branch which controlled the weather, the Sorcery Array branch which combined alchemy knowledge, the Truth Manipulator branch that confused real with fake, and the Transform branch that could take on many different forms. So which branch could he study? The spirit reached out a hand which then released a green light. A tree branch slowly grew from his palm and moved toward Angor. Under the boy's surprised gaze, a fresh green sprout popped out from it. Eat the leaf, said the spirit. Angor picked the newly grown leaf and swallowed it without a second thought. When the leaf reached his tongue, it turned into some cold and refreshing fluid, slowly flowing down his throat. Next, green light shone from Angor's body. He could almost see green blood flowing under his skin. Even his brain felt cool and comfortable. Angor closed his eyes unintentionally to enjoy the pleasant coldness. On the other side, the tree spirit quickly wrote down something on his notebook. Pure human form, 0 foreign bloodlines. Rating, qualified. Spiritual power indicator, 15. Rating, qualified. Alignment. The spirit looked up and tapped the air. A small trace of green aura emerged from Angor's body and merged itself into the spirit's body. Not the slightest scent of blood, he muttered and resumed his penwork. Alignment, none. Rating, qualified. The spirit tapped again. The green aura inside Angor suddenly became wild. Angor frowned a little and revealed a painful look. However, the aura soon returned to a moderate state again. The tree spirit seemed surprised at something and smiled at Angor. I think the little guy loves you. Physical quality, moderate. Rating, qualified. Soul quality, outstanding. Rating, qualified. Next was the most important one, the test on Angor's talent orientation. The tree spirit ordered the green stream inside Angor to go into the boy's spirit pool. This was a critical step. One's spirit pool did not exist in one's body, instead, it lied in the mind of one's soul, which was an abstract place. Furthermore, it was extremely repellent to foreign objects. Even someone like Sunders could not enter someone's mind easily. Only an expert at soul knowledge could barely manage such a feat. In other words, the tree spirit possessed superior soul power. When the green aura entered Angor's spirit pool, sweat drops appeared on the tree spirit's forehead. Such expelling force! Even the most gentle aura of nature is rejected. He was shocked, for the tree spirit had lived in Brute Cavern for thousands of decades and bestowed such tests to countless talents. Yet the opposing force in Angor's mind was the strongest one he had ever encountered. When the aura of nature entered one's mind, it could acquire a vague idea of his or her talent orientation. However, it was only a vague idea, such as whether the talent should choose element art or bloodline art, as long as the aura only stayed in the outer area of the mind. If the tree spirit wished so, he could ask the aura to slowly spread itself around the entire mind pool, thus further determining the best choice for the talent, such as one of the branches in a certain art. Even though he had been doing so year after year, the tree spirit was actually the lazy kind. In most cases, he only reached his natural aura into someone's mind very briefly. This was why he only suggested among the 3 major arts for most of the talents. Unless, he took a liking to someone, and that someone possessed a decent talent. In which case, the tree spirit would spend more effort on the test. Salem, who took the test just now, was an innocent child and one of the best types favored by the spirit of a tree. Combined with the fact that Salem did have potential, the tree spirit told the kid to major in darkness, element art. The spirit also liked Angor much. The pleasant scent on the boy's soul was one of the reasons. Plus, the little guy also favored Angor, which was all the more reason for the spirit to regard Angor better. To test Angor's talent in details was his plan. The tree spirit did not expect such a strong opposing force in the boy's mind. Keeping the natural aura on the outer part of Angor's mind was already tiring enough, let alone pushing the aura deeper. I can't believe this. There is no way the mind pool of a mortal can prevent natural aura from going inside. The spirit was not convinced. He was swearing all over now, but he still could not breach the defense of Angor's mind. He could try infiltrating forcefully, but doing so would cause irreversible damage to Angor's brain. In the end, the spirit could only retrieve most of his aura, while leaving only a small part of it, and try to admit defeat to see if Angor's mind would decide to accept the aura. It worked. The small trace of aura approached a little deeper inside, but still a lot far away from the core. As the tree spirit asked his aura to move forward again, the intense force came once more and pushed the remaining aura out of Angor's mind. The mighty force caused the tree spirit himself to stumble back a little. Such strong power! He sighed deeply. He was covered in sweat now, and his stamina and spirit power was exhausted. Mr. Tree Spirit, what happened? A low, hoarse voice came from the distance. Sunders. Your student is a beast. You don't see such strong spirit defense often. Formal wizards will have a hard time piquing his mind even if they forced their way in, answered the tree spirit. Naturally. He's my student after all, said Sunders. He appeared to be pretty proud, which was a rare reaction from the gentleman. The tree spirit rolled his eyes. He was not praising Sunders anyway. So did Mr. Tree Spirit figure out Angor's talent orientation? Sunders asked. The spirit shook his head. I was pushed out by the second defense line, so I don't know the details. But there's no doubt the boy inclined toward occult art, illusionist. Sunders smiled at those words. However, I sense more than one orientation. He has another orientation beside occult illusionist, but I cannot tell which. Your new student is certainly a good one. I met many talents with 2 element orientations or someone with both element 1 and an occult 1, but I don't recall seeing many talents who had 2 occult orientations. The last time I encountered someone like this was, about 20,000 years ago. A talent who held orientations for occult summoner as well as occult prophet. Pity, that man abused his prophecy and died of divine punishment before he could become a wizard. Sunders remained silent for a moment before speaking, quality beyond quantity. Don't mention this to him for now. Just tell the boy about the occult illusionist branch. If he wishes to choose another branch, he can study for himself once he becomes a wizard. The tree spirit chuckled, looks like he's really important to you. Very well, I'll do as you said. With that, the spirit wiped some sweat off his forehead and wrote down the last line. Advice on talent orientation, occult illusionist. Chapter 127, The Bitter Actress. Occult illusionist. Angor was expecting something like this. After bidding farewell to the tree spirit, he quickly left the room. Salem showed great jealousy when he heard Angor's test result. Angor was unsure of how to comfort the boy further. Different arts and branches were not divided into better or lesser ones. Everything depended on their users. An occult illusionist also had to work hard like everyone else. All the talents participated in the test one after another and received their orientations. Considering how occultists were scarce, Angor thought he was the only one. Surprisingly though, another talent in the group turned out to be an occult talent as well. Hook Dick. Occult soul manipulator. The man looked really proud when declaring his talent. He did not forget to give Angor a malevolent stare. Angor only sneered in response, which instantly replaced Hookdick's arrogant smile with anger. 3 of them were bloodline wizards, Nausicaa, Foza, and Balba. All the remaining ones were elementalists. Salem, Angor, and Hookdick were the only ones who received a detailed recommendation. Everyone else only had one of the three major arts pointed out, so they had to wait for a professor to take them in before knowing their exact branch. After testing out every talent, the tree spirit resumed his sunbathing session while the talents returned to the hall by following a servant. Melaner had already received the results. She recorded their spirit indicators into their bone cards one by one. As a mortal, Melaner had been working in the tree spirit hall for many years, so she clearly knew about the three major arts for wizards as well as their equality. She did not have any special ideas when recording different talents. For a certain family matter, she had to adhere herself to a supernatural. This meant that she had to offer everything to her master, and this included her body. It was why she paid extra attention to two of the talents who had better looks, Angor and Balba. Too bad Angor already had a beautiful lady alongside while Balba did not show the tiniest bit of interest in her. She had to choose Foza in the end. Melaner checked Foza's test result. Foza, Bloodline. Spiritual Power Indicator, 12. An average result. Someone with such a spirit level was unlikely to become a wizard. However, since Foza was her only choice, she had to accept him. Thinking about this, Melaner sighed a little and continued her job. On the last bone card, she saw Angor's name. Angor, Occult Illusionist. Spiritual Power Indicator, 15. This was above average among the talents. After putting the information into the bone card, she saw another line below. And she was shocked. Tutor, Sunders. The legendary wizard took Angor in as his student. Sunders' name was well known in the entire southern region, and he was even more famous in Brute Cavern. Apart from the authorities of Brute Cavern, the man was basically the strongest wizard. Any apprentice would pay absolutely any price to become his pupil. And someone like Sunders just took in a newly joined talent as his student? These talents would be arranged under the names of the other wizards later anyway. However, they were only apprentices, not personal students. This piece of information on the bone card would only show up when a wizard accepted someone as a real student. Since Sunders' name had appeared on Angor's card, this meant that Angor was now one of the closest students of Sunders. This was very different from being a general apprentice. Melaner regretted. If she had known this, she would try her best to offer herself to Angor, no matter how many women he already had. As Sunders' student, Angor had a great chance of becoming a great wizard. Of course, adhering to an apprentice was a worse choice than finding a real wizard. When Angor stepped into the tree spirit hall, he immediately saw Melaner showing a flattering look at him. Foza, on the other hand, grimaced immediately. The fatty was planning to have Melaner tonight. He did not expect that the woman would change her mind so fast and was now adoring the weakling bastard who did not even participate in the death matches. Foza humphed coldly, which caused Melaner to feel fear. She tried to explain, but she did not in the end. Foza took his bone card, threw a hateful gaze at Angor, and left the hall quickly. Angor did not understand what was going on. What was the deal with this woman? Seeing how she was trying to worm closer, Angor grew goosebumps instead of liking the pleasant gift. Angor thought Nausicaa would help him avoid this woman. To his surprise, Nausicaa kept her distance and looked at him with an "oh, I like drama" attitude. On the other side, when Melaner realized Nausicaa just gave her a big opportunity, she began to reveal her sweet emotions more aggressively. As an educated gentleman, Angor did not voice out his disgust, which further enticed Melaner. She was now staring at Angor timidly while reaching for Angor's arm with a hand. Before she could actually get Angor, he pushed her away. Melaner tripped and fell. She looked totally embarrassed. However, when Angor looked at her, she quickly put up a weird expression which was mixed by desire and anxiety. Another office lady came and helped Melaner up. Then she gave Angor a hostile look. Do you have any idea what kind of family Melaner came from? Otherwise, she will not. Melaner covered the lady's mouth and sobbed, Myra, stop. Just let me bear it all, alone. The lady called Myra looked at Melaner with a sympathetic look, oh Melaner. You really don't have to. All the talents watched the play in puzzlement. So there was some kind of story behind all this? No wonder the woman crept up the second she saw the talents. Gods, these two women were really terrible actresses. Hey Angor, maybe, innocent boy Salem tried to tell Angor something, but he stopped halfway. What should he say? They did not even know what Melaner wanted. His attempt worsened Angor's mood, though. Angor had no idea who Melaner was. A strange woman who suddenly flattered a guy for no reason? He was far from those horny pigs who could not wait to penetrate every female creature they saw. He did not intend to accept a woman who did not know how to control herself. Melaner had been using her "I have a good reason" expression as best as she could, and Angor did not care. There are lots of people out there with their own various reasons. Why should I devote myself to you? You have a sad story in you? Not my business. Angor ignored the two actresses and turned to leave without looking back. Chapter 128, Posters from Professors. When outside the Tree Spirit Hall, Angor was still in a bad mood. That odd woman just gave him an extra enemy, Foza. Oh, damn it. Still, Foza already hated him, being Hoopdik's follower and all. Nausicaa approached him on her elegant steps. Ah, such a pity. I would like to see the end of the drama. Drama. Salem followed up. The boy looked unsure of what had just happened. Oh, you're too young to understand those women, Nausicaa revealed a sly smile as she explained to Salem. She continued, there's something called moral coercion. You will know it in the future. Angor was so firm. I thought he was going to lose it and accept that Melaner girl, Nausicaa joked. Angor only humphed, to tell them that he heard it. All right. We don't have to talk about it. Let's discuss something else, said Nausicaa. She took out her bone card and read the information on it before asking, what's your spirit indicators? 15, Angor answered without using his card. 18, Salem said. Nausicaa glanced at Salem, my, you're the highest among us three? I'm 17, by the way. So what does this thing do? Angor answered her question nonchalantly, a higher spirit power allows you to channel mana flow more efficiently. To make it simple, you train faster. Angor knew a lot of wizardry knowledge while the other two did not. Salem and Nausicaa already knew about Angor's decent knowledge base, so they were not surprised at getting the answer. I see. So Salem is a little genius, Nausicaa commented. The boy blushed. You can stop teasing him. His spirit power was fine, but there are a lot more people with higher levels. I happen to know a talent who has a spirit indicator of 23, said Angor as he recalled a certain man's face in his mind. Man. You're only 1 year older than Salem, but you sound like an adult already. They chatted along the way until they joined everyone else who had gathered under the tree. As they were trying to figure out what to do next, a young woman wearing a miniskirt and big, black-rimmed glasses appeared in front of them while riding on a colorful animal. It was a deer of 3 different colors. Greetings everyone. I'm Ouch. Ah. The glass girl introduced herself and jumped down from the triple-colored deer. She somehow crash-landed, with her face hitting the ground first. They stared at her speechlessly. Another actress, but a comedian this time? The girl knelt on the ground and picked up her now shattered glasses. Another pair, gone. How could I be so clumsy? She slapped her own head with a sad look. After sulking for a moment, she tossed the glass shards away and took out another pair of glasses from a small, heart-shaped pouch hanging on her waist. She dusted herself a bit and stood up. Hi everyone. I'm Abelie. I'll take you to your places of residence. With that, Abelie climbed back onto the colorful deer, somewhat struggling in the process. The rest of the people remained silent as they watched. Why did she jump down from her mount in the first place? Abelie was pretty talkative. On their way, she kept speaking about all kinds of things, and some of them appeared to be secrets. According to her, she was an elementary apprentice who joined Brute Cavern 5 years ago. She could only take on simple jobs with less reward because she was too weak, jobs such as leading new talents to their dorms. She could earn 5 magic crystal fragments this time. On a side note, 100 fragments equaled to 1 magic crystal. Abelie seemed to be naive, innocent, and careless. When they moved for quite a bit, she suddenly remembered something and asked them a question. I almost forgot. Did you get your professor posters? Posters? The talents exchanged puzzled looks, not knowing what she was talking about. Abelie scratched her hair in embarrassment. Oh, my job is to take you to accept professor posters, then lead you to your accommodations. But I fell and forgot about the first half. Abelie quickly ordered her deer to turn to another direction. Sorry. Let's go to the posters now. Everyone remained silent. This girl was unreliable. Abelie pointed to the center of the tree spirit garden and let out an onward, joyfully. They were somewhat complaining about Abelie's bizarre behaviors, but they did not point it out. Elementary apprentices were still supernaturals to them. However, Hoopdik's little group began to show some hostility toward Abeli. All the wizards have received your information. The professor posters will determine whether they would accept you. When a wizard is interested in someone, he or she will send a poster. When you take the poster, you automatically become the wizard's apprentice, Abeli explained. So every one of us has a poster? Someone asked. Abeli shook her head, nope. You won't have one if no wizard is interested. But don't worry, even so, you still get a tutor. But in this case, the tutor is chosen at random, so you never know where you'll go to. Abeli paused for a moment before she continued, there are some wizards who prefer doing researches alone, and they hate apprentices. It will be really bad if you're arranged to one of those people. In my batch, there were 30 or so talents who didn't get posters, and several were sent to such wizards. I heard that they were made into fertilizers for flowers and slept underground forever a few days later. So you know, you need some luck, said Abeli. She realized everyone was showing fear now, so she quickly added, of course, if you are lucky, you get to study from a powerful and gentle wizard, and your path in the future will be a lot smoother. Soon, they reached their destination. This is where we distribute resources. However, this place is only for wizards. Every wizard can claim their allowance here each month. We can also acquire certain resources here, such as rare materials. If any of you have spare magic crystals, you can buy them right here, explained Abeli. She looked left and right. Once she made sure no one else was looking, she lowered her voice, that said, the prices here aren't really good. If you really need materials, try to find someone else who sells them in private. There are also shops in nearby villages that are run by apprentices, and they sell stuff a lot cheaper. Someone asked, you mean the underground villages? Abeli nodded, yup. You'll learn such tricks once you spend some time and get used to this place. Now go and check out your professor posters. Chapter 129, Golden Poster. The resource distribution hall was bigger than all previous halls they saw. When they walked in, every corner of the hall was full of apprentices who only glanced at the newcomers briefly. Some of them let out several cold sneers when they saw who had come. Hey, Abeli. A loser like you is going to take these quests all the time? You don't even dare to leave Brute Cavern. I guess you'll be an elementary apprentice forever, hey? Someone in a black robe taunted. Hey, new guys, be careful. This woman Abeli is the biggest disappointment left behind by the apprentices during the last term. Better keep your distance. Maybe she's contagious, huh? Many apprentices gave Abeli negative remarks along the way. Certain talents believed them too, such as Hookdik and his men, who then moved away from Abeli as if they were avoiding a disease. Abeli only led their way toward the second floor without saying anything. She was now acting completely different from the talkative girl Angor saw on their way here. She walked in the front of the group, alone. On the second floor, Abeli asked them to sit on the sofas while she walked to a desk to talk to another female apprentice there. A moment later, Abeli returned while carrying a silver disc. She put the disc on the small table in the center and asked the talents to come. This is the receiver. Put your bone cards here, said Abeli as she pointed to the edge of the disc where a round-shaped slot the same size as a bone card was located. She then said, put your card in here and you'll see if you have received any posters. Then Abeli moved to one side of the sofa and signaled them to begin. The talents looked at each other. No one moved. Nausicaa shrugged, since you're all being so modest, I'll go first then. Her words drew everyone's attention. They did not want to do it first because they were afraid of receiving no poster at all, thus being humiliated. However, it would be better if someone already showed an example. Nausicaa pushed her card into the slot. A second later, a faint light began to pulse from the center of the disc. Then, two cards with different shapes and pictures on them appeared inside the disc. Oh, you're lucky. 2 tutors are interested in your profile. You're free to choose one of them, said Abeli. With a jealous expression, she explained, we have too few talents for this term, so the wizards are trying to get their share before it's too late. Maybe every one of you will receive posters this time. Everyone brightened up. That would be wonderful. Nausicaa picked up her cards and looked. Different totems were drawn on them. One card was a green, square one with round stripes and a name Fantaise Konaida on it. The other card was a black, diamond-shaped one. The picture of a crimson rose piercing the ground was printed on it, along with a name written in ornamental style, Flora. These should be the names of the tutors. But there's nothing else on the posters. How should I choose? Nausicaa thought to herself and looked at Abeli for help. Oh, introducing your tutors is also my job, said Abeli as she took the cards from Nausicaa with a smile. Whoa, grass snail Fantace. This man hadn't recruited any apprentices for more than 10 years. Abeli exclaimed when she saw the name. She added, he's a bloodline wizard who doesn't show up much in Brute Cavern. But he's strong. Before becoming a formal wizard, he fought in the Tower of Infinity in Floating Mech City and reached the 100th floor. If Mr. Tree Spirit told you to choose bloodline, then Fantace is your best choice. Abeli picked up the second card and immediately stared with her eyes wide opened when she saw the name on it. FF Flora the Blood Witch. Abeli's voice was even louder this time, and many apprentices in the hall heard her. Also, their pupils all shrank in fear. Who is this? She's stronger than Mr. Fantace. Nausicaa was puzzled at her reaction. Abeli took a deep breath before speaking, she's one of the most renowned wizards in the southern region. It has nothing to do with her beautiful look, but, she was famous for her cruelty, bloodthirst, and brutal ways of slaughtering people. She had fought many battles which were written down in history. For example, Angor was also shocked at Abeli's explanation. The playful woman in his memory possessed such terrible fame? As for the difference between her and Mr. Fantace, I don't know. I'm just a lowly apprentice. Nausicaa nodded. She had developed an admiration toward Flora. A woman made a name for herself which could scare everyone in the south, that sounded amazing. Is Lady Flora a bloodline wizard too? Nausicaa asked. No. Lady Flora is an occultist, but I don't know which branch exactly, Abeli answered. Nausicaa frowned. Her test suggested bloodline, and she hoped to receive teaching from a bloodline wizard. Still, as a woman, she also wished Flora to be her tutor. It was a hard choice. However, Nausicaa was never someone to be hesitant over such matters. She quickly went over it in her mind before she discarded unnecessary wishes and decided who to choose. Nausicaa put Flora's card back to the disc and left the table with Fantace's card. With Nausicaa taking the lead, the remaining talents all placed their bone cards on the disc one by one. Maybe Abeli's words were true and that there were too few new recruits. Every bone card brought posters. This is Mr. Wallace, an authoritative academism wizard. This is Lady Fiery Charm, an elementalist. Abeli explained their tutors one by one. Foza also received a poster from Grass Snail Fantace. Salem accepted a poster from Philosopher of Night Kayla, which surprised both Abeli and the apprentices who were watching them, again. Abeli only gave them a brief introduction about Kayla. The reaction from the onlookers proved that Kayla was not an ordinary figure. Next, Hookdick inserted his bone card. A square card which shone with golden light appeared in the disc. This is a golden poster. Abeli and all the apprentices around them yelled out. Which wizard? Someone took in a personal pupil. Bah! The strongest one during my term turned into a wizard even though he started as an average new talent. It was all because he received one of these. Isn't this thing an invitation to become a formal wizard? They all heard the whispers. The talents did not know what a golden poster was, but at least they could deduce from the apprentices' conversation that this poster was really valuable. They all looked at Hookdick with jealous looks. Even Salem, who usually acted calm, revealed some emotion as he said, "Gods must be blind. Why give the poster to such an asshole?" Their admiration greatly satisfied Hookdick's self-ego. The man puffed up his chest and took the golden poster in a proud manner. Then he looked down at Angor and made a throat-slitting gesture. Angor sneered and remained plain. Before Hookdick could say something sarcastic, someone interrupted him by asking a question. What is a golden poster? Why are you all so surprised? Hookdick also wanted to know it, so he paid attention to the question instead of taunting Angor. Without waiting for Abeli's explanation, one of the apprentices around them spoke first. The other professor posters you took cannot guarantee a place under the tutor. You're only their apprentices. The wizard might teach you something when he or she feels happy, but most time you're only lackeys who do their chores. See your bone cards? The tutor name is blank. But a golden poster is only given by someone who decides to take a pupil for real. In other words, you're the wizard's real student. He will train you as best as he can. That's why we call this thing an invitation to a formal wizard, because a wizard will make sure you become one. Also, this is when the tutor name on your bone card will show his name. They all took out their bone cards to check. Just as he said, there was nothing written under tutor name even though they had already received their professor posters. As those people discussed and compared their cards, Angor sat away silently and looked at his card. Tutor, Sunders. Seeing how everyone looked so disappointed, Angor quickly put away his card. Mine is blank too, said Salem as he approached him. He then asked in frustration, Hey, what about yours, Angor? Oh. It's in my pocket. We're all the same anyway. He. Salem looked unconvinced. Angor quickly pointed at Hookdick. I wonder which wizard wanted a personal student. Look, he's showing us the name. Hookdick checked his card, kept everyone hanging for a bit, and slowly said, Nisabella. Nisabella. Who is that? Never heard of it. People discussed among each other. A new wizard maybe. I don't think so. There are only a few who are about to break through their bottleneck and I don't see this name among them. Abely walked to Hookdick and looked at his card. Then she covered her mouth and chuckled, Ahaha ouch, my stomach. It's not Nisabella. This is Mr. Ness. Mr. Ness. Deadman's Redemption Ness Byron. Abely nodded, yup, that occult soul manipulator. So, Mr. Ness took him in. Who the hell was Nisabella anyway? Hey you, lucky guy. Don't tell me you can't read. The jealous apprentices began to show some contempt at Hookdick. Hookdick looked like someone nearing his 30s and he still did not know how to read? He would not achieve much even if a wizard was his mentor. Hookdick's face switched colors. He was the chieftain of a small tribe on Farron land. The tribe was not as primitive as it sounded. At least people in high classes all knew how to use the universal language. However, Hookdick was an exception. This man loved sexual enjoyments and maiming people, and he spent most of life among women and blood instead of studying the universal tongue. This was why he tended to read only half of the letters he saw. He messed up Ness' name because of this. He couldn't even recognize his own teacher's name. My, someone shook his head and regarded Hookdick as a joke. Hookdick spoke in a cold tone, I can take my time to learn the language, but there's only one golden poster and I have it. I don't care if you're famous scholars or what, but you won't have one of these. Laugh at me if you will. With that, Hookdick sat on a corner and revealed a hateful expression to anyone who laughed at him. The first being Abely. Abely sensed the terrible hatred as well. As someone who received a golden poster, Hookdick would soon surpass herself. She definitely did not wish to become the enemy of someone who had a bright future. However, she was unsure of how to amend her mistake. She only smiled embarrassingly and returned to one side of the room. Anyone left? Abely asked. Two people stood up at the same time. Angor and Balba. Balba looked at Angor and sat back down, you can go first. Balba looks violent but he's quite gentle, Salem whispered into Angor's ear. Angor nodded toward Balba and approached the silver disc. Humph. Before Angor placed his bone card, a disdainful sneer came from the side. Angor looked at the direction. He saw Hookdick scorning at him while moving his golden poster up and down with obvious hostility and the intention to show off. Angor simply returned a mild smile and inserted his bone card into the disc. Light pulsed. And nothing. The disc remained empty. The onlooking apprentices were not surprised by it, but the other talents were quite shocked. Angor had been always close to a wizard. He even joined Brute Cavern without going through the death matches, so they all believed Angor had a really powerful talent. But, no professor accepted him? Bah ha 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 ha. No one wanted you. Ah ha ha ha. Hookdick laughed out maniacally and taunted in a malevolent tone. He added, just you wait. Suppose there are no wizards to kill you, I will. Hookdick never tried to do anything to Angor openly because he was afraid of Angor's supporter from behind. Now that he realized Angor did not even have a tutor, Hookdick finally released his rage which he had been suppressing in these days. He would have dealt with Angor right here, right now, if not for the people around them. Nausicaa and Salem looked at each other. Nausicaa looked really puzzled while Salem seemed worried about Angor. Unlike the other talents, Nausicaa clearly knew that the phantom servants on the Cloud Whale behaved very politely toward Angor, and the witch talked and joked with the boy a lot. Someone who was treated by others like that did not have a tutor? Really? Hookdick was still laughing to his heart's content when the disc suddenly shined again. When everyone looked, a middle-aged man with a handsome look appeared in the light. Angor, once you get to your residence, I'll order my alchemy familiar to find you. Remember to bring my coin on you. The coin is my professor poster, said the man in a low, hoarse voice. Angor was startled by the sudden appearance of his professor, but he got over it soon and nodded in acknowledgement. Sunders nodded back and disappeared in the light. When the disc returned to its calm state, everyone was still speechless. The talents did not know who that was, but all the apprentices did. That was. An apprentice swallowed and pointed to the disc with a trembling finger. You're his student. Abeli stared at Angor in fear. Angor knew he could not hide it any more. He nodded and showed them his bone card. Tutor, Sunders. Chapter 130, Cave Field. So it's true. The Wizard in Legends. Phantom Master Sunders. The entire resource distribution hall became restless. People all looked at Angor with an emotion mixed with respect and fear. Someone stepped back from him. Hookdick looked at the scene and shivered. He got a bad feeling about this. The other talents did not know what had just happened. Who's Sunders? Someone asked in a small voice. Abeli slowly turned her head to the speaker bit by bit like a robot, then she spoke in a sluggish tone, Phantom Master Sunders, a level 2 wizard, who's basically second to none in the southern region. He even fought with a level 3 wizard before and he did not lose. He's absolutely one of the top 3 most powerful beings in Brute Cavern, or maybe even number 1. An envious emotion came from the apprentices around Angor. With such a powerful wizard as his mentor, Angor would become a formal wizard for sure. The talents realized this as well. No wonder the servant called Milena in the Tree Spirit Hall changed her target from Fosa to Angor after the test. She must have seen Sunders' name on Angor's bone card. The apprentices began to talk about Sunders' glorious history. With every extra piece of information, Hookdick's face would grow paler. Didn't you say you're going to kill the boy? Now what? Got your face slapped by the hard truth? Hee. I'm not in the place to comment, but I still have to say this, there is no way Mr. Ness will ever beat Mr. Sunders in a fight, a woman cloaked under black robe taunted Hookdick. Why you Hookdick threw an angry gaze at the woman. She slowly lifted her hood and revealed a distinctive, foreign look. She had a pair of charming, violet pupils, short and clean black hair, dark red lips. Also, her pupils which were slits like cat eyes released a terrifying aura when she squinted. Nanagi. An apprentice called her name. Who's Nanagi? Mr. Wallace accepted her as his personal student when she came to Brute Cavern. She was the only golden poster owner during her term. She reached her bottleneck as a high apprentice real quick. She's not even the age of 30. It's only a matter of time before she turns into a formal wizard. Someone exclaimed. Hookdick swallowed his curses back. As another golden poster owner, this woman had trained longer and was able to kill him over and over again in a blink of an eye. Hookdick would not dare to offend her by using the wrong words. Nanaga did not mind Hookdick at all. Instead, she walked to Angor on light and swift steps, circled around him, and inspected the boy up and down with those cat-like eyes. Angor, on the other hand, only returned a doubtful gaze at her. A while later, Nanaga spoke in a small voice, Lucky you. Mr. Sunders is your mentor. If I can, oh dear. She shook her head and walked away from the crowd as she said, I hope you don't dishonor his name or I'll kill you. She came for no reason and left with those strange words. Angor had no idea what this was all about. Did Nanaga have something to do with his professor? Angor complained in his mind and returned to his seat. With Nanaga away, people slowly quieted down. However, everyone regarded Angor with different attitude now. Some were envious, some were jealous, some hated him. Yet, none of them dared to reveal their emotions. Sunders earned his name by spilling the blood of others. The transmission earlier proved that Sunders really cared about his new student, and these people would never beard the lion in his den. Hookdick stared at Angor with hatred in the now silent hall. He wanted to use his curse words again, but considering how everyone was so terrified at Sunders' name, he held them back. Balba was the one to break the silence. He stood up and moved his muscular body to Abeli. My turn, his voice sounded like something came from a subwoofer speaker. Balba's voice woke Abeli from her trance. She straightened her black-rimmed glasses a little and let out an okay. Balba took out his bone card and placed it into the disc. The disc did not release light or anything at all. Balba grimaced at his result. No one commented. Even Hookdick remained silent. They had just gotten over Angor's surprise. If Hook Dick said something funny again, people would remember his joke earlier. With that in mind, Hook Dick closed his eyes and pretended to be resting. Balba waited for some more without getting anything. He clenched his fists and revealed some pulsing veins on his neck. He took out his bone card fiercely and moved away. Abely tried to comfort him, "Don't worry, every time at least 6 out of 10 talents won't receive their posters. We have a strange situation this time because there are too few of you." She halted her words because she realized she was not helping, and Balba's now even darker expression proved her mistake. Since there were too few, 10 talents should all get their posters. Did this mean Balba was totally useless in the eyes of the wizards? Abely stuck her tongue out and complained to herself for having a silly mouth. Then, Abely signaled Balba to go to another desk. "Without a professor poster, you'll be assigned to a random mentor. Maybe you can find a better one," Abely explained. "A better one?" Balba grinned in contempt without responding. Following Abely's instruction, he placed his card on the desk. A servant behind the desk took his card and put it into a wooden pipe which looked like a periscope. After some clunking noise, the bone card was pushed back out, along with another crimson card. Abely looked at the familiar card. "Hey? It's Lady Flora's card again." The servant returned Balba's boned card together with the crimson one. "Congratulations, you're assigned to Lady Flora." The servant was displaying a weird look and the word congratulations sounded a bit twisted. A talent spoke to Abely, "Is Lady Flora bad? Why do you all look so strange?" Abely shook her head. "Lady Flora is quite nice to female talents. She would have been a good choice for Nausicaa. As for male talents, well... Oh right, Mr. Sunders is Flora's professor too. So... Angor, you'll be Lady Flora's schoolmate now," Abely said in the end. After they had the professors arranged, Abely led them away from the distribution hall and began assigning their residence. "Your professor is such an amazing wizard!" Salem exclaimed in surprise. Angor remained calm. "I didn't think that I need to tell people about it. Professor Sunders and Miss Flora were the ones who controlled the Cloud Whale. Nausicaa was also interested in Flora since she just received a poster from her. She asked, "So the witch on the Cloud Whale is Miss Flora?" "Bare feet, umbrella, floating in the air, that's her," Angor said. "I see." A certain scene appeared in Nausicaa's mind. A young lady wearing a beautiful dress who carried an umbrella and floated in the sky. A handsome blonde boy sat under a tree while reading a book as he talked to the lady. Nausicaa witnessed it on the Cloud Whale. She was thinking about Flora and Angor. She then glanced at Balba who had been listening to their conversation. When Nausicaa looked his way, Balba blushed a little. However, it was not very obvious because his skin was too dark. Nausicaa smiled at Balba, rolled her eyes, and asked Angor another question. Abely said Lady Flora isn't nice to males? But you two were fine on the Cloud Whale, weren't you? Fine? Angor recalled his days on the Cloud Whale. Flora was just a mischievous witch who was always playing jokes on him, and she played lots of pranks, some of which were pretty dangerous. Angor was never hurt though. The Grim Reaper Little Red floating behind Flora was quite friendly to Angor. Little Red would often help Angor escape from Flora's tricks. Angor believed that anyone else in his shoes would meet some terrible endings since they could not see Little Red. Thinking about this, Angor revealed a bitter smile at Nausicaa. "Sigh. I'm not sure if she's nice to females. But I can tell you that she is, unruly. Common people will have a hard time trying to survive in her hands. You're alive and well. So, you're not a common one then?" Nausicaa joked. Angor only shook his head. Balba realized Nausicaa was trying to help. He did not show any expression, but he clearly knew how cruel the wizarding world was, so he was really thankful for Nausicaa's little favor. The tree spirit garden was huge. They used a bus which ran between tree vines hanging in the air, and it still took them half an hour to reach their destination. They dismounted the bus. The hanging railcar made from plant vines and thin wood rushed back into the distance. Whoa, the bus was amazing. It could run on such fragile branches. Salem was excited. This was his first time riding on such a fast vehicle. Sky buses boxes made from leaves, vines, and wood which hang on the branches of the tree of eternity and dashed among clouds. The scenery looked brilliant from up there as well. They enjoyed the warm sunlight and misty clouds going over them on their way. The swiftness of the buses was quite a sight to behold. When every talent was discussing the buses, Abely spoke, "The transportation in Brute Cavern is pretty outdated. I heard that Ivory had all sorts of steel building and railways for trains, as well as metal cars running on the ground which doesn't need rails at all. There are also steam airships in the air. Every man who went there all praised highly of their alchemy products. Trains, airships, steel buildings, and metal cars, the romance of men. Even Nausicaa longed to see the place. They all remembered the name Ivory in their minds, hoping to go there someday. After another 5 minutes of walking, they saw buildings in the distance. "We're here," said Abelie. She pointed toward a vast, green field in front of them. "This is where you'll be living." The endless field only had tattered plant patches growing on it due to the lack of sunlight caused by the Tree of Eternity. That was not important though. The point was, there was nothing on the field. "We're not going there." Fatty Fosa pointed to the left where a moderate-sized city could be seen in the far distance. A city that was full of houses built in different shapes and out of various materials. There were tall, stone structures which reached all the way into the clouds, and low, mushroom houses, wooden cottages surrounded by flowers, elegant castles besides the lakes. No matter big or small, they all looked delicate and dazzling. Abelie smiled. "That's Apprentice Town 8 of Tree Spirit Garden. There are a total of 36 apprentice towns in the garden, numbered 1 to 36. All the towns have large-scale magic arrays drawn under them by powerful wizards. They allow us to meditate better and save a lot of time. But apprentices need to pay magic crystals to live in there." Abelie reached for her coin pouch with a sad face and pointed to the field in front of them. "Without magic crystals, you'll have to live down here. The field doesn't have a name. We just call it the cave field because the underground is hollowed out into many caves with lots of passages connecting everywhere. Before earning enough magic crystals to live inside apprentice towns, this will be your home." So their residence was underground? People finally understood. They spent a night in a ground cave outside Twilight Town when they first came to the Fey continent, so they did not really resist the idea. However, when they actually stepped into the caves, they realized why this place was free. Abelie led them into the dark cave. Soon, they saw a small room blocked by a simple iron door. Abelie pointed to the door and said, "The room looks simple from the outside, but, ahem, it's even simpler on the inside." She pushed the iron door open and revealed some space which was barely 2 square meters large. There was nothing inside apart from a platform, which was basically a pile of dirt. You can use the dirt pile as your bed, your desk, or whatever you wish. Those who made these caves put the dirt there without any particular reason. Dispose of it if you want. Every underground room looks the same, so you can choose one freely. When you do it, place your bone card in the slot on the iron door, and it'll record your identity. Also, a sign showing that someone took that room will also show up in front of the door. All right. My job's done. Good luck on becoming wizards." Abelie smiled and bowed to them before she left on her tricolored deer. Chapter 131, Phantom Island. "Angor, let's become neighbors," said Salem. Angor smiled and agreed. Compared to Nausicaa, Angor preferred the companionship of Salem since he was just a simple and innocent boy whose ideas were pretty obvious. Nausicaa, on the other hand, appeared to be friendly, but Angor could never make out what the woman was really thinking about. Next, Salem went to Nausicaa. He asked the same thing and got the same answer quickly. The three of them then teamed up and began to look for a suitable place in the underground caves. There were directional signs everywhere, but it was still easy to get lost if they went too deep into the caves. After looking around for about half an hour, they decided to make a spot close to the surface with 2 venting pipes as their home point. Angor went into his own room and frowned when he was immediately welcomed by a rotten smell. Like what Abelie said, there was nothing in the room beside a dirt pile. Angor could still live with this. He just needed to get his own furniture. However, he could not accept the door. Previously, he thought these iron doors were pretty sturdy and could at least prevent a forceful breach. However, the lock of the door was actually a simple iron chain. He left his room and walked along the passage for a minute to reach another room right under one of the venting pipes. The door was unlocked. Angor still knocked and waited for a come in before going in. Cough. Ack. Angor was choked by the smoke inside the room. A mature and elegant-looking lady wearing soft armor was smoking from her long smoking pipe while leaning against a wall, surrounded by smoke clouds. Nausicaa gave Angor a curious look and asked, "What? Miss me already?" Angor did not feel embarrassed by her joke at all. He just covered his nose so he could inhale less smoke as he asked, "Nausicaa, can I borrow your sword?" As a former pirate captain who fought on the sea for many years, Nausicaa always carried her personal weapon, a thin dueling sword, strapped on her waist. The weapon looked thin, but Angor witnessed its sharpness back at Twilight Town when Nausicaa easily slashed a boulder in half. Nausicaa flipped some hair away from her eyes, put her pipe on the dirt pile, and tossed the sword to Angor without a second thought. She did not even ask why. After that, she resumed her smoking. Angor raised an eyebrow at her swift decision. Angor prepared an excuse, but now it seemed he did not need it. He took the sword back to his own room and, using only a small force, he tried cutting the iron chain. The iron chain snapped and fell to the ground. The impact caused a metal clunking noise. Angor grimaced at the result. He thought the door lock could at least withstand basic weapon attacks. Now he just proved that this place was unsafe. Anyone could easily break into his room. The door was meaningless. Not to mention there were a lot of other apprentices living down here. This room could not guarantee anything. No privacy, no personal safety. Angor carried a lot of secrets on himself. What if someone barged in when he was using his hologram tablet? Or if someone came and stole his valuable potion while he was away? Hookdick and his men all had grudge against him. If they messed with his meditation training or used some kind of small tricks to harm him, how could he protect himself? Thinking about this, Angor made up his mind to find somewhere else to live in. Angor put the sleeping Toby into his pocket and left the cave field. Back in the resource distribution hall, Sunders mentioned about sending a familiar to help Angor learn his way around. Angor also planned to use this chance to ask about rental prices in the apprentice towns. He had an anonymous bone card on him which had 10,000 merit points in it. If he combined it with the 30 magic crystals Gria gave him, Angor believed he should have enough to rent a room. The underground cave was out of the question, so he could only hope to find a room in the town. Once on the surface, he saw a small demon falcon hovering in the air. Angor saw it before on the Savage. It was Sunders' alchemy familiar. Angor simply needed to follow behind it. With the demon falcon taking the lead, Angor boarded a sky bus again. He looked outside the bus carefully and noticed that every corner in the entire tree spirit garden was connected to the tree of eternity by cable vines. There were other buses moving along the vines, either with passengers in them or empty. His bus stopped at a platform on a giant leaf. The platform was called the Falling Cloud Stop, which was about 300 meters above the ground. The clouds flowing beneath the leaf created a dreamy scene. Angor followed the demon falcon and walked among the misty clouds for a while. After going over several branches, he stopped on the edge of the leaf. The demon falcon was still urging him to go ahead. But there was no footing. Angor hesitated. The demon falcon indicated that he was walking in the right direction. So why could he not see any way ahead? 300 meters in the air. If he fell from here, he would absolutely end up as a pile of mash. He looked at the endless clouds in front of him and thought to himself. Maybe there is a road in the sky? He tried reaching out a foot. It landed on something steady. So there is a way. An invisible one, which started from the edge of the leaf and led to somewhere unknown. Angor walked in the air with a bit of fear. There were only blue sky and snow-white clouds around him. This would be a good scenery if not for his trembling legs. Angor walked on the twisting sky road for about 10 minutes, and finally reached a small floating island made from sandstone. When he stepped on the island, his legs stopped trembling. Angor sat on the island and rested for a while before he continued to follow the demon falcon. There were many such floating islands around the Tree of Eternity, and the one he was walking on was relatively small. Still, it looked beautiful. The island was about a dozen square kilometers large. Different plants grew everywhere. It also had some unknown animals. Angor saw several fierce-looking beasts on his way there, but they all ignored the boy's presence. Some of the beasts appeared as if they came out of a fairy tale. For example, Angor saw a snow-white horse with a pair of wings growing on its back. If it had a horn, it would look exactly like those unicorns who only adored innocent virgins. However, upon closer look, the horse was a little bit different from the stories. The wings were not naturally grown. Angor could see traces of suture work at the wing's base as if someone put them on the horse. Angor suddenly recalled that when he was reading in Sunders' library, he had read about a spell scroll called Canine Nose Transplant. The spell was used to give someone a superior sense of smell by transplanting a canine nose on him. If the user wanted to avoid looking ugly, there was also facial surgery spell and similar stuff. Those who did not mind carrying a dog nose around could just live with it. Angor felt something familiar between the horse's wings and the canine nose transplant spell. After going around another small hill, Angor reached his destination, a delicately built nobleman's manor. Angor knew that Sunders was from a noble family in a small country before he became a wizard. Angor even met younger Sunders in the nightmare realm. Both the middle-aged Sunders and the young one presented the same, unconcealed noble temperament. Also, Sunders' daily clothing was a gentleman costume. So Angor was not surprised when he saw this beautiful nobleman's manor. Once inside the manor, the demon falcon took Angor to Sunders' study. Angor knocked on the door. "Professor." When stepping into the study, instead of looking at Sunders, Angor's attention was first drawn to the countless bookshelves and bookcases which reached all the way to the ceiling. Angor almost felt dizzy just by looking at them. "Do you remember the way to the Phantom Island?" "Phantom Island?" Angor froze up for a full second and realized that Sunders was titled the Phantom Master. So Phantom Island was probably referring to this island. Angor quickly nodded. He was all tensed up on his way here, but he still memorized the path. "Good. If you have questions when studying the channeling method, come here and ask me. If you can't find me here, go to Flora," said Sunders. He was sitting in front of his desk with Singularity Dispersive Meditation placed right there. The man was probably reading the book before Angor came. "Understood," replied Angor as he nodded politely. "Off you go then," said Sunders. He never looked up when talking to the boy. Angor hesitated a bit. He thought Sunders called him for something else. So the man really was showing him the way? "One more thing, no matter who you come for, don't forget to bring the coin I gave you. Without the coin, the creatures will attack you the second you step onto Phantom Island," Sunders added. "Yes, Professor." "Okay. Learn the channeling method as fast as you can or you'll have a hard time living in this place." Angor returned to the falling cloud stop by backtracking his way. He saw another two people at the stop, waiting for the sky bus. They noticed Angor's arrival. They were not paying much attention first, but after checking Angor's face carefully, the shorter boy was mildly surprised. He took out a crystal ball from his robe, which shined something and displayed an image in it. The image showed the resource distribution hall. There were many people in there with Angor being in the center. "You're Angor." The short boy looked between the image and the real Angor standing on the side. Angor wanted to avoid trouble, so he had been standing far away. However, the short boy still moved to him and stared at him. "I'm Angor, and you are?" Angor was unsure of how the boy knew his name. The boy smiled back in a skilled socializer's manner as he said, "Name's Pori." "That's my friend, Hatter." He pointed to the other boy wearing a pair of rimless glasses. "You're really Angor?" Angor nodded, still wondering how he was recognized. When Angor confirmed his name, Pori and Hatter both gave him an admiring look. "You're pretty famous around here," said Pori as he showed his crystal ball to Angor. Angor checked the image of the resource hall. "You're here, which means you went to Mr. Sunders' Phantom Island. So you're really Mr. Sunders' new student?" Pori exclaimed. Angor let out a silly smile in response. "I reckon everyone already heard about you now. I mean, Mr. Sunders found a student. This is big news." Pori kept talking after they boarded their bus, and he never noticed that he was making Angor embarrassed. Hatter did not talk much, but he still showed jealousy in his eyes. Angor finally escaped from the chatterbox when he got off the bus. This incident just told him that he was now a famous figure among apprentices and it probably meant something bad. Getting attention from all kinds of people meant his every move would arouse suspicion and danger. He had to find a place of residence quickly. With that in mind, he changed his original destination from the cave field to the apprentice town. The town already looked bustling from the distance. Now as he walked closer, it appeared even more magnificent. Angor saw several giant buildings about 24 meters high. The buildings were all in different styles. Some were swamp structures, some were built with fantasy designs. He even saw shell houses which were similar to those used in Halen Empire. However, he did not find anything from his home, Goldspink. The differently designed buildings existed in harmony. The town was probably built by a skilled designer. At least Angor would never know how to mix shell houses, tree houses, and metal skyscrapers together without creating a bizarre sight. An hour later, Angor left the apprentice town 8 with a big smile on his face. Looked like being famous was not all about bad things. When Angor went to the town manager and asked to rent a room, the manager immediately recognized him and helped him pick a room with great enthusiasm. The manager even took care of his furniture. Angor only spent 500 merit points for permission to use a villa with a flower garden for 1 year. The points equaled to 5 magic crystals. This was big money. However, considering the villa's decent security level as well as its place within the concentration magic array which could improve his meditation efficiency, 5 magic crystals were completely worth it. His newly rented garden villa possessed 3 basic magic arrays: soundproof, protection, and spell inhibition. They were low-level magic arrays but were enough for Angor. The apprentice town was mostly populated by apprentice wizards. These 3 basic magic arrays could prevent most apprentices from doing harm. Even if someone managed to break through, the protection could give Angor enough time to react, so no one would see his secret that easily. Angor returned to the cave field. It took him some time to find his room inside the maze-like underground structure. He saw Salem and Nausicaa chatting in front of his door. "What's going on?" asked Angor. He was puzzled to see them here. Nausicaa pointed at the broken chain on the ground and explained, "Salem saw your door chain broken and he was worried that someone might steal your stuff. He asked me to be your gatekeeper." Angor looked at the chain, which was broken down by himself, then at Salem, who was expecting a thank you with a joyful expression. Angor felt warmth in his heart and thanked Salem politely. "You broke the chain yourself, right?" asked Nausicaa. She took out her dueling sword and said, "With this." Angor nodded. "But why? Bad guys might come. You know, Hookdick, Foza. They aren't friendly to you," Salem wondered. "The lock is useless, whether broken or not," said Nausicaa. She squinted her eyes and when she realized something, she asked, "Hey, Angor. You're not going to live somewhere else, are you?" Chapter 132, Tracing Spirit Power. Nausicaa's instinct was correct. Angor remembered that he agreed to be Salem's neighbor not long ago. It was barely a day yet, and he already changed his mind. Now Angor felt a little ashamed. And Nausicaa easily realized Angor's expression. "So I was right. You're going to move away? Wait, since you haven't started living here, you aren't literally moving away." Since Nausicaa revealed his intention, Angor did not try to hide his embarrassment. He could not hide it anyway. He told them how he rented a house in the apprentice town. His magic crystal income was pretty difficult to explain, so he simply used Sunders as an excuse. Besides, Sunders did give him those merit points. At a price though. "Miss Abley said even level 2 apprentices usually can't afford rooms there," said Salem. He looked jealous as he said, "Your professor is so nice." "A good choice," said Nausicaa. She picked up the broken chain before continuing, "This place is unsafe. Considering your problem with Hookdick, if that guy sneaks into your room during the night, you're in big trouble." Salem agreed, "Miss Nausicaa is right. I didn't think about it before but, if a sword can break the door lock, our rooms are not secured at all. And this is not a place full of peaceful townsfolk. The supernaturals and those about to become supernaturals must have their ways of breaking in. Getting your training interrupted by someone is bad. Besides, Toby is a bird and it can't live without the Sunday." "You're one step ahead of us then," said Nausicaa. She put a hand on Angor's shoulder and said, "When I get enough magic crystals, I'll also move away from here as soon as I can." "Me too," said Salem. He smiled as he added, "Then we can be neighbors." Their friendly comment allowed Angor to get rid of his sad feeling. "I hope that day comes soon," Angor said to them. Angor carried his luggage to his small villa in the apprentice town on the same day. The villa was located on the edge of Apprentice Town 8, with a small river aside. There was a forest behind the villa, and animals would show up from there occasionally and drink from the river casually. When Angor arrived, he saw several dusk pelicans with large, red beaks hunting for fish in the river, and a herd of white deer resting nearby. Such a beautiful nature. The pleasant scenery made Angor felt really satisfied with his new home. The villa was protected by a white fence. The fence was pretty short, but there were spell arrays on it which could stall intruders. There were a small garden and a tiny greenhouse. A 3-meter-tall mistletoe tree was growing near the greenhouse. The mirror world kept a warm atmosphere most of the times, so the tree was lively and lush. There were even some fruit buds growing on it. Angor entered the villa and saw that his furniture was brought in by the town manager. The furniture was left around in the main hall in a disorganized manner. Angor spent half of the day arranging furniture to their correct positions while getting used to the interior of the villa. The villa had 3 floors, with a small triangular attic as the top floor, guest rooms on the second, and the main bedroom, study, and common hall were all on the ground floor. There was also a basement which was designed as a training room. Angor would be living in the main bedroom. He put Toby into the attic. There was a skylight in the attic, through which the leafy mistletoe tree could be seen, thus giving the attic a comfortable atmosphere. Toby was pretty satisfied with its own room. The bird could fly in and out of the skylight as it liked. After arranging Toby's room, Angor returned to his own bedroom. There was nothing here besides the bed. The walls around were all empty. Angor watched the creepily white walls and decided to take the 2 oil paintings out. He hanged Traveler Understars onto the wall across to the bed. As for Milking Shepherd, he put it into the study instead and covered it up with a painting curtain. Angor was not sure if the painting had some kind of secret, so he hid it, just in case. The decoration made his bedroom a lot better. Angor already felt tired after running around during the day, so he fell asleep soon on the bed. The next day, Angor woke up after the horizon had already turned bright. The boy lifted the curtain and stretched himself on the balcony while inhaling the fresh air. He felt good as he looked at the green mountain in the distance and small animals chasing around along the river. Angor did not plan to go out today. He wanted to finally start studying the channeling method. He wanted to try out singularity dispersive meditation as soon as he could, hoping that it would deepen his knowledge quickly and allow him to save John's life in 5 years. However, before learning the channeling method, he had to get a feel about his spirit power first. Angor asked Toby to enjoy the outside on his own. He then ate some instant food before he stepped into the basement. It was wide. The 3 basic magic arrays were drawn on the walls, so no matter what Angor did down here, his privacy and safety could be protected. This was also why many apprentices redesigned their basements into personal laboratories. Angor did not intend to do that though. He was going for another side door in the basement which led to a small soundproof room about 2 or 3 square meters wide. One could calm his mind best in such a narrow and tranquil room. This place would help Angor greatly during his first meditation. It did not go well. Even with the help of Sunder's advice, Angor still could not manage to completely calm his mind. The first step of meditation was to imagine the spirit model inside one's brain. This was different from actually constructing the model, but they were related. To imagine the spirit model was to build it better. Angor needed this step to have a basic idea about the model he was going to make. Also, imagining the spirit model could help Angor feel and channel his spirit power. Spirit power was an abstract concept. Angor had to feel it first before materializing it. As for how to feel spirit power, he had to imagine a spirit model in his mind and to look for something that was drawn by this model. Imagined a spiritual model while tracing spirit power. Angor could not focus entirely on the spiritual model because he needed to catch the other power in his brain, spirit power. This step called for greater concentration. It was extremely difficult for someone to imagine something while focusing on another completely different object. Angor recalled reading about a famous psychological test from Earth called the pink elephant. A psychologist told the subjects that there was a pink elephant in the room, but then he told them not to think about the elephant. But in the end, once the subjects heard about the pink elephant, they could no longer get rid of the idea. No matter how hard they tried to forget it, their brains would always remind them of the particularly colored creature in the room. Wizard meditation was a similar process. When one wanted to divert one's focus to something else, one could not do it. This was called thought interference. If one wished to forget the subject which caused the interference, he or she had to clear the body and mind of everything before slowly shifting their focus into a state of blankness. This was a difficult task. People were usually troubled by a lot of different thoughts. To make the mind blank required a constant and long-term effort. Since this called for an absolutely silent environment, most wizards were wise people who lived in solitude. When wizards attained a higher level and had less random thoughts in their minds, they could use relatively quiet places in place of absolutely silent ones. However, only wizards could do that. Wizards were able to meditate even if they stayed among bustling crowds. Being able to empty their minds quickly allowed them to enter such a state easily. That was something beyond achieving calmness in their bodies and minds. They could calm their spirits. As for an even higher state called calming the soul, it required some harsher conditions. Angor spent a whole week without successfully going into a meditation state. He had a quiet place now, but he always thought about various stuff. Each time he closed his eyes in a meditation attempt, all sorts of distracting thoughts and evildoers rose up inside his mind as if they were holding a party. Pressing something down meant allowing something else to come up. Angor already had enough difficulty trying to suppress his own thoughts, let alone imagining the spiritual model. And he just realized how chaotic his mind was. Angor was not the only talent who was stuck at the first step. All talents had received channeling method books from their respective professors. The difference was that their methods were only common ones, something like triangle channeling. Yet, they too were stopped by the first challenge. Especially the adults who had witnessed too many things in their lives to completely calm their minds. Salem, however, was a lot purer than Angor despite being only 1 year younger. The book asked him to close his eyes to meditate, and Salem simply did so. The boy had way fewer random ideas, and he managed to separate his imagination and focus in a short time. Salem's success stimulated Angor much. In the next 2 weeks, Angor decided to stay indoors to meditate. He believed the hard effort would pay off in the end. Sunders did not contact Angor during his training. Maybe the man also knew what kind of trouble first-timers had to face. Several days later, Angor gained a deeper insight into his meditation method. It asked for regular progress, instead of something that could be achieved in one go. So his only task now was to get rid of distracting ideas. 1 week later, Angor succeeded. The second step was to imagine his spiritual model and track down spirit power. Another 3 days passed. Angor more or less knew how to separate his imagination from his focus. He had to slowly project the spiritual model instructed by singularity dispersive meditation into his mind and turn it into his natural instinct. Such an instinct would prevent him from losing focus, and it would also make it easier for him to sense spirit power. Yet, to develop something into instinct was not easy. Another week went by, Angor was still stuttering during his meditation. He could not completely separate his imagination from his focus yet, but he managed to direct his focus away occasionally to look for his spirit power. He could only do this every now and then, but it gave him a lot of confidence. Occasional would slowly become constant, and it would then turn into forever. He did not know how long it would take him, but Angor knew how to persist. Angor slowly caught up with Salem after half a month and came out in front of all the other talents. For one, he already had a decent talent. Besides, the concentration magic array helped him a lot. Just like Angor, Salem was also on the step of finding his spirit power, but he could not do it. He felt as if something like that did not exist at all. They had also discussed their training in private, but they could not find anything helpful. As for Nausicaa, she had shut herself in her room for a long time now. According to Salem, Nausicaa was still fighting with her own mind. She even smoked less. Angor muttered to himself upon hearing Nausicaa's condition, maybe she can do better while smoking. This was because Angor already noticed that Nausicaa appeared to be more serene and calm when she smoked her pipe. Telling from his training during the half-month, this meant it was easier for Nausicaa to remove her distractions when smoking. After making some progress by directing his focus away from his imagination, Angor felt a little bit irritated when he got stuck trying to find spirit power. An entire month went by. The month of looming frost had come. This meant that after another month, Angor would reach his first year of being away from home. That would be 1 out of the 5-year period from his promise of saving John. A year had passed and he was not even an apprentice yet. Of course, he would feel irritated. One day, after he still found no trace of his spirit power, Angor decided to go to Phantom Island and ask Sunders for help. The way to the island was smooth and peaceful, and Sunders happened to be inside his study room. However, Sunders' answer was a little unsatisfactory to Angor. The man positively praised Angor's progression. As for how to find spirit power, Sunders only told him to take it slow. Haste makes waste. Angor knew this, but he could not take it slow now. Before leaving the Phantom Island, Angor ran into Flora and got an idea. Maybe Flora could tell him something helpful. However, Flora said exactly the same thing, that he should be patient. Though looking at how Angor was on his edge, Flora added something in the end. I don't know why you're being all edgy, and I don't have anything to help you. But someone might. It's no easy task to pry useful information from that guy though. Chapter 133, Elder of Books. The third day into the month of looming frost. Apprentice Town 8. Angor woke up earlier. After he washed up, he found himself a black gentleman attire which suited him just fine. Inside the mirror, the young kid quickly became an elegant nobleman with a high nose bridge, delicate lips, deep blue eyes, and messy but lively short blonde hair. When viewed by the people in this era, Angor was absolutely a top-tier handsome. Even though he did not pay much attention to his dressing, he managed to draw a lot of attention to himself. When the boy tried to look better, he only made it super. Something is amiss, Angor muttered. Anyone else here to comment on his looks would not find anything more that could be done. Bird chirping came from the French window. Angor opened it and invited fresh air into the house. Along with it came a seabird wearing black gentleman suit, Toby. Toby circled around Angor's room for a while and perched on top of Angor's head skillfully. Now, 2 pairs of eyes stared at the mirror. Similar clothes, the same puzzled look. They were even standing in the same posture. I see now. I need a hat, said Angor. He looked at the small creature inside his hair and recalled the days when his hairstyle would always be ruined by the bird. There was a marketplace in the town where various merchants from villages and towns nearby sold their stuff. Angor soon found a hattery and purchased a pure black top hat. Then he rushed back home with Toby on his head. The boy attracted a lot of people on his way. He made quite an interesting sight with his appearance, clothing, and the adorable companion. But there were only common folks. Angor did not see any apprentices. Maybe they were all hiding inside their basements doing research and did not come out much. Angor removed Toby from his hair and put on his new top hat. Now he looked more wonderful. Together with his dark red bow tie and snow-white silk collar, the decorations added some mysterious properties on top of Angor's handsome look. He was going to find someone today. To show his respect, Angor made sure he presented his best manner. According to Flora, his target was an elder with a very strict character who preferred people who knew the rules. The boy had to wear formal clothes. Angor would do this anyway without Flora's advice. He would not forget the glory of the lion's heart which was carved into his soul. The fire in the lion's heart never dies. The button on Angor's gentleman wear was the emblem of Pad family lion's heart. Angor put on this costume for the first time. He prepared it for brother's title inheritance ceremony. He did not expect that he would suddenly go somewhere else far, far away before he could actually use it. Angor recited his family motto in a small voice. The young man in the mirror was now carrying a responsible and solemn look. Let's go, Toby. I heard the elder is the most knowledgeable being in the entire southern region. Maybe he can help you evolve. Apart from asking something for himself, Angor also planned to do something for Toby. Kriya only put Toby in his care for the moment. But Toby was also a supernatural now. Angor developed a fine friendship with the bird during these months, so Angor hoped he could find Toby a path to advance using the chance. Not far from Apprentice Town 8, Angor reached a stairway made from plant vines which led toward a bus stop 10 meters off the ground. Angor climbed onto the stop and saw a sky bus approaching soon. While on the bus, he silently went over the key points for sensing spirit power. Being able to sense his spirit power meant he could finally begin his life as a supernatural. There were 3 steps. The first one was to feel his spirit power, and the second step was to control the power. The last step was to construct one's spiritual model. Once the model was made, he would be considered a level 1 apprentice, like Abeli. However, Angor did not manage to think for a long time before someone's cheering voice woke him up. He looked out of the bus and saw a giant plaza in the middle of Tree Spirit Garden suddenly being shrouded in sunlight. The Tree of Eternity grew very large leaves and branches which hid most of the sun from the ground, so the Tree Spirit Garden underneath was always dark with only occasional, scattered light spots. But now, the central plaza which was several square kilometers in size was completely brightened by the sun. The place appeared as if it was covered by golden dust. Angor looked up and saw the giant leaves which denied the plaza of sunlight all curled up. Maybe Mr. Tree Spirit is in a good mood today so he allows people down there to enjoy some light. Angor wondered. But was that something worth cheering for? Anyone who wanted to see light could simply take a sky bus and go to the leaves on the tree. Angor looked back and failed to notice that a rupture had just opened up in the central plaza. The cheering apprentices all rushed inside. 20 minutes later, Angor reached the stop he was coming for. It was only a small stop, and Angor was the only one here. A metal sign which was about 3 meters high stood under the platform. It read Cloud Library. Yes, the base of the sign was fixed on the cloud. This stop was not located on one of the tree leaves. It stood on a thick cloud. When Angor stepped on the cloud, he felt like walking on soft dirt. This was called cloud dirt, a product made by mixing a special material with clouds. The cloud was very wide. Angor could already see the magnificent library which shined a golden light not far from him. The elder he was looking for was here, in the biggest library in Brute Cavern. There were lots of people in the library, but compared with the size of the building, they appeared like swarms of ants. Angor was the only one on the bus stop because everyone could fly. As the boy stared agape at the library, a middle-aged witch wearing blue wizard robe and a pointy wizard hat decorated by stars and moon flew past him on a broomstick. The aura of the library shocked him more and more as he approached it. It stood there like a hallowed church, which made people want to show respect and bow down. Angor knew that this was not something religious, but natural respect toward knowledge and truth. Every single person walking around the place presented his or her best manner. No one spoke a word. Angor was the same as he entered the library with a solemn attitude. The library was extremely spacious inside. There were obviously space-expanding magic arrays being used. Books were arranged in different sections. When Angor checked the map at the entrance, he saw 8,329 sections in total. According to people's needs, they could all be reached via certain teleportation points. The rule of equivalent exchange also worked here. To use teleportation and rent books all required merit points, and most of the apprentices would spend their hard-earned points here. According to Flora, the elder was inside section 7920-7930 recently, researching for some sort of energy transformation project. Angor found a vacant teleportation point and prepared to go to section 7920. Without any more clues to go by, he had to look in the sections one by one. When he placed his bone card on the teleportation device, a number showed up, 100 merit points. Angor widened his eyes. He just saw an apprentice who only paid 1 point to use the teleportation device. Why was it asking for 100-fold now? When he felt like crying, someone in the line urged him to hurry up. There were 30 teleportation points in the library, and somehow, they were all occupied. Angor did not want to keep people waiting and make a scene, so he clenched his teeth and accepted the price. Angor reached section 7920 and felt his heart aching. He thought a section would be a dozen meters around at best. But what he saw shocked him for good. The section was beyond 100 meters in both directions and was full of giant bookshelves. The first glance presented him books 100 times more than what Sunders had in his collection. No. It was way more than that. Angor glanced at a random book nearby. Summary on how to use hypermagnetic cannon. When he placed his bone card near the book, the rental fee quickly showed up on it, 300,000 merit points. 300,000. Angor's total asset was 10,000. One single book cost 30 times. That equaled to 3,000 magic crystals. This was insane. Few apprentices could save up such big money. Angor guessed that this section was meant for wizards. The teleportation fee would also make sense. It was a price bar which discouraged apprentices from coming here. Considering how apprentices usually made money, they would never waste their income by coming to this place. That was also why Angor did not see anyone at all in here. He walked along the central path and looked aside, hoping to find the elder Flora mentioned. But he did not succeed even after looking around the entire section 7920. Angor had no choice but to return to the teleportation point and go for section 7921. Another 100 merit points. And the effort still brought him nothing. 7,922, 7,923, 7,924. The boy kept searching for another 3 sections by spending 300 points. He did not find a single soul, let alone the elder he was looking for. When he prepared to move to section 7,925, he noticed the teleportation fee this time was 300. Angor felt faint and wanted to leave. But on second thought, he felt that he could not let his previous attempt go to waste, so he made a hard decision and went for section 7925 with a sad face. He walked in the middle to search around just like before. When halfway through, Angor noticed that a bookshelf at the end of the line to his right was of a different color than the others. It released a weak, silver glimmer. He approached the bookshelf out of curiosity. The books here were, all alchemy books. Alchemy script, energy stabilizer. It was an alchemy script on how to create an energy stabilizer. Angor recalled recording a book in the warden's secret chamber back at stairs of Hanging Prison. The book was called Encyclopedia, Basic Alchemy, which contained knowledge on how to craft such a stabilizer. It was an elementary alchemy tool. But why was the bookshelf silver? Because it was meant for alchemy books? When Angor placed his bone card near alchemy script, energy stabilizer and read the number shown, he felt his heart skipping a beat. Rental fee, 1,100,000 merit points. This was too crazy. In the encyclopedia, Basic Alchemy that Angor recorded, there were crafting methods for nearly 1,000 different alchemy tools, and the energy stabilizer was only a very basic one. And this single, basic tool was taken out and published in one book which cost more than 1,000,000 points to rent. That meant 10,000 magic crystals. Angor could not believe his own eyes. If the price was real, encyclopedia, Basic Alchemy would worth billions of points? And that was only one of the many alchemy books Angor recorded in his tablet. There were also intermediate books, advanced books, even other special ones. How much would they cost? Wow! Alchemy books were so expensive, Angor mumbled to himself. Seemed like he was a rich guy himself, only that he could not reveal it to others. The boy would never try to sell his recordings. One of John's teachings was that a man's wealth is his own crime. Before he knew how to defend himself, selling the books would only bring him death instead of a fortune. I can't sell them, but I can try learning them, Angor muttered. Since he possessed such textbooks which covered all levels of knowledge, why not put them to good use? Still, it was something for later. His main job now was to become a supernatural first and turn into an apprentice successfully. Everything else had to wait. Angor left the silver bookshelf and continued searching for the elder. Before declaring the section to be another disappointment, the boy suddenly saw an old man in a corner. He looked much like a soul who kept blinking out of existence. The soul was sitting in front of a long desk and writing something. Angor's eyes brightened up. There he is. There were 3 ancestor souls in Brute Cavern, the tree spirit of the Tree of Eternity, Lady Mirror in the Mirror World, and the old man in front of Angor. The most erudite being in the southern region, and the philosopher of Cloud Library Elder of Books. The Elder of Books was a soul who existed long in history. He was a wise and serene man who edited or participated in the editing of more than half of all the book in the entire Cloud Library. Rumor had it that he was born from an ancient tome, thus he loved and cared for books as well. The old man never went out of the mirror world before. He did not even leave the library much. And still, he was titled the most erudite being in the southern region. Being erudite meant knowing a lot, which was different from being an expert who spent countless time researching a certain field of expertise. They were equally important traits, but the wizards still preferred being experts. The Elder of Books knew a lot of things. Many wizard tricks out there came from him. He even lectured legendary wizards before. This was why Flora mentioned his name to Angor. Angor approached him and noticed the old man was composing something. He decided not to interrupt his work and stood aside to wait. And he waited for 10 hours straight. Even after Angor's feet went all numb, the Elder of Books did not show any hint of stopping. During the process, Toby switched from Angor's left shoulder to the right, then onto his top hat. In the end, Toby fell asleep, so Angor put the bird into his pocket. The sky outside turned dark. Angor tried to call his name in a small voice, Elder of Books. The elder did not look up from his work while he pondered over something as what he did during the last few hours. He did not mind Angor's presence at all. Chapter 134, Mass Energy Relation. Angor did not want to give up and leave. To find the Elder of Books, he had spent 700 merit points on teleportation. Leaving now would cause him to waste a lot of money. Considering how the elder did not notice him at all, Angor moved closer. The old man did not intend to chase Angor away. Rather, the elder was totally submerged inside his own thoughts without paying any attention to the outside world. Angor moved to his side and looked at his writing. Along with some strange pictures, he also saw several rows of disordered formulas on the paper. He did not know what the elder was trying to figure out. This is independent from energy? It can't be. The San-Mina-Mana equation worked fine. Or was San-Mina wrong? Or is the equation itself flawed? The Elder of Books had been muttering over his work. Now that Angor was close enough, the boy could hear what the old man was saying. Maybe Galame's talent allowed the conversion between mass and energy. That sounded familiar. Angor did not know about Galame, but the latter half of his words seemed to be the law of conservation of mass and energy. Angor muttered along. Conservation of mass and energy? Yes, it could be. Maybe mass and energy actually obey a certain law so they aren't independent. So the San-Mina-Mana equation is right. But, what kind of law? The elder fell into deep thought again. A certain mass always equals to certain energy. Mass and energy move in proportion to each other. Angor recited what John taught him during his mass-energy relation class. Proportion? So if something gains mass, it also attains a corresponding amount of energy. On the contrary, an object growing lighter also loses energy. This could explain Galame's talent. I was thinking about this theory, how did I get distracted? And thanks to you. The elder smiled at Angor but quickly changed the smile into a frown. Who are you? And why are you here? Asked the old man. He looked puzzled. A mortal? He thought a wizard was here discussing the mass-energy relationship with him. But when he looked around, he saw a mere mortal, and judging from his body, he was a 14-year-old kid. Angor was also pondering over the mass-energy conservation theory. When the boy realized the elder of books was inspecting him with a dumbstruck look, Angor rubbed his nose in embarrassment. The embarrassment went for both ways. Angor suddenly remembered something and removed his top hat to bow at the elder of books politely. I'm Angor, and I just joined Brute Cavern recently. I ran into some problems in my training, so I came here to seek help from Mr. Elder of Books. You can remove the Mr. part, said the old man. He showed a strange expression. He wanted to chase the boy away, but when he thought about how Angor answered his previous question fluently, the elder felt something weird on the boy. The question he was working on involved a scientific conclusion which was agreed upon by people a long time ago. In normal circumstances, energy and mass were independent properties and were not related. However, when the old man was researching on a new monster from another world called Galame, he noticed the monster's talent went against this conclusion. The monster could utilize ordinary mass to create other forms of energy without using magic crystals, so he began to think that these two things were connected after all. And this brilliant young man easily followed along with his idea. The elder of books developed a good impression of Angor. You joined Brute Cavern recently? So you're one of the talents for this term. Angor nodded. Who told you to find me? You haven't achieved your first step yet, so what kind of question can you possibly have? Miss Flora asked me to come. Flora, the little troublemaker, said the old man. He revealed a smile and asked, You're Flora's student? But you're too different from her character. No, my mentor is Sunders, answered Angor. Sunders? You're the kid Sunders accepted this year, asked the elder of books. He looked surprised as he said, I thought it would be some kind of naturally born genius. But you. To be frank, you make a better student for little Wallace. Angor did not reply. He only looked at the old man with a plain look. No matter who sent you, I'll not solve your problem for free, said the elder. He paused a moment before saying, however, if you can tell me something about your own idea about mass-energy relation and can make a good point, I'll make an exception and help you this time. Mass-energy relation. Angor considered. He was not sure if the physical constants applied in the wizarding world, but he could still explain the basic concept of it. This was about helping his own training, so Angor did not intend to hide anything. He told the old man everything he knew about the relation. However, Angor did not use any constants. Instead, he used speculations and inferences to create definitions in the opposite way. Angor did not say anything about the more exotic concepts such as the core of mass-energy relation, the theory of relativity. He only explained relatively plain knowledge while using uncertain words such as I guess, maybe, and I think. However, what Angor deducted already surprised the elder of books. The old man possessed these superficial concepts, but they were all considered paradoxes because they went against commonly believed views. Knowledge had paradoxes, but the truth did not. The elder of books admired Angor for being courageous enough to redefine the concept albeit only at a basic level. You did well. You didn't know anything about in-depth problems yet, but you already have a decent knowledge base considering your age, said the elder as he nodded in acknowledgement. Angor brightened up and said, So, my question. The old man had a thick, white, chest-level beard, and he would stroke his beard when he felt joyful. He was doing it now with a gentle look as he said, Go ahead and ask. Truth is, I also want to know what question could a kid who didn't find his spirit power ask. Angor was speechless. You already said it. The boy cleared his throat embarrassingly as he said, I just wanted to ask how to find my spirit power. The old man stopped his hand in the middle of his beard. He was speechless. You came all the way here just to ask me this. Angor realized the old man's expression was turning colder, so he quickly added, I know people have different ways to express their spirit power, and that this power is always inside their minds, and they will find it sooner or later in the long run. But I have an urgent task on me, and I need to do this faster. I've spent a long time trying to sense my spirit power now, so I came to you to find if there's something I can do to speed it up. The Elder of Books relaxed a little upon hearing Angor's words. Wanting to become an apprentice faster because of an urgent matter was an acceptable excuse. The old man did not intend to ask why. Maybe the kid was bullied by another apprentice or wanted to get revenge on someone. The old man answered after considering for a while, there are faster methods to track down your spirit power. He added, I know a direct and quick approach. You can buy and drink a potion which improves your spirit power. When the potion works on you, you'll naturally feel that power. But the potion is usually costly. Potion of austere night? Angor asked. You have it, asked the old man. He felt a bit uneasy. He had just said the potion was expensive, and the kid declared that he had it right away. Angor nodded as he explained, my professor gave it to me. The Elder of Books remained silent and thought to himself. Since when did Sunders become so generous? Why did he give this priceless potion to someone so easily? In the end, he said, ahem. Since you have the potion of austere night, just drink it down to sense your spirit power. Angor was happy about getting a viable answer. However, when he thought about how Sunders told him that the potion had side effects, he hesitated. So I can feel spirit power when it increases? Angor asked. Yes. But that's not all. Even a decrease in your spirit power or even a small fluctuation of the power which didn't affect the ultimate result will help you to locate your spirit power faster. Chapter 135, Finding Spirit Power. Phantom Island. Inside Sunders' study room. Flora was talking to Sunders while flipping a rose in her hand. I think Angor noticed us when he came down from the Savage. I don't understand how though. Sunders pointed at the Red Reaper, if you can hide the Red Reaper somewhere deeper, he won't find you anymore. So he saw Little Red? Asked Flora. She finally realized it. As a nightmare form, Angor was able to see the Reaper. Aren't you going to study something? Why are you here? Sunders asked Flora. Flora revealed a sweet smile as she said, I saw Angor yesterday. He asked me how to find spirit power faster. Oh. Sunders put down his quill and looked at Flora. Flora asked, Professor, you know that the boy can easily do it by using his potion. Why didn't you tell him so? Sunders stayed silent. He did not tell Flora about the strange wall at the end of the Glutton Flower Tunnel. Instead, he said, Angor's mind is too impetuous now. Using the potion of austere night won't help him for certain. Really? I was impetuous too when I drank the potion, said Flora. You felt hurry because you had been stuck at a bottleneck for too long. However, Angor has not achieved his first step yet, so he has no need to be impatient. So did you tell him about using the potion, said Saunders. Flora shrugged, of course not. Not when my dear professor decided not to. But Angor looked so edgy, so I asked him to go find the Elder of Books. Saunders was quite surprised at that. He muttered, good for him if he gets to meet the Elder. But I don't think he's going to find an answer. Countless people in the South pursued all kinds of answers from the Elder of Books, and only a handful of them was satisfied. The Elder of Books was only willing to help a few selected people. Flora chuckled as she said, suppose the Elder decided to help the boy, I think the old man will simply chase Angor away once he heard the question. Angor left the library in disappointment. The Elder of Books only answered his first question. When Angor tried to ask about Toby, the Elder just waved a hand and teleported Angor to the outside. Angor returned to his house and took out the glass of potion of austere night from a secret slot in his training room. The beautiful liquid wavered in its transparent container. Should he drink it? Once he did, he would probably exhaust all of his spirit potential, which meant he would no longer be able to improve his spirit again. But if he did not do it now, he would need way more time to find his spirit power. Angor closed his eyes as he thought over his choices. His professor suggested not using the potion because of the strange wall in the nightmare realm, which for some reason, increased his spirit limit by 2 points. If the wall could keep doing this, it would be better for him to keep the potion of austere night for now. Speaking of the wall, Angor recalled the Elder's words. He could quickly locate his spirit power if some kind of fluctuation came up. It would not matter if it increased, decreased, or did not change his spirit in the end. Angor thought about his recording in the tablet. When he tried to imagine the pattern on the wall, even though the pattern in his mind did not have a beginning point yet, he still felt great pain. Maybe the pain meant his spirit power was changing? Thinking about this, Angor decided to take out his tablet to test it out. If he could create a fluctuation in his spirit in this way, then he would not need the potion. His hologram tablet was still hidden inside his pocket watch. Angor never figured out how this thing followed him into the nightmare realm. But since it successfully captured all the images, the boy decided not to worry about this matter. He found the recording about the strange wall quickly enough. The surface of the wall looked aged and ancient. Faint light streams flowed inside the gaps on the wall, combining into a complicated and giant picture. Just by looking at the pattern on the wall, Angor could already feel a terrible and indescribable fear. Trembling a little, Angor watched the recording carefully and began drawing the pattern in his mind. He picked a random spot as the starting point. Then he followed the curves, strokes, roundabouts, and junctions. The shining pattern slowly appeared inside the dark space of his mind. When a tiny part of the pattern was created in his mind, Angor's eyebrows twitched. He disregarded it and kept drawing. The twitching grew stronger with time, and Angor started to sense an uneasiness. Soon, he felt the spot between his eyebrows swelling. It was as if strange energy was gathering inside his pineal gland. Angor did not know if he was sensing spirit power, so he simply kept going while trying to capture where the strange feeling was coming from. When the second part of the pattern was finished, Angor tried to combine the two parts together, but an unknown terror suddenly shrouded Angor's body. He felt like someone who lost his way in the middle of a swamp, and that he was struggling in a deadly mud without anyone around to help him. His only way was down, into the bottomless swamp. Next, endless darkness and agony descended onto his body. His soul was screaming in pain as if it was trying to tear up its vessel from the inside. Angor remembered such a feeling. He fainted because of it in the nightmare realm. The next thing he knew was that his spirit power increased when he woke up again. He realized this might be his chance, a chance to find his spirit power. He was immortal when he was inside the nightmare realm. He was still immortal, but now, he was a mortal who had begun to learn the channeling method. As he kept drawing the pattern in his mind, Angor also began imagining the model built using the singularity dispersive method. He diverted his concentration away from the pain, focusing only on finding the spirit power. Trying to find a needle during an unlit night was a difficult task. But finding a lighthouse in the dark was a lot easier. During Angor's previous meditations, he tried to find his spirit power blindly. Now, with the strange pattern as a medium, which stimulated his spirit power to run wild inside his soul, the power appeared brighter than a lighthouse in the night. The pain kept worsening until Angor realized his brain could not take it anymore. He immediately stopped his imagination and calmed his mind. The two parts of the pattern that he had already drawn slowly shattered and disappeared into the depth. With the pattern gone, the spirit power which was drawn out whirled around in Angor's mind and was about to vanish. Angor was drenched in sweat now. With all of his spirit exhausted, he felt faint. But he held on. He knew that if he rested now, the spirit power he triggered using so much effort would hide into nothingness soon. He had to strike the iron while it was hot. Angor forced his brain to work again. To attract the spirit power, he began to imagine the spiritual model according to the channeling method he read. Usually, this was no easy task. But it was a lot easier now that his spirit power already showed itself because of the strange pattern. Angor only had to follow the instructions in the book slowly and tame the power, thus ironing his own name onto the spirit power. From now on, Angor only had to imagine the spiritual model again to draw out the power. Once he completed building the model, and with the help of mana, Angor would be able to activate his spirit power for certain. Knowing this, Angor sighed in relief. He slowly opened his eyes again. Yet before he could lift a hand to wipe the beads of sweat off his face, he felt dizzy and his eyes rolled back before he collapsed on the floor. Chapter 136, Balba's Request. Angor felt refreshed when he woke up. He was able to sense his spirit power during meditation now. Furthermore, without having to go through the second step, he could manipulate the power to practice it. A satisfying result, despite feeling a crack on my head, Angor told himself. He felt content. There were 3 steps before becoming an apprentice wizard. 1. Sensing spirit power. And 2. Controlling the power. Angor no longer had to go through the second step, and this saved him a lot of time and effort. However, this was not really an outstanding feat since the second step usually did not take long for most people. So only the third challenge remained, to build a spiritual model. Once his spiritual model was complete enough to channel mana flow, Angkor could finally be considered a supernatural. Instead of building the model right away, Angkor stood up and turned off his tablet. He left it running when he fainted yesterday, and he checked the time on it before putting it away. October 5th. The 5th day into the month of looming frost. Good, I only slept one night instead of several days like what I did in Nightmare Realm. Angkor wondered if his spiritual power increased again this time. He needed to find a chance to test himself. Yes or not, at least he made sure that there was really something strange about the wall. The mysterious pattern did a perfect job drawing his spirit power out. He only mimicked the pattern in his mind randomly, and it already attracted his spirit power so efficiently. What would happen if he actually drew the complete pattern in his mind? Angkor did not dare to try it out though. He did not go so far as to put himself on the brink of death yesterday, but he would rather not bear such pain again. Since he had successfully found his spirit power, there was no point in taking further risk. When Angkor stepped out from his soundproof room, he saw a greyish-brown figure lying beside his door. Toby! Angkor called in a small voice. The sleeping creature on the floor slowly shifted and woke up. It tweeted and chirped happily when it saw Angkor. Angkor placed Toby onto his shoulder with a gentle smile. Wizards always meditate for several weeks on end. Don't worry about me. I think Lady Gria often keeps to herself like this too. Worry? Toby looked away and was obviously not worried about him in the least. Toby led Angkor to its attic on the top floor and found its snack box. Under Angkor's puzzled gaze, it pointed at the empty box with its sharp beak and looked at Angkor again. Oh, so you're out of munchies, you big glutton? I thought you would at least worry about your master, Angkor complained while wearing a smile. He then added, let's go then. I just made some great achievement. I'll buy something for you. Angkor changed into a casual, checkered jacket and a pair of loose pants. Seeing him, Toby also took out a checker upperwear and asked Angkor to help it get dressed. Good thing you're just a bird or you'll be the embarrassed one, wearing the same clothes as me. You know, because you're uglier, Angkor muttered while dressing Toby. Toby pecked at Angkor in protest. There were lots of food stands in the marketplace of the apprentice town. When Angkor arrived at the market at noon, the stands were full of customers. Aside from the townsfolk who did business here, Angkor also saw a number of apprentice wizards. This was the first time Angkor saw so many apprentices gathered in one place. Just like the buildings in varied styles, all the apprentices also had different appearances. Angkor saw such a particular apprentice who wore an adorable, pink bunny costume which also had a pair of fluffy rabbit ears on it. The apprentice would have been a cute one if she was a little girl about the age of 5 or 6, but she was she all right. Problem was, this woman had more muscles than any male bodybuilders. Besides, she was not even the most embarrassing dresser here. A young man standing in front of a food stand to Angkor's right was wearing nothing on the upper half, while his thighs were covered by short suspenders. The guy had some really thick chest hair, and he even placed 2 pink, heart-shaped objects to cover his 2 nipples. Ah, my eyes! Angkor took a deep breath and covered Toby's eyes. Toby did not protest this time. Angkor could basically distinguish mortals from apprentices by their looks. He looked around in curiosity and saw many bizarrely dressed people. While satisfying his curiosity, Angkor also noticed a small shop selling fast food. Angkor bought a bunch of food and dried fish slices, which were Toby's favorite. He left his address to the merchant to receive the delivery before he wandered around the market. After enjoying some popular snacks, Angkor entered a cake shop called Sweet Milk. As he entered, he kept a low profile so as to not draw attention to himself. A moment later, he left the shop while carrying 2 delicate food bags in his hands and a satisfied stomach. A drop of milk was left around the corner of his smiling lips. Angkor walked back to his house with his newly purchased milk product while humming a melody. The fast food he bought earlier had already arrived. Angkor carefully stored them away and put Toby's dried fish into its attic. Next, Angkor asked Toby to stay by itself before he left his house with one of the food bags. He was carrying a portion of cakes and drinks he bought from the sweet milk shop and intended to take them to Salem and Nausicaa in the caves. His friends were also training at the same time. Without the magic arrays to help them, they had to work harder. It had been some time since Angkor's last visit. Since Angkor already made a breakthrough, he decided to go check them out as well as to maintain their friendship. The paths underground were scattered in disorderly manners. Angor had been here many times, but he would still get lost when going over forks which looked exactly the same. Thank goodness there were directional signs along the way. Otherwise, Angor was afraid he would have to spend a whole day trying to find his way. When going up a small slope, Angor looked up and saw a dead end. He must have entered another wrong fork. Angor sighed and turned around. On his way back, he saw another individual walking to him in the opposite direction. Balba. Angor realized the man's name in his mind. Balba was still in his wild-looking warrior attire. Angor did not really have any business, either good or bad, with him, so he only nodded to Balba as a courtesy when walking past him. But just as they walked past each other, Balba let out a wait in a low voice. Angor stopped in his track and watched Balba with a puzzled look. Balba was carrying a calm expression. However, the man was actually hiding his hands behind his back, which were trembling a little, meaning that he was actually pretty stressed. Need something? Angor asked. Balba stayed silent. When Angor was becoming a little impatient, he finally spoke in his raucous voice. Your professor is Mr. Sunders, right? Phantom Master Sunders. Yes. It was already publicly known. Due to this, Angor was quite the topic among apprentices for a time. My professor is Miss Flora, who's also Mr. Sunders' student. That's right. Balba looked really tensed up. Do you know about Miss Flora? Angor thought about that question before answering him. I do. On the Cloud Whale, Miss Flora helped me a lot. Balba looked a little happy at hearing the answer. Wonderful. Can I ask something? If you help me, I promise I'll pay for anything in return. After bidding goodbye to Balba, Angor walked away with a big frown on his face. Balba was assigned to Flora randomly because he did not receive any posters. Angor knew about this. But he did not know what happened to Balba after that. Over a month, Flora never paid Balba a single visit, let alone teaching him. Balba had not even begun to learn his channeling method yet. The other talents in the same term all took their first step on their path to wizardry while Balba remained in one place. This was why Balba was getting really anxious. When he saw Angor, he desperately tried to ask for assistance, hoping that Angor could help him ask Flora why she desolated him. This favor was easy to do. Still, Angor did not agree right away. The boy only said that he did not see Flora often, but he would help to ask the question if he managed to meet her. Angor did not know whether this was Flora's way of testing Balba, and asking such a question now could be bad manners. This could also mean breaking the boundary as a student. Even if Flora was also Sunders' student, Angor could create an unpleasant record with Flora because of this. This was why Angor decided to ask for Sunders' opinion first the next time he went to Phantom Island. Chapter 137, Dave's Flying Machine. Thanks to the road signs, Angor finally reached his destination after running into several dead ends. Still, he refused to admit that he was a terrible pathfinder. The caves were too chaotic. Yes, that was the only reason. When Angor saw Salem, the boy was eating some roasted meat and cardamom soup that he bought from the market inside the caves. Good to see you, Angor. Come, the meat is still warm. Have some, said Salem. He looked really happy about Angor's visit. He quickly tore his meat in half. Angor waved his hand and showed Salem his food bag. I'm done in the market. I just brought some snacks for you and Nausicaa. Angor displayed a variety of food in front of Salem. Glasses of milk, milk-made pantries, there were a lot of them, but they were all milk products. Cow milk, sheep milk, were fine. But the milk of narwhals, grass camels, and ice caucus was a little bit beyond common knowledge. Salem stared at the food display and wondered, Angor? You really like milk, don't you? Angor froze up. Hey? Oh no. Why do you say so? But these are all milk. My room is full of milk smell now, said Salem as he pointed at all the food. Hee. Angor looked away before he said, you're still young, so these things are good for your growth. I don't really love them. Really? Come on, go get Nausicaa already, said Angor as he pushed Salem out of the room. When the boy disappeared into the passage, Angor finally sighed in relief. He could not ruin his image in Salem's mind simply because of these milk products. Angor silently told himself that he would never bring these things again. They did too much damage to his reputation. Salem returned by himself. Miss Nausicaa is still meditating. She said hi, but she won't join us for now, said Salem. He sighed and revealed a worried look as he said, Miss Nausicaa could not manage to get calm during her meditations and she's anxious about it. She kept trying but didn't make much progress. It's a must-have challenge during our training. Nausicaa's an adult, so she got more things on her mind. She'll be fine once she gets through this, and her experience will later help her save a lot of effort, Angor said. It's almost a month, and Nausicaa had not achieved her first step yet. It was normal for her to be anxious. What about you? Found your spirit power yet? Angor asked Salem. Not quite, but I have a lead. I think I can do it soon. When Salem heard that Angor was already progressing toward the third step, Salem was a little surprised. But he was not jealous at all. You're ahead of us again. Looks like I need to work harder, said Salem. He seemed really enthusiastic now. Angor bid farewell to the boy after chatting about their recent situations. Next, Angor took some of his food and walked toward Nausicaa's room. Nausicaa was still meditating on her bed. Angor looked around her room. Aside from some additional necessities, it was not that different from a month ago. Her room appeared even simpler than Salem's. And from such a detail, Angor realized how hard Nausicaa was pushing herself. She had spent most of her energy on her training and did not pay attention to anything else. Angor saw Nausicaa's long-handled pipe on the dirt platform and picked it up. The pipe was completely void of tobacco, and the handle had collected dust, proving that its master had not been using it for a long time. Why are you here? Asked Nausicaa. Her voice was still attractive in a mature manner, but it sounded a bit hoarse now. Angor lifted his bag and asked, Some food for you. Ladies love milk and sweets, right? Nausicaa flipped her hair and said, Thanks. You're welcome. Angor handed the bag to Nausicaa and showed her the smoking pipe. Where do you keep your tobacco? Nausicaa pointed at a pouch made of snakeskin in the room's corner. She then asked, Why? You want to learn to smoke? Better not. Kids should drink more milk. Angor did not mind her joke. He put some tobacco into the pipe, lit it up, and handed the pipe to Nausicaa. Nah. It smells terrible. I'd rather not try it out, said Angor. Then why did you take it? Nausicaa asked. For you, Day. Maybe smoking can help you clear your mind. There are many things with more than one solutions. Sticking to only one of them means trapping yourself in there. Just change your mood, try something else, be yourself, and maybe you can get out of the trap. I'll take my leave now. Hope you're in better spirit the next time we meet. Nausicaa watched Angor as he walked away. She then looked at the burning smoke in her hand, seemingly enlightened. Angor returned to the apprentice town. When walking through a small alleyway, he saw a young man dressed in a strange style trying to attract a bird wearing a checkered suit. The man was holding some bird food in his palm while mimicking some tweeting, obviously hoping that the bird would come to him. The bird was, naturally, Toby. As for the young man, Angor did not know him. Judging from his strange clothing, he should be an apprentice wizard. Angor's arrival soon caught their attention. The young man looked around cautiously. Using the occasional sunlight which slipped past the tree of eternity, Angor was able to see him clearly. The man was wearing a round and weird-shaped metal hat. There were screw nuts and antennas on top of the hat. Angor could not make out his face because he was wearing a pair of brown goggles which took up half of his face. His remaining clothing was fine. Brown coat, green pants. He also had a red scarf around his neck. The young man was also checking out Angor at the same time. Angor reached out a hand, which caused the young man to back away cautiously. The man soon realized that Angor did not mean to greet him at all. The bird, which had been ignoring his attempt, circled around in the air and perched on Angor's extended hand. The young man watched as Toby showed friendliness to Angor and wondered, That's your familiar? Familiar? No. He's my friend, Toby, said Angor as he put Toby on his shoulder. He then pointed at himself and said, Name's Angor. I'm a new recruit who just joined Brute Cavern this year. Seeing how Angor introduced himself and the bird, the young man removed his goggles, somewhat bashfully, and revealed his face which was troubled by some freckles. He said, I'm Dave, from 2nd grade. Although I've been in Brute Cavern for 5 years. I'm 16, by the way. Oh, and don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to Toby. I just wanted it to help me test out my new flying machine. Dave took out a metal stick from his side pouch. It looked like a propeller or something. I'm an assistant working at Prome's alchemy shop. This is my first alchemy creation, I call it the propeller flyer, said Dave. He showed his tiny propeller around and revealed a frustrated expression as he said, I don't have enough materials so I could only make a small one. I can't use it myself, and I need to find a small creature to test it. That's why when I saw the bird. I see. But birds can fly on their own, no. Dave paused for a moment and quickly realized his mistake, yeah right. I totally forgot this. He seemed like crying now as he said, oh geez. I guess I'll try to catch a rabbit near the river then. It's fine. Let's test it on Toby. I'll ask Toby not to use its wings as long as it's not dangerous. Even if the test failed, Toby can still escape on itself instead of falling, said Angor. He was also interested in the small machine. Angor recalled seeing the kinetic illustrations in the alchemy books he recorded in Nightmare Realm. He was wondering which one Dave used. A moment later, Dave affixed the propeller flyer onto Toby's back. You can do it, Toby. Angor cheered. Toby gave Angor a disdainful look. When Angor went close, the bird slapped his face with a paw. Toby did not reveal its talon, or that would definitely leave 4 bloody gashes on Angor. However, Angor would still get a bruise out of this. Time to take off. Dave had really high hopes on Toby. Dave extended a finger and injected some mana into the energy source of his machine. Magic crystals are too expensive, so I'll use my mana as energy for now, Dave explained. As the machine received mana, it slowly started to run. A red light on the stick shined, then the propeller began to spin quickly. With the dumbfounded Toby under it, the machine climbed up into the air. And up. And up. They watched as Toby became a tiny dot in the sky. Angor looked at Dave and asked, how do you change directions? Dave gave Angor an innocent smile as he admitted, I haven't finished something like that yet. Angor widened his eyes in anger as he snapped, then what's the point of your machine? He looked up and yelled out, Toby! Toby! Get rid of the machine! Toby, who was now carried into the clouds, was thinking about its colorful life as a bird as well as whether it should stay this way or throw the machine away. When hearing Angor's faint call, Toby quickly acted. With a fierce flap of the wings, the machine on its back was tossed away. Next, Toby descended slowly and landed on Angor's shoulder. On the other side, Dave walked to them, head lowered and holding a broken flying machine in his hand. Angor thought Dave was sad about his broken creation, so he planned to say something to comfort Dave. He was the one who asked Toby to drop the machine after all. But when Angor walked closer, he realized Dave was not sad at all. Rather, Dave could barely hide his grin. He, it flew. Brilliant. I succeeded. So, being able to fly meant success? Angor showed a sympathetic look at Dave. The young man got a really short-sighted expectation. But Angor's sympathy quickly turned into a complaint. Can you please say it earlier if there's some kind of flaws in your product? Thank goodness Toby understood human speech, and that he could fly. Another creature would be hopeless in that situation. That would be murder. Chapter 138, Prome's Alchemy Shop. Dave sensed Angor's anger. He scratched his hair and displayed an innocent look. Angor approached him with clenched fists. Flying machine. What kind of flying machine can't control its directions? We're lucky Toby is smart, or he would have been dead. Angor cracked his knuckles. It's only my first time. That's not an excuse. If you had told me earlier, I'd never have allowed Toby to take the risk in the first place, Angor bellowed. No. Please don't hit me, I'm sorry. Looking at how Angor was so threatening, Dave completely forgot his identity as an apprentice. The boy crouched down and covered his head. Toby, on the other hand, was quite touched by Angor's reaction. Since its master was willing to confront an apprentice wizard just to protect it, Toby decided that if Angor was in danger, it would join the fight and help him. Angor felt it funny how Dave showed so much cowardice. Was Dave an apprentice for real? He felt that this guy was weaker than Abely. Can I make up for you by giving you some merit points? Dave said. How much? 5. Angor shook his head quickly and said, not good. 10. No. 50. Too little. Angor spent 700 points on teleportation when he was trying to find the Elder of Books. 50 points? Oh, come on. Dave showed a sad look. 50 is pretty good already. What do you want then? What do I want? Ha! Toby curled its wing into a fist as well. My Angor would never back down because of money. Give up. You're getting punched. Ahem. So you were saying, you worked at an alchemy shop. Prome's alchemy shop. Dave looked really proud. Master Prome is an intermediate apprentice alchemist. Good. There's a meter that tests your spiritual power indicator. Give me one of those and we're even, Angor said. Toby looked around at Angor in disbelief upon hearing those words. You backed down because of money. I was so wrong about you. Angor rubbed Toby's tiny head with a somewhat embarrassed expression. He whispered, You're not hurt anyway. Once I earn this meter, I can save some magic crystals and use them to buy some dried deep-sea fish for you. Dried deep-sea fish? Toby threw Angor a doubtful glance, mumbled some complaint, and quieted down. Prome's alchemy shop was located at the end of the alleyway. Dave led Angor and Toby here, then pointed to the entrance which led downward, into an underground tunnel. Go down here, and you'll reach the apprentice marketplace in Apprentice Town 8. The shop is right inside. An underground marketplace. Angor only heard about it for the first time. He was really curious about the place. Well, as a new recruit, it's natural you don't know about it, said Dave. He seemed proud of his knowledge as he explained, every apprentice town in Brute Cavern has an underground market. There are lots of stuff down there, but their quality and value vary a lot as well. If you're perceptive, you might find yourself some real treasures. Oh, and if you want to buy materials at stable prices, you can go to the villages and towns nearby. Their prices are usually more reasonable since they're affected by the economy of Darkivil Empire. After walking in the tunnel for about 5 minutes, they reached the underground market. The market was a giant, hollowed-out cave. Angor was shocked at how big and populated this place was. No wonder he did not see many apprentices on the surface. They were all gathered here. And he thought apprentices tended to hide inside their homes. Now Angor realized he really needed to see the world more. If not for Dave, who knew how long it would take him to notice such things. Numerous paths crossed with each other, and each path had hundreds of shops along with it. From a quick look, there were about 30 to 40 such paths and streets in the cave. There were probably a terrifying number of shops here. Angor also saw several buildings dozens of meters high among all the shops. The tallest one was a silver-colored metallic tower near the center of the place. The tower had 15 floors. A number of steel cables came out of each floor, with each cable extended into a corner of the underground cave several kilometers away. All the cables formed up a giant network in the air. There was such a cable under Angor's position which was connected to the tower. These are cableways. See those metal boxes up there? Those are carriages, and they can take you to the Sky Tower quickly, Dave explained. Sky Tower. Angor looked at the silver tower and recalled hearing a similar name from somewhere. Yup, Sky Tower, said Dave. His expression showed both admiration and fear. The Sky Towers are battle towers established in various places by Floating Mech City. Battle towers. Angor remembered when Abeli introduced a formal wizard, she mentioned such a place. The Tower of Infinity in Floating Mech City. You know about Tower of Infinity? Asked Dave. He was surprised. That was not something a new recruit would know. Dave only heard it from a pair of level 3 apprentices by chance after he had worked in Prome's alchemy shop for 2 years. Angor explained Abeli's words. Abeli, hey? She's weak, but she has some fast information sources. I heard that she always goes to the Cloud Library to spend her merit points. Abeli should totally know about the tower. Why? Is Abeli famous here? Asked Angor. He tried finding random things to talk about along their way. She is. But not in a good way. We're from the same term. When Mr. Tree Spirit tested her, she proved to be a rare occult talent. And many people were pretty jealous. However, she was just too weak. She would drag people down in every single group activity, so people just call her the biggest disappointment during that term. Abeli is an occult. Yes, she's an occult summoner. The triple-colored deer she usually rode on was summoned by her, said Dave. He curled his lips as he continued, the deer has no strength at all. It's just a vehicle. Enough about Abeli, let's talk about the Sky Tower. Dave pointed to the tall structure and he explained, there are 15 floors on the tower, and every floor had several dozen arenas. You get 3 points by winning a match and lose 4 points by losing, and nothing happens if it's a draw. If you earn enough points on each floor or place yourself within the top 10 people with the most points in each season, you can advance to the next floor. Being admitted into a floor means you can ride the cableway on that floor to go directly into the Sky Tower too. It also shows one's strength to others. If you get past the 5th floor, you win a ticket to challenge the Tower of Infinity. In other words, the Tower of Infinity is a sequel to the Sky Tower. Dave looked as if he was yearning for something as he continued, the strongest talent from my year has entered the 13th floor now. What about you? Hey? Me? Yeah, which floor are you on? Dave revealed an embarrassed look as he said, Oh I'm not interested in fighting, so. Not interested? Angor chuckled in his mind. He did not forget Dave's look of admiration when he was looking at the Sky Tower. Dave was definitely interested. He just could not fight. Angor was now quite curious about the Sky Tower. It could be a good place to train his skills. However, considering that he would fight in the center of audiences, Angor preferred not trying it out. Prome's alchemy shop sat in a remote place. It was a single building near the edge of the cave and was hidden behind a tall structure. People had to walk around the tall building to notice this small shop. The location isn't ideal, but we have good business. The shopkeeper is an intermediate apprentice alchemist, so he's an important figure in the entire Brute Cavern. Many people from the other apprentice towns come here to this shop because of him, Dave explained proudly. So apprentice alchemists are considered important here? Angor thought to himself. The shop's door was shut tight. Still, a number of people had gathered in front of it. They all went up to Dave when they saw him, and Dave tried pretty hard to persuade them away. The people are here for Master Prome, but he's not here, said Dave. He then sighed. Or should I say, he's not here 90% of all times throughout the year. Alchemists are always busy, it can't be helped. While explaining, Dave took Angor into the shop. It was a small place. The shelves were full of all kinds of strange objects, most of which were made of metal. Master Prome's masterpieces. He doesn't come here often, but he always places his new products into his warehouse. I collect them every half a month. You look around. I'll go get your spirit meter. It's pretty cheap. If you ask for something else, I'm afraid I can't just give you without Master's permission, Dave mumbled. He lifted a wooden cover on the floor and ducked in. Angor and his bird stood alone inside the small shop. He slowly looked at the shelves around him. The products all looked pretty well made, but they were actually of little use. The products described in the first pages of Encyclopedia, Basic Alchemy were already better than these. And given the apprentice alchemist who made such products was called a master, this further proved how scarce skilled alchemists were. Angor decided that once he finished his third step in his meditation, he would try studying alchemy when he had time. The books were such great treasures, it would be a waste if he did not put them to use. Killer Music Box. It creates a sharp sound wave by mixing high and low frequencies and can be used to assault one's mind. Limited to 3 uses. Item breaks upon reaching this limit. Price, 5,000 merit points. Angor picked up a beautiful, heart-shaped metal casket. If he did not read the description label affixed on it, he would have thought this was a jewelry case. Only 3 times? Either its creator did something wrong while making it, or there's a flaw in its interior mechanism, said Angor as he put the case down. A flawed product that cost 5,000 points. Alchemists could really earn easy money. Angor believed the materials for making this thing would barely cost 2 magic crystals. He heard chirping coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw Toby acting all restless in front of a pale violet morning glory flower. Angor walked to Toby to see what was special about the flower when the flower suddenly released some chirps back out. That's Toby's voice. Angor looked at Toby in another spot, who was equally puzzled. That's Toby's voice. The morning glory sounded again. In Angor's voice. Amazing. A flower that records your voice. Angor was surprised. Amazing. A flower that records your voice. Dave climbed out of the underground storage and saw Angor and Toby's silly reaction. He smiled and explained, that's an echo flower. Hey, Toby, don't step on its root. Toby flew away from the flower pot. It'll not do it if you don't press its root. The flower is a material used in sound-related alchemy items. Here, Angor, said Dave. He tossed a meter to Angor and said, "A spirit meter, as my apology for you." Angor took the meter and told himself jackpot, in his mind. Although he showed an "Okay, I accept this humble gift" on his face. Angor prepared to leave. He got what he wanted already, so there was no point in staying further. Considering how Toby seemed interested in the echo flower, Angor turned back and asked, "How much for the flower?" Dave was cleaning his helmet. When he heard Angor's question, he revealed an unconvinced expression, thinking that Angor would not afford it. "That will be 128 points. You just came here last month, right? There's no way you have enough money." Angor humphed and handed Dave his bone card. "I'll take it." Angor was in a good mood when returning to his house. He still could not help laughing when he remembered seeing Dave's dumbfounded expression upon reading the balance number on his bone card. It was a great trip. Aside from getting a spirit meter, he also earned a valuable piece of information about the underground market. Angor was going to place the echo flower in the greenhouse. But considering how Toby really liked it, he decided to put it in the attic along with a wooden spoon. "Don't forget to water it. Fetch water from the river with that spoon. Don't ask me to buy another if you let it wither," said Angor as he reminded Toby. With everything settled, Angor planned to report his recent conditions to Sunders before he focused on finishing the third step. Before going to Phantom Island though, he still had another job. To test his spiritual power. He was not sure if his spirit was affected by the effort last night when he drew the mysterious pattern inside his mind. It would be fine if there was no increase. However, if his spirit did increase, without using the potion of austere night, everyone would question how it happened. Sunders was an extremely wise man. Angor was afraid the man would find out his secret. How could he explain seeing the patterns on the wall then? Angor took out the spirit meter with a trembling hand. He clearly remembered how the test could bring him pain as if it happened just yesterday. He had to confirm his spirit power anyway. Angor clenched his teeth and began the test. 2 golden lines were climbing. The same process, the same painful experience. Angor put the meter aside, drenched in cold sweat. When his breath calmed down, Angor picked up the meter again to see the result. 15 points. No change. Angor felt both disappointed and happy about it. He was disappointed that the strange wall only had a limited effect on increasing his spiritual power. Although he only drew a small part of the pattern instead of a complete one, which could be the reason. The good thing was, with his spirit power unchanged, at least Sunders wouldn't notice anything wrong. Angor stared at the indicator on the meter and realized something. It read 15 all right, but were the golden lines a bit higher than his last test? Maybe he simply remembered the wrong impression? Chapter 139, Balba, the Half-Blood. The next morning, Angor departed toward the Phantom Island. When he was on a sky bus, the sky abruptly turned dark. Soon, it began to drizzle. So the mirror world has rainy weathers too. Through the tiny space between the giant leaves, Angor could see dark clouds gathering in the sky. Judging from their thickness, this would be a long rain. Ever since he came to Brute Cavern, Angor would often wonder what kind of world this was. Previously, he believed this was a giant cave of some sort, the kind that you could find in novels. But looking at those naturally occurred rain clouds, Angor denied this idea. Morning breeze brought raindrops into the bus. The cold water splashed on Angor's face, preventing his further train of thought. He took out his handkerchief to wipe himself. Angor was worried that he had to go to Phantom Island under the rain. But it was not the case. The rain didn't stop. Rather, the bus took him above the rain clouds. Last time when he looked down from the falling cloud stop, he would see green fields, tiny buildings, and even tinier people walking among them. But now, there was only endless, dark clouds, and the booming sound of rainwater. The rain sounded really loud because his position was very close to the rain clouds. Some other apprentices were also observing the clouds underneath just like him. While Angor was only satisfying his curiosity, the others were taking down notes. Some of them even cast water spells to prove their theories. Also, Angor noticed several figures floating just above the clouds. They were also observing the rain. They worked together and picked out a small part of a rain cloud as they seemingly tried to recreate the process in which how the cloud gave birth to rain. Nature hid all kinds of truths. People could find new knowledge from anything, be it cloud, rain or thunder. Looking at how those apprentices sought knowledge from details which ordinary people would never care about, Angkor realized how wise people cultivated their minds. Back at the Cloud Library, the countless books only made him exclaim in wonder. But here, the apprentices who diligently tried to study the rain clouds appeared closer to the path of truth. Books had no ends, but your own eyes, your mind, and your feet could take you anywhere you aimed for. With his newly gained realization, Angkor reached the Phantom Island. The island was sunny as ever. Angkor did not find Sunders in his study. Instead, Butler Good took him to a garden full of mysterious-looking plants. The tall trees and dense vines blocked most sunlight. Thick flower clusters filled both sides of the stone path. There were all kinds of flowers in different colors and shapes, which appeared a little terrifying in this dark place. Sunders was standing at the end of the path, surrounded by a group of strange, unnamed creatures. The white, winged horse Angkor saw last time was among them. "Professor," Angkor greeted him politely. "You came. So you met some problems in your training?" asked Sunders. He was facing the other way as he stroked the head of a python with a crimson-colored crown growing on its head. "No, I came to report my progress. I'm about to begin to construct my spiritual model," said Angkor. He lowered his head to escape from the python's cold gaze. "You came just for this? Do you expect me to compliment on your good work?" asked Sunders as he turned around and looked at Angkor with a calm expression. It was so calm that it could almost see through Angkor's soul. No. Angkor tried to deny, but he could not in the end. Sunders was right. He came all the way here without a really good reason. Maybe he really was expecting Sunders to praise him. Report? Come on. It was just an excuse to hide his ego. Angkor stood there, embarrassed. Both because of his own vanity, and because Sunders just pointed it out. The embarrassment remained for a while. Angkor really wished he could just turn and run. He already realized how shameful his previous intention was. Sunders approached him. Angkor thought his professor was going to scold him. However, the man only put a hand on his shoulder in comfort. "No need to be shameful. That is your true, colorful desire. One that is purer than the filthy desires of most people," Sunders commented in his hoarse tone. He added, "Remember who you are right this moment, the real you, and try not to deny your true self. Only by accepting the truth can you walk along your path further." Angkor stared at Sunders in puzzlement. Those words were hard to understand, but he was sure that Sunders was not scolding him. Sunders patted Angkor's shoulder and walked away. "Since you managed to find your spirit power so soon, you deserve a compliment. I heard you went to the Elder of Books. Did he tell you how to do it?" "Yes, I did. The Elder of Books told me to drink the potion of austere night to quickly locate my spirit power, but I didn't use the potion." Sunders interrupted him and revealed a surprised look. "The Elder of Books told you to drink the potion?" Angkor nodded. "Are you sure the Elder answered your question?" "Well, he did." Sunders inspected Angkor with an unknown emotion in his eyes. He only asked the boy a random question, and he even prepared a joke in case Angkor told him the Elder refused. Yet, Angkor's answer surprised him. The Elder of Books actually answered Angkor's question. And a valid answer at that. Sunders went through his memory. It had been more than 10 years since a wizard successfully got an answer from the Elder of Books. It was a wizard from Edge of Night, who spent an insane amount of money to finally earn some instructions from the old man. And Angkor received an answer from the Elder so easily. More importantly, damn! The boy asked such a simple question. If Sunders had known how Angkor could get the Elder of Books to talk, Sunders would prepare several dozens of them and tell Angkor to ask the Elder in his place. As for Angkor's own problem, any wizard could easily satisfy the boy. Sunders looked at Angkor's puzzled face and sighed. "Can you tell me how you persuaded the Elder of Books into answering you?" Sunders was curious now. Angkor did not hide it since the conversation between him and the Elder did not involve any secrets. He slowly explained what happened that day in details. "I see. An exchange of knowledge. Considering his character, he would totally help you, but, mass energy relation? How did you learn about it?" Sunders asked. "My previous teacher taught me that," replied Angkor. He did not conceal John's great knowledge base either. "It looks like your teacher isn't just an ordinary scholar. Too bad he's immortal. Otherwise, he could be a promising wizard." Sunders paused a little before he continued, being able to persuade the Elder of Books is also a glorious feat. If others know about this, you'll be quite famous. Angor let out a silly chuckle. Finding your spirit power without using potion of austere night is a good decision. The wall at the end of the glutton flower tunnel must be holding some secret. If you can find destiny to increase your spirit power again the next time you go to Nightmare Realm, you can well keep the potion for later, said Sunders. He looked regretful about something as he said, "It's such a pity that we wasted a great chance when we can get the Elder of Books to enlighten us." Angor was still a little embarrassed at how Sunders revealed his little ego. Now that they were finished, Angor planned to leave right away. But before that, he remembered his brief encounter with Balba in the caves. He had no relationship with Balba. But somehow, Balba gave him a friendly feeling. That was why Angor did not reject Balba's request. "Professor, may I ask another question, if it's okay? Why are you being all careful?" "Go ahead." Angor took a moment to arrange his words and told Sunders about Balba. "I'm wondering if I can go and ask Miss Flora about Balba, will she get mad at me?" Angor said. "Oh, Balba." Sunders chuckled. He said, "Mad? No. But I can tell you what's going on regarding that matter. Will you listen to me?" "You know?" "Wonderful." Angor would avoid bothering Flora too. The young witch still made him uncomfortable. Yet on the other hand, Angor somewhat wanted to see Little Red again. Sunders explained slowly, "There are two reasons why Flora is disregarding Balba. 1. She has been busy recently. There's a large-scale blood dissolve epidemic inside a tribe on Parmagi Highlands which was probably caused by a certain pathogen, and she has been working on the incident. The second reason lies in Balba himself." "What's wrong with Balba?" Sunders revealed a disdainful grin. "Because he is not human." "He's not human." Angor imagined Balba's appearance in his mind. "The man looked just fine." "He's a half-blood between a human and an otherworldly brute," said Sunders. He revealed the answer right away. "When he's agitated, he'll show blue totems on his skin, and his eyes with slit pupils will become golden. Those characteristics belong to a brute tribe in another world called the Silver Wolves. He should have a tail too, but the human blood must have interfered and hidden it from his blood. There's an unspoken rule among wizards, that we cannot teach the way of wizardry to anyone who doesn't belong to this world. Balba might only be a simple half-blood, but we can't guarantee that a powerful being from another world didn't implant some kind of trick inside his blood. You see, wizardry is famous across thousands of worlds beyond, so there are many who thirst for our knowledge. So a part of his blood is from another world. I see why Balba didn't receive any professor posters." "Correct. No wizard wants to get his or her hands dirty because of a half-blood. However, they're fully willing to capture the subject and use him in their biology experiments. Then why did Brute Cavern take him here?" Angor did not understand. If a mighty being from another world could use Balba to steal wizardry knowledge, why not just keep him outside? Chapter 140, Sorcerer's Garden. It has something to do with the supreme cult. You only need to know that any wizard who discovers an unregistered foreign life form is obliged to recover it. Supreme cult? Recover? Angor did not know anything about this supreme cult, but the name suggested it was something religious. Also, the word recover sounded terrifying. Angor thought about John. If John was found out, would he be recovered? "Professor, what do you mean by recover?" Angor forced a calm expression and pretended to be curious. "Recover means to make it non-existent anymore." Non-existent. From these simple words, Angor only saw blood and terror. So, Balba. Angor finally understood why Balba appeared friendly to him. The aura on him which was being rejected by this world was almost the same as the one on John. If things go as planned, we'll wait until Balba grows a little stronger, fuse a powerful bloodline into him, and make him into a puppet avatar, said Sunders. He had determined Balba's fate with a plain tone. Angor was terrified. So Balba's destiny was already sealed from the start. Thinking about John, Angor could not help worrying for Balba as well. Angor quickly got rid of his sad emotion. Thank goodness his teacher was at the old Earth where there were no wizards at all. Otherwise, John would easily follow Balba's example. "Do you remember any ordinary channeling methods?" Sunders suddenly asked. "Ordinary ones? Like, triangle channeling?" Angor read about a number of them in Sunders' bookroom, but he never tried to learn them. "That's right. Yes, I know some of them. Sunders nodded and said, "Very well. When you go back there, just pick one and give it to Balba. If he asks, tell him that Flora is away for now." Angor was speechless. That was some careless way of teaching. "Yes, Professor. I'll take my leave," said Angor as he prepared to depart. "Wait." Angor halted. Sunders considered something for a moment before speaking again. "Since you came at such a time, this might be your destiny too." Angor was puzzled at those words. Sunders reached out his left hand and touched a button on his sleeve, a button with Sunders' family emblem on it. Next, the man pulled his hand in the air, and a crystal bottle with a metal base and multiple holes on it appeared in his palm. Sunders tossed the bottle to Angor. Angor looked at the item in his hand and saw pale light coming from the metal base. There was rune shining on it. "An alchemy item? Do you want to use a space storage?" Sunders pointed to the button on his sleeve, where he took out the crystal bottle. The button was obviously some kind of space-related alchemy item. Angor nodded quickly. He wanted one. The first time he witnessed such an item was when Gria gave him the space capsule. But it was only one use, and it only contained Toby's stuff. The small capsule held a big pile of objects while having no weight on itself at all. Anyone would want such an amazing and convenient item. However, Angor read in related books before that one-time space capsules were very expensive items, let alone permanent ones. Angor never expected to find such an item before becoming a wizard. Now that Sunders mentioned it. Was Sunders be giving him a space storage item? "Follow me if you want one," said Sunders. He turned and walked toward the depth of the garden. Those strange creatures also followed behind him. Along their way, Sunders explained where they were going. Sunders planned to make this garden into a sorcerer's garden by using the rare materials he obtained before Fragments of Eternity. During the process, Angor could collect some leftovers which could help him craft a space storage item. A sorcerer's garden was a fantastic product that combined spells and alchemy, which was then created by separating an area from reality and loading it onto a medium. This sounded similar to space storage, but it was not the case. The space created for a sorcerer's garden was usually small, depending on how many fragments were used. The garden was often smaller than space storages but still bigger than capsules. The main difference between a sorcerer's garden and a space storage was that a space storage could not maintain life forms while a sorcerer's garden functioned as a smaller reality, with its own ecosystem that supported both plants and animals. This was why a sorcerer's garden was more valuable than a common space storage. This alone, however, still could not make a sorcerer's garden an outstanding product. The garden was only a portable world at best, and it could not provide a good shelter because many wizards knew about spells that could destroy space. For wizards who always worked alone, a sorcerer's garden acted similarly to a space storage. However, the value of a sorcerer's garden was not all about keeping life forms and being portable. The most important thing was when space was separated from reality, an unknown power would give the space a random, fundamental law. For example, if the garden received the law of flora, then any magical plants growing in the garden would yield way more fruits. There were also laws such as eternal freeze, retrospect, soul soil, time, and so on. A sorcerer's garden was basically an artifact that existed under a certain law. Ordinary wizards would never get involved in any laws for their entire lives. Only legendary wizards had a small hope of glimpsing at the laws. Such a law was why a sorcerer's garden valued beyond measure. For a wizard organization, a sorcerer's garden was a strategic treasure. The garden was portable, true. But no wizard would dare to actually bring it around. If someone else seized the garden, it would be an unacceptable loss. Angor only realized how valuable the garden was after hearing Sunders' explanation. There were only a handful of organizations in the south who possessed sorcerer's gardens. There was only one in Brute Cavern, and it belonged to the organization. However, the garden Sunders was about to create would become his personal property. Sunders' image in Angor's eyes just became mightier. "So I can learn about laws later," Angor muttered to himself. "This is exciting. Forget it. I'm only using the fragments to determine an area, and I need a master alchemist from Floating Mech City to do the creation. The law will show itself once the master finishes his work," said Sunders. He chuckled at the boy's idea. Why find an alchemist from Floating Mech City though? There's no master alchemist in Brute Cavern. Sunders shook his head as he explained, alchemy knowledge is extremely valuable everywhere, and many deep alchemy teachings are lost in the course of history. Brute Cavern only has several elementary alchemists. Lost? But, knowledge should keep renewing itself, right? Is older knowledge better? Angor wondered. We're renewing it. That's why you can see a giant flying alchemy fortress in the sky, alchemy airships, alchemy puppets. Those are all technologies that develop with time, said Sunders. He paused a little before continuing, but that doesn't mean ancient knowledge is bad. Many ancient techniques originated from unknown, powerful beings. New technologies based on them can never reach the level of the original one. Like the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method that you're about to learn. That concept is already lost, and it's a lot better than the localization methods used today. Remember initial glory, the ancestor of all meditation methods? Something in it could never be replaced. Same for alchemy techniques. The alchemy industry today never regained its previous glory because some technologies were forgotten. Sunders let out a sigh. Hearing these words, Angor deepened his decision to study alchemy. Angor was wondering about something else. Judging from Sunders' words, the man did not find the alchemy books hidden in the secret chamber back in the nightmare realm? Thinking about this, Angor decided to prove his idea. Professor, do you remember the blue giant I met in the nightmare realm? I do. That's a blue tri-eye, a low-level monster. Why do you ask? Angor kept a calm expression. I said that in the hall of this blue tri-eye, I saw some alchemy books. Do they contain the ancient technologies you mentioned? Sunders shook his head. No. Those books were only common ones. I have them in my collection. Oh. That's why I thought I saw them somewhere. So they're in Professor's library. Sunders smiled at Angor. You can remember those books? It means your nightmare form is really a high-leveled one. No, I don't remember the contents. But I can tell their titles. Sunders shook his head again. Let me tell you something. Suppose a book I never saw before appeared inside the nightmare realm, even if it's only a simple storybook, I may forget it completely upon leaving nightmare realm. By completely, I mean not a single trace of memory will remain. Unless I find myself lucky enough to bring the book back to reality, which is the only way I can remember the book. If I ever read the book in reality and see the same book in the nightmare realm, I'll not forget the book in this case. Unlike me, your memory of the nightmare realm is complete. Even if you never take the effort to memorize something specifically, you still remember your basic experience. This means your memory was never blocked by the nightmare realm, which makes your talent most valuable, Sunders explained in a serious tone. Angor went through his mind. Just like Sunders said, he retained most of his memory of his journey in the nightmare realm. Professor, you have those crystal balls that record images, right? Why not use them? Asked Angor as he thought about his hologram tablet. He would not have brought the alchemy books back if not for the tablet. Sunders shook his head. I can't. I tried it before, the crystal balls only showed blankness. Then, why can't I use my tablet? Does it have something to do with the difference between alchemy and science? Angor almost asked that question. But he managed to hold it back. We're here. Don't worry about the nightmare realm for now. That place doesn't follow the common senses. Thinking about it will only add to your confusion. Get yourself stronger and become a wizard as fast as you can. I'm depending on you to take us into the nightmare realm next time, Sunders bantered. Sunders pointed to the field in front of them, which was full of strange flowers and grass. A number of phantom servants were already waiting here, each with a multi-hold crystal bottle in his or her hands. Chapter 141, Harvest. Stay here. When we begin to build the Sorcerer's Garden, there will be grey space microbes coming off. Use your magic container bottle to collect them. They are essential materials to craft stable alchemy storage, so try to get as much as can, said Sunders. Then, he ordered the strange creatures beside him to go into the designated area before leaping into the air. Sunders took out a pipette from his button and began releasing mana from his body. In his view, an octahedral shape slowly came into being and covered the area. Next, Sunders removed a single drop of the mysterious liquid from the pipette, a fragment of eternity, and used a strange alchemy technique, combined with some spells, to pour the liquid into the indistinct octahedral model. I'm starting. Gather grey space microbes, Sunders ordered the phantom servants around the area. Following the lead of Butler Good, the servants quickly took positions around the designated location. In the air, Sunders watched with a smile as Angor held his container bottle in a serious manner. He then sent the boy a message. You're in luck, choosing such a time to visit. Considering the rule of wizards, I wouldn't have allowed you here without receiving something from you. But I'll make an exception this time. Or, let's consider this a payment for your section ephemera. However, you're on your own when collecting the microbes. In the alchemy books he briefly read before, Angor knew that as they were the main material in the crafting process of space storage items, grey space microbes were always an expensive resource. Plus, Sunders told him that he could collect as much as possible without worrying about payback, so Angor decided to give it his all. It was a free resource, so why not? As Sunders injected the fragment of eternity, a visible frame slowly showed up in the area in front of Angor. It has begun. Mr. Pad, take care and do not enter the caged area when collecting the microbes, said Butler Good as he approached and warned the boy. Angor quickly nodded. Cubic lock. Sunders threw a magic scroll into the air. The scroll exploded and created a giant spell array, covering an area several kilometers wide. It's an anti-detection spell. Master used it to prevent being scouted by other wizards, Good explained. This was a private sorcerer's garden. Sunders already reported his work to Rainmute and asked the tree spirit to help conceal this place. But what happened on Devil's Water was already known to the public, so who knew whether some wizards would butt in at such a moment. However, Sunders was not really afraid of getting challenged. Several minutes later, Angor realized that the locked-up area ahead seemed to be slowly separated from reality. Small, shining scarps came off the edges of the broken space. Here it comes. Good said. Under the boy's gaze, Good dashed into the air and pointed his container bottle at a shining spot which then slowly flew into the bottle. After seizing the light spot, Good nodded to Angor and began collecting the other scattering scraps. Angor knew that Butler Good was showing him how to do it. The boy thanked the butler in his mind and started gathering the leftovers on his own. He could not fly, so Angor had to run around on the ground and catch those light spots which slipped past the phantom servants. These spots would vanish upon reaching the ground, which meant that he must catch them before that happened. Angor rushed about for a while and gathered a good number of light spots. He realized that the phantom servants in the air were intentionally staying away from him, allowing the boy to collect more microbes. He kept up his work for a good moment. When the locked-up area was shrouded by white mist, the light spots stopped appearing. The magic container bottle in Angor's hand was shining its own light now, what with all the grey space microbes taking up more than half of the space within it. Compared to the phantom servants, Angor did not collect much. But he already possessed enough to make a small yet stable space storage. Angor looked at his gain and smiled widely until his eyes curled into the shapes of a crescent moon. This bottle would cost at least 5,000 or 6,000 magic crystals if sold at an auction. Angor came seeking for Sunders' compliment at the excuse of reporting his training progress. The boy did not expect to earn such a big gift. The embarrassment that he felt when Sunders revealed his little intention was gone. Angor was thinking about visiting the Phantom Island more in the future. Maybe he would run into something else. Once Sunders landed on the ground, he told Angor, "Go figure out how to craft a storage item on your own. I'll not help you with that." Angor nodded. According to Encyclopedia, Basic Alchemy, it was not hard to make such an item, only that the materials were too rare. With the right materials, an apprentice alchemist would be good enough to do the job. Angor decided to try it on his own after learning alchemy, and if he could not do it, he would pay someone for it instead. Before leaving, Angor asked a question out of curiosity: "Why did you ask all the beasts to go inside the sorcerer's garden?" "Fertilizers," Sunders answered in a plain tone. The word fertilizer gave Angor a lot to think about on his way back. When Angor came here, the boy saw Sunders caring for the beasts gently, so he thought Sunders really loved them. But... oh, God! Fertilizers? Angor then thought about his own situation. Sunders appeared pretty friendly to him in these days. Yet nobody knew if Angor would suddenly offend Sunders because of something and thus ended up with the same fate as those beasts. Angor knew he was worrying too much. However, this world was cruel, and he had to stay extra cautious so that he would not be devoured by a bottomless abyss before he could have time to regret. All in all, he had to grow stronger. It was still raining by the time Angor reached his villa. He heard a lot of bird chirping noise coming from the attic. Upon arriving, Angor saw Toby chatting with the echo flower. Angor shook his head. For some unknown reason, Toby loved hanging around the flower. He did not tell Toby to stop. The bird sounded a bit noisy, but there were soundproof spell arrays on the buildings here, so people would not hear it at all. Angor entered the soundproof room and began meditating and sensing his spirit power flowing in his mind. He kept up his effort until he could manage to calm his mind. Next, Angor carefully placed the magic container bottle into a secret slot in the soundproof room. The slot held some other valuable materials too, such as morning dew, section ephemera, and the potion of austere night. With his new gift stored away, Angor was going to begin training on the third step. Before doing so though, he recalled Sunder's order that he should copy a channeling method book and give it to Balba. Angor felt sad about how Balba was fated to be made into a puppet. However, he could not go against Sunder's decision. Thinking about Balba, who was still eager for training, Angor sighed and proceeded to copy the book. He would begin his own training once Balba's request was done. Angor chose to copy a channeling method called circular cut channeling. This was an extremely plain method, but it held a better reputation among all the ordinary channeling methods. At the very least, it was better than triangle channeling, which was the one Alan and Aline were studying. It only took Angor half an hour to finish a copy. He looked at the book and decided to add some extra lines to it. The lines were about some of the training tricks he concluded during his own training. They were really superficial advice, but still, Angor realized them on his own. As for the special techniques left on singularity dispersive meditation by Sunders, Angor would never dare to tell others about them. With that finished, Angor acted fast and left his house with an umbrella to shield himself from the rain. When inside the caves, Angor suddenly realized that he did not know where Balba's room was. When talking to him, Angor was on his way to visit Salem, and he forgot to ask Balba where he lived. The underground paths were chaotic, connecting more than 10,000 rooms, so there was no way Angor could look through them one by one. Besides, there were other apprentice wizards down here. Who knew what would happen if he barged in an apprentice's room when the apprentice was meditating? Angor had no choice but to go to Salem. He could ask the boy to see if he had any idea. If Salem did not know, then it could not be helped. Balba had to wait longer. Salem was meditating when Angor came. Angor felt a bit embarrassed for interrupting Salem's training, but the boy did not mind. Salem carefully placed his book back into his pouch and greeted Angor with a bright smile. Upon hearing Angor's reason for coming here, Salem shook his head and said, "I don't know where Balba is." After pausing a little, Salem spoke again, "But I know where Orlando is. After we settled in, that guy came to bother every single talent living here, so he should know where most talents are." Orlando. Angor recalled the image of a young man with a self-centered character who was always wearing a black and white striped cotton hat. Yet, he was separated from his friend, Rafig. At first, he cried every day and came to the rooms of every talent at the excuse of letting people hear his trouble. "But we all know he was only harassing people," said Salem. He remembered his own encounter with Orlando and revealed a frustrated look as he said, "The guy wanted to find you as well. But we didn't tell him where your room is. But it's better now." After everyone began their own training, he tried to bother people again and received a good beating from it. Now he didn't do it as much. He's separated from Rafig. Angor also recalled Orlando's close friend. Did they argue or fight among themselves? He is. No one knows what happened. Rafig never came down here, he was arranged to stay outside the mirror world. So, are you going to ask Orlando? I'm not sure if he knows Balba's room since Balba's a little. I doubt Orlando is bold enough to harass someone like that. Angor nodded. He then said, "I'll check him out since I'm already here. Can you show me the way, please?" Chapter 142, The First Slice. When they reached Orlando's room, the man was sprawling on the floor. There was a carpet so he did not get himself too dusty. Orlando. "What are you doing?" asked Salem. He was puzzled. Orlando lifted his head and revealed thick, dark circles around his eyes which severely ruined his handsome look. His hat that was made from cotton was tossed aside, and his medium-length brown hair was completely messed up and looked like a bird's nest. Orlando stared at Salem for a while with unfocused eyes before replying, "Oh. Salem. You're meditating." Angor saw an opened book left on the carpet. A page in the middle of the book was showing a spirit model in the shape of an octahedral prism. Angor saw the book before. It was one of the most basic channeling methods taught in Brute Cavern, rhombic crystal channeling. Orlando looked around at Angor slowly. "Ah. Angor, you came too. Hey, Angor. Is there something wrong with his brain?" Salem dragged Angor aside and whispered. "Maybe he didn't sleep well? His face is all yellow, just like those people who stayed up for several days," said Angor. His nature would not allow him to badmouth someone right in front of him. Really? Salem glanced at Orlando with a doubtful expression. Orlando did not mind his visitors. He turned the page of the channeling method book in slow motion, read it briefly, and closed his eyes to meditate. He's meditating like that? But he looks so tired, Salem mumbled. Angor, on the other hand, became serious about something and showed a surprised look. Angor? Hey, Angor. Seeing how Angor did not respond, Salem nudged him. Oh Salem, what? Angor was thinking about something and failed to pay attention to Salem's actions. Orlando is meditating, maybe we should go back. Salem said. Instead of replying, Angor asked Salem a question, are you studying rhombic crystal channeling? Yet. Angor pointed to the book in front of Orlando and asked, look, he's already onto the part of building the model. Is he doing that now? As they were learning the same thing, Salem did not hide anything. He checked the book and quickly showed a surprised expression as well. Yes, he is. And he's about to complete it already. Salem exclaimed. Angor recalled seeing Orlando's condition when he just came. Fatigue on the body but not on the mind. It sure looked like the fundamental of meditation. It can't be real. Orlando only started his training recently. He spent half a month crying after leaving Rafig. And he's building his spirit model already? I think he even opened up his mana pool, said Salem. He was unconvinced by it and asked, does that mean Orlando is an apprentice wizard now? I don't know, Angor shook head. Since Orlando was meditating, they should not discuss it here. They carefully left Orlando's room. Salem stayed silent on their way back. The boy thought Angor was the only one among the talents who was ahead of him. Now Orlando proved to be someone way ahead of everyone while being the latest starter aside from Balba. Maybe that's his talent, Salem muttered in frustration. Angor had been calm and he said, of course someone with good talent trains faster. But do you remember Mr. Tree Spirit mentioning something else to you when he didn't do that for Orlando? It means our talent levels are pretty close to each other. It depends on our own effort. Angor stretched himself to relax. It seems that we both have to work harder from now on. I don't want to be left behind. Salem was also encouraged. He clenched his teeth and replaced the frustration in his eyes with enthusiasm. I think I can't find Balba for now, said Angor. He continued, he'll have to wait a bit longer. Salem thumped his chest. Don't worry, I'll help. When I'm not meditating, I'll go and ask Orlando. If I learn an answer, I'll go tell Balba you're looking for him. Angor frowned and asked, it won't bother with your training? Salem shrugged as he replied, not at all. It's so boring when I'm taking a rest from my training. Miss Nausicaa has been keeping herself shut, again, and she didn't talk to me much. It's good to have something to do. I'll just take some walks around. Thank you kindly, Angor thanked the boy politely. Then he recalled something and spoke again, I found an underground market for apprentices. When you and Nausicaa are free, I'll take you there. Market for apprentices. Salem's eyes brightened up. He then asked, nice. I want to see it. What's it like? Full of fantastic stuff. You'll see it soon. Upon returning to his villa, Angor began training on the third step for becoming an apprentice. He acted all calm in front of Salem, but when realizing how fast Orlando was doing, Angor actually felt a sense of urgency. He made up his mind that this time, he would give it his all to break through until he succeeded. Once he was able to control his spirit power, building spiritual model was not a difficult task. However, singularity dispersive meditation was something else. It used the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method, which was lost in history because of its extreme difficulty, and Angor was going to challenge such a complicated localization method. The first step of spirit model construction was usually finding a starting point. For the other channeling methods, this starting point did not need to be totally accurate. The model would work fine as long as the model constructed later was complete. But singularity required that every point to be flawlessly placed. This was why the channeling method used 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. Locating the starting point was the hardest step for singularity. This starting point was also called a singular point, a point which was also referred to as the terminal of the universe by wizards. The method used such a point as its starting point and dispersed everything else from it. The singular point was the fundamental of this book. To perfectly locate the starting point, Angkor first needed to create the 36 coordinate systems in his mind to help him create accurate coordinates for the singular point. Inside the darkness of the mind, Angkor silently imagined the dispersive image originated from the singular point and inspected around the image to determine where to land his first slice. He had to then divide the 36 sections in a perfect manner, or everything would be in vain. It tested Angkor's personal ability in dealing with big data, about which Angkor was completely confident. Even if he could not do it in his mind, he could use his hologram tablet. However, it was not the time for that yet. Angkor carefully prepared to create the very first section. Angkor triggered his dimensional thinking to its best extent. Any mistake would bring him countless problems in his subsequent work. Dimensional thinking and big data processing. Angkor felt his brain working at extreme speed. His mind shifted between heaven and earth rapidly. From a single memory point, he slowly worked his way around using different data, formulas, equations, and related knowledge points, then placed them in the most correct places. Angkor's mind worked faster than ever when working out all the logical calculations. When observed in reality, Angkor's forehead was now covered by sweat. The wooden floor underneath him was now in a darker color. Aside from sweating, veins were pulsing on the boy's forehead as well. It was as if the blood that was flowing in him was going haywire and would bust his head open in the next second. Angkor kept on while bearing a high level of mental exhaustion that no ordinary people could endure. His ears were red, his head was releasing hot air, and blood veins had emerged on his eyeballs behind his closed eyelids. It had only been 2 minutes. His brain worked faster than any. There. 3 coordinates were born from countless calculations. They shone like 3 bright stars who illuminated his dark mind space. Once he sensed the intense light released by the 3 coordinates, without any hesitation, Angkor controlled his spirit power like wielding a blade. When he found a position, he sliced down, making sure the blade connected with all 3 coordinates. The slice created the first surface. After memorizing the 3 initial coordinates, Angkor lost his balance and fainted. 2 hours later, Angkor climbed back up. Without waiting any longer, he quickly recorded the coordinates into his tablet. Looking at the data that was safely kept in the tablet, Angkor could not hold back a smile. The foremost requirement for studying 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method was having a high sensitivity about dimensional thinking as well as the ability to process big data. Without them, nobody could wield such localization method by any means. Throughout history, there were very few who could use such a method. This was why the method was never passed down. Being able to work out 3 coordinates in one go meant Angkor had a great chance of learning it. Considering how the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method worked for singularity, Angkor needed to make 7 slices and create 7 surfaces, using a total of 21 coordinates. The calculations would grow even more complicated in later attempts. If he wanted to create the following surfaces perfectly, he would need to do an insane amount of calculations. The first slice only took him 2 minutes, but the second one would probably take 2 days. As for the 7th, maybe several years and beyond. This was impossible for most people who did not have the ability to work out big data like Angkor. Even if they had it, they could not spend such a long time trying to create all 36 sections. 10 years were not all. They probably needed a longer time to build the spiritual model. By the time these tasks were all finished, they already went past their best ages for training. This was why even Sunders did not intend to let Angkor use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method for real. The man gave Angkor another special localization method to use, which would cause a slight error in the coordinate of the singular point. This error would greatly hinder the efficiency of the spirit model. With some luck, Angkor could achieve half of the original baseline fitness. Sunders was certain that Angkor would not use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. However, Angkor went against the man's expectation and went straight for this method. Angkor could build models with the help of his hologram tablet. He could also simulate his mind space. But he still had to acquire at least 9 coordinates, 3 surfaces, and 6 intersections before he could project the abstract mind space into the modeling system on the tablet and simulate it in reality. Once this was done, the hologram tablet would utilize its superior computing capacity, which could process 51.66 quadrillion floating point calculations in a single second. It could then work out the remaining 18 coordinates plus 6 surfaces quickly. Using these 36 sections would help Angkor locate the true position of a singular point. Chapter 143, Visit. With the first surface determined, Angkor decided to keep going and began meditating again. After creating this surface, Angor's mind space was no longer completely dark. Now, a shining surface resided inside his mind. The surface appeared to be abstract. Angor could freely control his spirit power to travel through the surface as if it was not there, but on the other hand, Angor could feel the presence of the surface. The surface was constructed using a special technique from singularity dispersive meditation. As long as Angor did not give up first, the surface would always be there. This simple structure had given Angor's mind space a base point to locate other coordinates. This single surface was calculated out by using countless data. Once another surface came into being, either parallel to this one or not, it would bring more data into existence. This is how the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method worked its unique wonder. Without taking further rest, Angor immediately began calculating the second surface. 7 surfaces and 36 sections were built with increasing difficulty. To figure out the 3 coordinates for the second surface, Angor had to do many more calculations than before. Numerous data bloomed inside Angor's mind like fireworks. His logic ran around like diligent workers who tried to seize the data they needed. He used them to connect different formulas together, eliminate errors, and weave various knowledge points into the light spot he was looking for. 5 minutes. Angor held on for 5 minutes this time before the data flow in his mind stopped and he finally fainted. He was not sure how long he slept. Upon waking up, Angor used the residue of all the data in his mind and recorded everything he worked out before into his hologram tablet. Then he kept going, looking for the particular point based on the data he had already acquired. It took him 3 whole days to find the 3 coordinates for the second surface, and he spent most of the time lying unconsciously on the floor. As the second surface finally shone in his mind space, Angor collapsed and fell asleep again. With a smile on his face this time. The sleep took him another 2 days and a night. By the time he woke up, the first half of month of looming frost was already ending. Angor felt his stomach rumbling. Using his blurry mind, he found some fast food and swallowed them along with some hot water. His tongue could not taste the food at all. It was late in the night. After stuffing himself, Angor sat on the stairs in front of the main door. While admiring the green mistletoe tree, he drank some milk to help digest all the food. Calm breeze, gentle smell of grass, and sweet milk. Angor's mood was clearer and better until Salem's voice interrupted the silence. "Wait, Salem? Here? Angor. Hey, Angor." The boy's young and innocent voice was full of energy. Angor turned around and saw Salem walking down the end of the street, wearing a pure white robe he found somewhere. He was not wearing a hood. The boy looked like a kid trying to play cool by using a blanket as his cape. Salem happened to be hopping and waving at Angor, which only made the sight funnier. Another figure walked beside Salem. Using the weak moonlight which managed to slip past the tree leaves, Angor saw a handsome and distinctive face. Balba the Brute. Angor remembered that Salem agreed to help him contact Balba. Angor thought the boy only planned to figure out Balba's address. But, he took Balba to his door. When Salem approached and saw Angor in the villa garden, he hopped faster. Instead of greeting his visitors right away, Angor quickly poured the remaining milk under the mistletoe tree and tossed the milk bottle into a dustbin. Using the convenience of night, Angor also wiped his lips clean and made sure there were no milk drops left on him before he finally walked to the entrance and addressed Salem. Thank goodness the dark night under the cloak of the Tree of Eternity helped him destroy all the evidence. Salem did not notice Angor's secret attempts at all. The boy looked around the place happily. Salem just came to the apprentice town for the first time. He was looking at everything curiously. "Angor. I found Balba for you." From a toolbox near his door, Angor found an oil lamp and lit it up with a lighter. He hanged the lamp onto a pole beside the door and looked at Balba carefully. The weak and wavering light of the lamp gave Balba a bigger and more muscular appearance. The man's upper half was still bare. A pair of flax, close-fitting trousers covered his legs. He also equipped shoulder armors this time, which did not help him cover the 2 sweet spots on his chest at all. Balba's muscular and dark face revealed an anxious and expecting look. "Good evening," said Angor as he maintained a neutral manner. Not too friendly, not too distant. It seemed that Balba did not talk to people much. He was unsure of how to react and only nodded to Angor in return. "I already asked about your question. Miss Flora had been busy dealing with a plague problem somewhere so she couldn't find time to teach you. But she gave me a channeling method book and told me to hand it to you." Balba seemed relaxed when he finally had something to study. But he was still disappointed at how Flora could not train him. Lady Flora is always away from the organization. Angor considered for a moment before answering him, you can say so. She spent most of her time outside. Balba looked frustrated. He did not notice that Angor's answer did not hold the exact meaning as he expected. I'll go get your book, said Angor. He wanted to turn away but he hesitated and asked something else, will you come in? I have some hot water for you. Angor almost said milk. He quickly amended his words. No, thanks. Balba refused. Salem actually wanted to take the change and go into the house to chat with Angor. However, since Balba refused, he decided otherwise. Angor went inside to retrieve the channeling method book. Salem stood in the garden and touched around the mistletoe tree. Then he crouched beside the fence to observe the shining runes on it. Ah, Apprentice Town is such a nice place. I want to live here too. I'll get a place near Angor. Salem encouraged himself in his mind. Angor returned soon. He handed a booklet, which was pretty thin, to Balba. Balba sighed in relief when taking the book. He saw many talents working hard these days, especially someone like Orlando who already made much progress. Balba did not show it, but deep inside, he was really worried. It was a pity that he did not get to see Flora. However, getting the channeling method was still worth the trip. Thank you, said Balba as he bowed politely. I'll keep my words. Anything, just ask, and I'll repay you. Angor looked at Balba's serious attitude. He then thought about the man's sad destiny and sighed helplessly. Angor wanted to say something like don't mention it. However, considering Balba, the man probably would not let it go like that. Favor debts were usually difficult to pay back, and Angor clearly knew it. He decided to accept Balba's offer for now. After considering for a moment, Angor finally said, let's see. Salem and Nausicaa aren't really safe when living underground. You're strong, so you can protect them, as long as it doesn't get out of your hand. That did not sound too hard. Balba nodded and agreed without a second thought. After this, Balba remained silent. Angor did not know what to talk about as well. They stared at each other in embarrassment. Angor looked at Salem and noticed that the boy was not paying attention to him and Balba at all. Salem seemed to be thinking about something else. Also, the boy was smiling widely, as if he had something fun that he really wanted to tell others. Only that he did not know how to divert the topic. Angor chuckled in his mind and approached the boy to ask, Salem, you already found your spirit power, right? Salem looked really surprised and asked, how did you figure that out? Angor pointed at his face. Come on. It's all written up here. Salem scratched his hair as he replied, oh, hee. I just broke through this afternoon. Oh, right. Miss Nausicaa succeeded in calming her mind too. She hasn't found her spirit power yet, but she can already remove all distractions in her head, and she'll find the power sooner or later. She told me to thank you for helping her. You're amazing. You not only found your spirit power earlier than any of us, but you can also even help others with it. Balba, who heard about how Nausicaa had succeeded in finding spirit power too, could not hold back his urge anymore. The man sat under the oil lamp and began reading his book right away. The first page of the book presented him with rows of clean, neatly written universal characters. No showy expressions, no ornamental penmanship to appeal to people. The characters appeared like squares, organized in a fine manner. Lady Flora wrote these? They look special, Balba mumbled. While he was reading the channeling method, Salem and Angor talked about Orlando. I asked. Orlando is now a level 1 apprentice. He went ahead of us when we didn't notice, said Salem. He looked a bit jealous. Maybe he has a reason to push him forward, Angor wondered. After exchanging information about their training, Salem and Balba left the apprentice town. Angor no longer wanted to rest now. He stood under the mistletoe tree to mourn his spilled milk for a second before returning to the soundproof room to keep working on the third surface. Chapter 144, Breakthroughs. Could someone who only knew basic mathematics work on differential geometry in only one go? Of course not. It would probably take him hundreds of times, trying to take the first step. This was why when Angor planned to do it in one go, he ended up lying on the floor with his eyes spinning. To use his spirit power to make the third slice and create the third surface in his mind space proved to be way harder than he thought. Most talents would not have much problem doing the first slice, and it would take some time and effort for them to do the second. From the third and on, however, they needed talent and knowledge as well as more time and training. In his current condition, Angor would need a long time on the third slice. Days and nights passed. Angor spent all his time in a loop between two conditions, brain exhaustion and lying unconsciously. When he looked into his mirror, he thought he was looking at someone else. One day, Toby even picked out a string of white hair from the back of his head, which further proved that Angor stressed his brain too much. However, Angor did not want to stop his extreme way of training. He could feel that he was making progress every day. Stopping here meant giving up his hard-earned momentum, which could possibly slow down his further training. The training did a lot of damage to his health, true. But it was not all about bad things. Apart from making progress, Angor sensed that his logical thinking and mental arithmetic abilities had developed to an amazing level. For many complicated calculations which required time to work out before, now he only needed to glance at them briefly to instantly figure out the answer in his brain. Not many people in this world could work out calculations at such a speed. If John was here, he would also be shocked at how much Angor had grown. The month of looming frost had entered its second half. The first day, the second, and now, the fifth. The calendar had turned to a new page, declaring the arrival of the month of freezing earth. When it was the second half of the month of freezing earth, Angor received a message from Salem that the boy was now successful in controlling his spirit power. Nausicaa also found her spirit power and began her second step on the way toward being supernatural. Good news from his friends gave Angor both joy and the enthusiasm to work hard. Half a month ago, Angor could only keep his mind overdrive status up for 5 minutes before falling unconscious on the ground. Now, he could do it for half an hour while maintaining his top condition. The third surface had to intersect with the previous two, thus calling for several times more calculations than before. Angor had to be extremely careful when choosing the 3 coordinates for this surface. He worked out a vague location for the first coordinate on the 10th day of the first half of the month of freezing earth, and still needed more time to work out the exact numbers. The world welcomed the month of frost. Following Orlando, Salem was the second one who successfully generated mana pool in his body and declared himself a supernatural, officially becoming an apprentice wizard. Next, Nausicaa joined them as another level 1 apprentice thanks to her great effort. On that day, she and Salem came to the apprentice town to tell Angor about the good news and to reunite with their friend. When they heard that Angor still did not become an apprentice yet, Salem felt a bit worried. When leaving Angor's house, Salem mumbled in a small voice, "When my professor taught me about the slow spell, Mr. Ness came and talked about Hookdick with Kayla. Mr. Ness was very satisfied with Hookdick's progress, and he would take Hookdick to accept baptism at somewhere called Soul Soil. I guess Hookdick is now an apprentice too. Considering that man, if he heard about how Angor hasn't broken through yet, I'm afraid he'll do something stupid." Salem was worried. With Sunders behind Angor's back, Hookdick did not dare to attack Angor openly, but he could order someone else to do it. Angor was immortal now, without spells to protect him or fend off attackers. Even someone with raw muscle strength could harm Angor easily. Nausicaa heard him and put a hand on the dueling sword on her waist. She said, "I'll try to come here often and look after the place. I can accept some quests from the quest hall along the way, so I can protect Angor while earning merit points. Beside, I sure need some battle experience." After Salem and Nausicaa left, Balba appeared under a tree not far away. The man was leaning against the tree with the copy of Circular Cut Channeling in his hand. He was not reading the book. His eyes were glimmering with intelligence. Instead of returning to the caves, he walked into the depth of Apprentice Town. Angor did not know any of these while he was in his villa. He had been focusing on his work on determining the first coordinate for the third surface. After going over sleepless effort for 2 months, the first coordinate was just around the corner of his mind. In the middle of a dark night, someone let out an overjoyed yell inside Angor's house, which caused a shadowy figure beside the river to look up. However, the figure quickly returned to reading his book again, using an oil lamp nearby. Naturally, it was Angor who just yelled in his house. On the last day of the first half of the month of freezing earth, Angor finally found out the first coordinate of the third surface. Further calculations proved that the answer was correct. This meant he was 1 step closer to his final result. Angor enjoyed 1 night of good sleep, which he missed for a long time. His good mood persisted onto the second day. The sound of a bird chirping came from his attic in the early morning. And it was a duet too. Toby was probably playing with the echo flower again. Thinking about how he had been disregarding Toby for 2 months now, Angor felt a bit ashamed. He promised Toby deep-sea fish slices before, and he had not fulfilled his words. Well, with another achievement done, Angor decided to give himself a day off and took Toby to the marketplace. He needed to get some cooked food as well. Any more fast food and he would throw up. Angor aimed for the ordinary market run by common folks. The underground market asked for merit points and magic crystals, and Angor did not have much of those. He had to save up. Toby chose to wear a fisherman costume which came with a bamboo hat with a wide brim. It looked both funny and adorable on the bird. Angor's steps sprung because of his good mood. He still had a lot of gold coins on him. This place was far from the sea, so the deep-sea fish product was very expensive. Angor did not mind the price though. He paid 2 large pouches of coins without much thought. Seeing its new snacks, Toby hopped on Angor's shoulder anxiously to urge Angor to hurry up, so that it could get back sooner and enjoy the delicious fish. Angor paid a young man 2 copper pieces to help him carry the food sack back. Then he went to Sweet Milk again to buy some milk pastries as a reward for himself. After having enough at the market, Angor slowly strolled toward his villa. Angor saw the young man earlier in front of his door waiting for him while carrying the fish sack. The runes on the fences would not allow strangers to go inside without the owner's permission. Angor quickly stepped up so that the young man did not have to wait for too long. The man only gave Angor a bright smile in return. While exchanging courtesy, Angor turned around to unlock the entrance. As Angor turned his back, the young man suddenly changed his expression into a cold sneer mixed with complicated emotions. When Angor was not looking, he revealed a cruel grin. "Talent, hey? So what, you still gonna get killed?" With a swish, the young man took out a dagger hidden on his waist. The weapon shined with a silver glimmer like a clean mirror, suggesting its extreme sharpness. Without hesitating, the young man stabbed at Angor's back. As a monster, Toby was a lot more cautious to its surroundings compared to Angor. When the young man revealed his weapon, the metal noise and a faint smell of blood on the blade both warned Toby of approaching danger. Toby turned around and quickly saw the dagger going for Angor's heart. He did not have the time to warn his master now. Toby launched itself from Angor's shoulder and dashed out like a flying arrow, talons revealed. Common people could not catch Toby's speed when the bird decided to go all out. The bird did not go for the young man's vital spot because killing him would not guarantee that his dagger could be stopped. Toby's target was the man's hand. Sharp talons slashed through the young man's wrist like knives. He screamed in pain. However, it seemed that he was trained to bear such experience and he quickly maintained his focus. Instead of stopping, the young man's dagger-wielding hand went for Angor's back even faster. Toby's heart was on edge. If he did not do something quickly, Angor would be injured badly, or worse. But as a small bird, there was not much he could do now. Suddenly, a bulky figure dashed between Angor and the young man. The figure grabbed the dagger in a blink of an eye. Blood came spilling out from the figure's palm. The attacker tried to look at the intruder. Before he could get a good look, a hairy knee hit his face and sent him flying. The mighty force threw him away in a perfect curve in the air. He landed on the ground several meters away and coughed up blood. Next, a dueling sword created a silver trace in the air and pointed against his neck. Angor found himself pushed aside forcefully by someone. He struggled a little to maintain balance. When he realized the snack sack in his hand was safe, he sighed in relief and turned around to check out what just happened, only to find 2 more people in front of him. Balba was standing beside him with a cold expression. The man's palm was bleeding. Nausicaa, in her soft and elegant armor, pointed her dueling sword against the delivery man's throat. She was also showing a violent look. Meanwhile, Toby was circling in the air with blood dripping down his talons. What the? Angor was completely puzzled. What was going on? He was just trying to unlock the door. 1 second later, some kind of big crisis came about. Chapter 145, After the Incident. A moment later. Inside Angor's guest hall, Balba applied some ointment made by Angor on his palm. He always maintained a calm expression. Even the strong alcohol on his open wound did not make him flinch in the least. With the medicine in place, Balba bandaged his hand up. Angor offered to help with his treatment but Balba did not let him. "Thank you so much. If not for your arrival, it'd have been unpredictable," said Angor as he thanked Balba sincerely. Balba did not mind it at all. "It's nothing. Consider it repaying your favor. Balba had been protecting Salem and Nausicaa as requested by Angor. However, Nausicaa was not weaker than him, so he basically had nothing to do around those two people. Now, he was glad that he repaid Angor by saving Angor's life. The man was never someone good at talking. Balba stayed silent afterward. Angor was still terrified at the previous incident. As he said, he would have been dead without Balba to save him. Even if Balba said it was to repay his favor, Angor did not feel any less thankful. Click. Nausicaa, dressed in her usual soft armor, opened the door and stepped into the guest hall. He's dead. Ended his own life. There's poison hidden in his mouth. Probably a killer sent by an organization. But I'm sure he's immortal. When Angor fetched medicine for Balba, Nausicaa stayed outside to interrogate the attacker. He didn't spill anything about who hired him, but we can take a safe guess that Hookdick is the one behind this. Angor nodded. Ever since he left his home, Hookdick and Foza were the only people who had grudge against him. But Foza was not hostile to the extent of hiring a killer yet, so Hookdick was the most possible answer. Hookdick can't take you on openly, so he only used such petty tricks, said Nausicaa. She looked calm as she continued, if he has other choices, he would not go so low as to hire a mortal to kill you. Hookdick's wicked image appeared in Angor's mind. After visiting Twilight Town, Angor always avoided as much trouble as he could, and Hookdick did not do anything special either, apart from giving him malevolent stares behind his back. This was why when Angor moved away from the underground caves, he let down his guard. He totally did not expect Hookdick to suddenly do such a thing. Angor grimaced. He could not possibly spend all of his days worrying about Hookdick. As long as that man was alive, troubles would keep coming. Salem said that Hookdick's mentor is going to take him to some place called Soul Soil to accept baptism. I don't know what that is, but with Hookdick's soul-related talent, he'll only get stronger, said Nausicaa. She continued, I suggest that you stay put for now. Once you become a supernatural being, Hookdick will no longer find mortals to trouble you. And even if he finds an apprentice to help him, his helper won't dare to do anything against Sunders. Angor understood what she meant. He already planned to stay indoors until he made a breakthrough. Now he further believed that he had to become stronger in order to survive. Okay, I'll get to my training as much as I can, Angor replied. This house has protection spells so no one can break in. Thank you again, for your help. Nausicaa winked at him charmingly. I accepted a quest called Maintain Safety in Apprentice Town 8. I'm just earning some merit points along the way. Angor was sure that Nausicaa took that quest to help him, but he did not say it out loud. He silently told himself to repay Nausicaa's kindness in the future. Nausicaa left while carrying the assailant's corpse away as well. Balba also bid Angor goodbye. The giant villa regained its tranquility. Angor repeated Hookdick's name in his mind again. His eyes glimmered with realization. Nausicaa took the corpse to the other side of the river and found an open space in the woods to burn it up. She watched as the body turned into ash. However, in her mind, she was thinking about Angor again. The boy helped her find spirit power by giving her a piece of advice. By that time, Angor already reached the step to control his spirit power. Now Nausicaa had succeeded, but Angor did not make any further progress ever since. When she established a basic structure of her spirit model, triggered her mana pool, and finally became a level 1 apprentice, Angor still did not achieve anything else. She was wondering why. Building a spirit model was not a difficult task. She asked many apprentices about it, and none of them was stuck in this step. So why was Angor having trouble? The other day, when Nausicaa was studying from her mentor Fantace, she unintentionally mentioned Angor's name. Instead of being surprised at her question, Fantace only said one thing in a plain tone, Sunders found himself a decent student. Was there some kind of secret behind all this? Or, was there something wrong with Angor's channeling method? Nausicaa did not tell anyone that she had been pursuing immortality. When she became the king of Blackberry Waters, she no longer had to worry about finding enough fortune to enjoy a luxurious life. Treasures and hundreds of fleets under her command gave her both money and power. However, she gave up her superior life, which was thirsted by most people, and chose to come to the unpredictable wizard world. Because she wanted immortality. She had the best chance of finding it here. Only powerful wizards could achieve something like that. Nausicaa clearly knew that she had to build a good foundation and worked her way up based on it. That was why she chose which channeling method to use very carefully. She only proceeded with each step on the condition that she had fully mastered the previous one. However, different channeling methods were divided by their different classes. Did that mean she was also in a different class than others? Nausicaa wanted to go back and ask Angor whether channeling methods affected the classes of their users. But she held her urge back. She was afraid that the question would trouble Angor too much. She looked up and saw a lump of cloud floating by. Maybe I can find something in Cloud Library. The corpse was still burning, yet Nausicaa could not wait. She glanced at the remaining bones and went for Cloud Library without further hesitation. The fire did not die yet. Hot air carried the smell of burning flesh, causing the grass around the area to waver. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared beside the corpse. Before walking away, the figure silently watched as the body became ash to fertilize the earth. In a path under the cave field, a mortal walked in one direction while carrying a dish of hot food in his hands. The apprentices that were passing by did not react upon seeing this mortal. There were restaurants down here that were run by mortal businessmen. And many restaurants provided delivery services. Thud thud thud. The mortal knocked on one of the doors. Who is it? Your food, sir, from Pineapple Shell Restaurant. The door opened up and revealed a bulky man inside the room. The mortal handed over the food dish with a bright smile and left right away. The bulky man closed the door when someone else spoke in the room. Lafitte, I ate too little this noon. I really want some. The voice sounded slow and peaceful. A pockmark-faced young man approached the bulky man and checked the food dish. Then he revealed the word sand with his lips. The peaceful voice raised a pitch as he said, Lafitte, I want some sandwich. Man, I'm so hungry. Hook Dick was the bulky man, and Foza just yelled for sandwiches. Foza's helper, the pockmark boy, was Lafitte. Hook Dick rolled his eyes at Foza and complained in his mind, that big mouth. Thank God there's no one else here, or the bastard would totally ruin my image. He took a sandwich from the dish and tossed it to Foza. Then Hook Dick revealed a concealed layer in the dish and found a note inside. Foza took his sandwich. He was completely oblivious of Hook Dick's angered attitude. He also noticed Hook Dick's note, but the fatty was too busy munching his sandwich, so he glanced at Lafitte. Lafitte nodded in acknowledgement and pretended to be surprised. Hey boss, why is there a note in your food? Some woman fell in love with you and offered to spend a night together. Hook Dick humphed. Quit it. This is a message from the Pollock family. What the heck is the Pollock family? Foza and Lafitte wondered. It's a mortal family run by a bunch of hitmen, said Hook Dick as he gave them a brief explanation. Hitman family? Boss, why are you contacting hitmen? Lafitte looked puzzled. Hook Dick revealed a hateful expression. To kill that arrogant little bastard, you fool. He didn't register as an apprentice yet, so I can, you know, hee hee. Of course, Foza and Lafitte knew who was this arrogant little bastard. They all thought about Angor, who completely stole Hook Dick's golden poster display back in the resource distribution hall. They both followed Hook Dick's example and kept giving Angor angry stares. But they were only doing so to satisfy Hook Dick's ego. On the inside, they preferred not to offend Angor too much. Lafitte took a step back when thinking about Angor's scary mentor. Foza was a little mad at Angor because of the incident with Melaner. But when he heard that Angor rejected Melaner's attempt without a second thought, Foza felt better. Just like Lafitte, Foza did not wish to become the enemy of someone with a promising future, even if Angor was not an apprentice yet. Foza and Lafitte exchanged a look and made sure they understood each other. After reading the note, Hook Dick appeared to be disappointed a little. He slammed the paper on the ground. Lafitte picked it up to read it. Mission failed. One male and one female were protecting the target. Hitman killed in action. The note also described the protectors in details. Nausicaa and Balba. Lafitte muttered. Yeah, them. They ruined my plan. Damn it all. Hook Dick was frustrated. But he quickly brightened up and laughed. I know the kid was hard to kill. I'm only trying to put pressure on him. I guess he wet his pants and will never dare to step out his door again, ha. Still, now I know that bitch is helping him. Even Balba is on his side. Hook Dick curled his lips. He was not afraid of these two people at all. Unlike Angor, they did not have anyone to support them. Hook Dick was going to receive a soul baptism soon. Once he was back, he was going to eliminate anyone who opposed him, one by one. Chapter 146, Sorcerer's Garden of Purification. Phantom Island. Outside the locked-up area of Sorcerer's Garden, a silver-haired old man wielded an alchemy cane and placed various prepared materials inside the alchemy array drawn underground. His mana flowed in the alchemy attempt, causing changes in every element around the place. Under the old man's work, the Sorcerer's Garden slowly materialized and began to release an ancient aura. Sunders stood behind the old man in a polite manner. As far as strength was considered, the old man was weaker than him. However, as a master alchemist from Floating Mech City, Moonsilver Cusino fully deserved respect. There were very few master alchemists in the south. Cusino had existed longer than Jalal. His title Moonsilver did not sound so powerful compared to Jalal the mithril innovator. However, in actual fact, Cusino was previously called the Moonsilver Dominator for his absolute mastery at manipulating an alchemy material called the Moonsilver. Later, the old man thought this title was a mouthful, so he changed it to Moonsilver instead. Cusino, a master alchemist, who came to help Sunders build his Sorcerer's Garden at the cost of a great fortune. The garden already began to take shape after 2 months of effort. Something vague could now be seen in there across the occasional openings on the misty barrier. Sunders had really high hopes toward his Sorcerer's Garden. He wondered what kind of law would come into being. To prevent random stragglers from peeking into his secret, he had been guarding the construction point day and night. As Sunders watched Cusino doing his job carefully, Butler Good approached him on hurried steps and whispered something. "Master Cusino, I need to leave for a moment to deal with something," said Sunders. He frowned upon hearing Good's report. Without lifting his concentration from the Sorcerer's Garden, Cusino waved a hand in acknowledgement. When they were at somewhere quiet, Sunders asked Good in a low voice, "Someone tried to assassinate Angor?" Good nodded. "Yes, sir. But everything is fine for now. Someone has been protecting him. I already sent my phantom servants to look into the matter. It seems the culprit is Mr. Ness' apprentice." Ness student, Sunders remembered someone. Back on the Savage, that man did provoke Angor multiple times. "Sir, should I tell Mr. Ness about it?" Good asked. Sunders waved a hand and said, "No. Nothing serious. As my student, Angor should be able to deal with such things himself." Good bowed and prepared to leave. "One moment. How is Angor's training?" Sunders called Good back. Good recalled reading the report he received from his men. "It appears he has not constructed a spirit model yet." Sunders chuckled, "Looks like the kid is still fumbling over the 36-dimensional locator." 1. This long-lost, precise locating method could easily entice a lot of crazy scholars. Sunders himself had also been researching this method, and with his mental abilities, he only figured out the second coordinate of the third surface. To complete all 7 surfaces, the man believed he needed at least another 10 years. People had different minds, and what he found out could not be used on Angor. The boy had to calculate his own coordinates to perfect singularity dispersive meditation. But considering Angor's current situation, the boy would need way more time, which meant he would miss his best age for training. Sunders did not wish for Angor to waste his time over this matter. However, since Sunders was the one who asked Angor to retrieve the book, he did not want to be the one to stop Angor from learning it or tell him to choose another locator method. Although in such a situation, using another method to build a flawed singularity model could prove to be a better choice. Sunders could not tell this to Angor openly, so he only advised the boy to do so in the notes. After some consideration, Sunders spoke to Good again, "Go and tell Angor that the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City will become open to the public 1 year later. But participants must reach the top level of any sky tower. The law of that garden is purification, which improves one's chance of becoming a wizard." "I'll go to Mr. Pad right now," said Good as he nodded. "Go then." Sunders knew that Angor was eager to get stronger, so he hoped he could use this piece of information to urge Angor. Hopefully, it would force the boy to choose another locator method. Angor received Good's message in the evening of the same day. After seeing Good away, Angor fell into silence. A law of purification which increased his chance of becoming a wizard, that sounded so nice. Any apprentice would pursue such a chance like crazy. Same for Angor. According to Good, the information had not been announced to the public yet. It was planned to be declared half a year later. Angor could already imagine what would happen by that time. Every sky tower would be filled with bloodthirsty challengers. His best bet was to reach the top level of a sky tower within half a year, so he could avoid getting dragged into the madness when everyone heard about it. Yet doing so in half a year was no easy task. Considering the rules of Sky Tower, if Angor wanted to triumph as fast as possible, he had to defeat everyone quickly by using raw power and gained levels instead of waiting for the end of each season. That was too difficult for Angor now. Challengers in Sky Towers were usually level 1 and level 2 apprentices, and still, they were not someone Angor could defeat. Heck! Angor was still immortal now. There was little hope he could grow strong enough in half a year to the extent that he could easily beat down level 2 apprentices. Generally speaking, only the elites among level 2 apprentices could reach the top level and become qualified to challenge the Tower of Infinity. Most of the challengers who challenged Tower of Infinity were level 3 apprentices who were able to display amazing battles before becoming wizards. For example, Nausicaa's mentor, Fantaise Konohita, once reached the 100th level of Tower of Infinity as a level 3 apprentice. Although that was not something Angor should think about now. His current goal was to get to the top level of a Sky Tower before the message regarding the Sorcerer's Garden was made known to the public. But, how could someone with zero combat experience fight with the other apprentices in half a year? Angor could only keep the idea in his mind for now. He had to open up the third surface. Once that happened, he could use the computing capacities of the tablet to work out further results fast. He had to use the 36-dimensional locator in order to build a perfect singularity dispersive model. Angor already realized what Good's message meant, and of course, it was Sunder's idea. Yet Angor did not take the message to his heart at all, for Sunders did not know the boy could cheat with his tablet. The law of purification in the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City, and a perfect singularity dispersive model. If he had to choose one, Angor preferred the latter. However, as long as he could find enough time, he would challenge both. People should not get too greedy, but they should at least had some dreams. Angor cleared his mind and continued working on the coordinates of the third surface. He decided that if he managed to build a perfect model, he would act crazy for once and go for the Sky Tower. The third slice required another 3 coordinates. After 2 months' worth of effort, Angor successfully found the first one. 2 remained. 2 coordinates that required his full attention. Angor was in his mind overdrive state again. Currents of data flow tested the limits of the boy's mind continuously. Half an hour later, Angor fainted on the floor. He woke up later and resumed his mind overdrive again. Angor did not intend to rest at all. He devoted every single waking second in his calculations. Even when he was eating or dumping, data still flowed in front of his eyes without pausing. Time flew by rapidly. His limit of using mind overdrive increased to 1 hour, thus doubling his efficiency. The second coordinate was figured out by Angor after another month. The world had welcomed a new year and entered the month of resuscitation. When checking his calendar unintentionally, Angor noticed he missed his birthday in month of freezing earth. He had turned 15 without realizing it. The boy did not mind much. This was not Pad Manor, where his brother and his mentor would celebrate for him. No one in this strange Fey continent knew or cared about his birthday. As the month of resuscitation approached the end, Angor finally gained the third coordinate. He used his spirit power as a blade, and made the third slash, bringing a flash of light in his mind. Getting a feel of the 3 shining surfaces in his mind space, Angor smiled in content. He had exhausted his spirit. Instead of falling asleep, he pushed on and recorded the information of the 3 surfaces into his hologram tablet. Combined with everything he worked out so far, Angor ordered the system to calculate the remaining 4 surfaces on its own. After typing everything he needed on the keyboard, a message popped up on the desktop, beginning calculation. Estimated time, 504 hours 43 minutes 51 seconds. Angor sighed in relief when he saw the countdown decreasing slowly but steadily. 21 days. Even with the hologram tablet's superior computing, he still needed 21 days. A human brain would probably need forever. No wonder the locator method was lost in history. No apprentices had so much time in their lives to waste on. Angor stretched himself and left the hologram to its own job. He went back to his bedroom to sleep. The boy had not been using a soft bed in months, and he felt a bit uncomfortable when finally doing so. But his spirit was too fatigued to mind such a thing. Soon, the boy fell into a sweet slumber. Chapter 147, Future Plans. Maybe the completion of the third surface removed a giant burden from Angor's mind as he was able to sleep deeper than ever. When he finally woke up on his own, 2 days already passed. Angor spaced out on his bed for half an hour as he enjoyed his refreshed and loosened spirit, until he smelled sour sweat coming off his own body. He slowly climbed off his bed to get some hot bath water. A well-needed bath refreshed his body further. Angor returned to the soundproof room and saw the hologram tablet working on the results at full speed. He left the device aside and began meditating. When his meditation was done, Angor no longer knew what to do. He leaned against a wall and decided to arrange his plans for the coming future. He divided his plans into 3 phases according to his current goals, his available time, and how distant the goals were. The farthest goal was, naturally, pursuing truth and self-realization. Angor wished he could walk as far as possible down the path of wizardry. This was the most distant goal, not something he should worry about now. The next one was his 5-year promise of saving his mentor, John, and an agreement with Mara. John was his biggest reason for working so hard right now. 5 years could instantly pass by in the eyes of wizards. Angor had so little time to save John. But he was not completely hopeless. At least he had a clue on how to save his teacher now. The reason as to the root of John's condition was being expelled by the world's consciousness. So the first question was, how to make the world's consciousness accept an otherworldly visitor. Angor did not dare to ask Sunders about it. Sunders was wise enough to see through his ideas. If Sunders found out about John, which in turn attracted supreme cult and recover, it would be troublesome. He had to gather information in these 5 years and solved this problem on his own. He needed to keep working on it as well as seeking knowledge from specific sources. If he could not find an answer in 5 years, he could use the money he saved to buy another ice coffin of healing scroll. That would give John another 5 years to live. So this goal was not really urgent. As for his agreement with Mara, it would depend on the situation. Mara used an ice coffin of healing scroll to win a promise from Angor, that once Angor became a level 2 apprentice, he had to accompany Mara to explore some ruins. Angor was confident that as long as he could build a perfect spirit model, he would be able to channel mana flow faster than anyone else, and strengthened his mana pool quickly. So becoming a level 2 apprentice was not hard. However, Mara never gave him a time limit, which meant even if Angor made it to level 2 apprentice, he did not need to hurry his way to the White Coral Floating Island Academy to fulfill his promise. In the end, Angor decided to place his agreement with Mara behind John's matter. With the relatively distant goals set, Angor proceeded to think about his recent development. Building spirit model, creating mana pool, and breaking through into the state of an apprentice was surely his foremost task for now. Apart from this though, he now had another wild hope, which was the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City as mentioned by Good. To walk down the path of wizardry was a big talk for him now. But Angor had hope in it. Nobody knew what would actually jump out from the Pandora's box anyway. Anything was possible. But still, he had to become an apprentice first. According to Good, the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City could use its purification law to enhance one's probability of becoming a wizard. Even if it only brought another 0.1% success rate, Angor would not want to miss it. However, this was too difficult a task for Angor. To reach the top level of a sky tower in a short time, this seemed impossible. Among apprentices of the same class, bloodline apprentices usually were more powerful. Under the certain rules in the arenas of Sky Tower, a powerful bloodline wizard such as Grass Snail Fantace battled his way all the way to the 100th level of Tower of Infinity. Even if Angor became an apprentice and learned several cantrips, he would not do well against bloodline apprentices. For now, Angor placed this goal somewhere deep down in his mind. With future plans set, Angor was left with nothing else to do. He wanted to read some books recorded on the tablet. Yet he was afraid that by opening the documents, it would affect the device's computing efficiency. In the end, he gave up the idea. Better safe than sorry. With nothing to read, nothing to train on, Angor simply decided to give himself several days off and take it easy. He would avoid thinking about bad things and bad characters during his holidays. Anger and frustration would not do him any good, so he might as well maintained a plain mindset and focused on improving himself. In the next days, Angor spent his time doing random things such as singing, handwriting practice, and doing miscellaneous tricks he learned from John. Sometimes he played with Toby, and when he felt tired, the boy simply lied on an armchair on the balcony, crossed his legs up to enjoy the gentle breeze while thinking about his colorful past life. Angor was unaware that everything he did was recorded by a phantom servant down to every detail. The servant passed the information to Good, who in turn told it to Sunders. Sunders was quite agitated when watching Angor's behaviors from a crystal ball. The man cared about Angor and intentionally ordered Good to advise the boy in an implicit way to give up the 36-dimensional locator. But Angor did this in response? The boy might be staying indoors all day to avoid assassination. If so, he would be no different from a spoiled rich kid. Sunders would not mind if Angor relaxed like that for a day or two, but according to the reports of the phantom servant, Angor had been like this for 2 weeks. Wearing a cold look, Sunders released an aura of anger to the outside. Good had been serving the man for more than a century now, and he still trembled a little. Go tell Angor that he must turn into an apprentice within a month. Or else I'll officially discontinue the relationship of being his mentor. Good clearly read the anguish hidden between the man's words. The butler bowed in acknowledgement and stepped away. Sunders looked at how Angor enjoyed himself in the crystal ball and revealed a frustrated expression at his disappointing student. The construction of Sorcerer's Garden was in its critical stage and he could not leave now, or he would definitely go find Angor personally and lecture the kid for good. Apprentice Town 8. Angor's Villa. Angor stood there, agape. He did not expect that his holiday decision attracted Sunders' grudge to the extent of losing his position as the man's student. Mr. Pad, Master Sunders said so. Please do not let him down. Butler Good was completely covered in his black robe. His face was also hidden behind a mask. Still, Angor recognized the care and worry from his voice. Angor remained silent and shifted between several expressions. Surprise, puzzlement, helplessness. Good believed that the boy was struggling over his own mind as he thought about whether he should give up the locator method for real, so the butler did not interrupt Angor's consideration. A moment later, when Good saw Angor regaining a calm look, the butler thought Angor finally made up his mind. Did the boy choose another locator method, or was he foolish enough to stick to his mistake? I understand. I'll break through and become an apprentice in a month, Angor replied. Good sighed in relief, believing that Angor finally chose another locator method. The butler patted the boy's shoulder. With a smile, he spoke in a sincere tone. There's a reason why the 36-dimensional locator is lost in history. Master asked you to choose another method, but he would like you to stick to singularity dispersive model for you'll still do better than the other channeling methods. Don't push yourself too hard. With that, Good floated away with a satisfied smile. It took Angor some time to finally understood why Good had come. So Professor thought he was simply idling away his time? That was why Sunders reminded him to choose another locator and to achieve something equal. Angor could not really explain his plan. Could he tell Sunders that he cheated with his tablet and that he would completely work out the 36-dimensional locator in a week? No way. Angor decided to withhold the information. Since Sunders already misunderstood his plans, he would keep it that way. Another locator or not, Angor would always build a singularity dispersive model. Once the model was established, even legendary wizards would not figure out how he did it or which locator method he used. The hologram tablet read, 173 hours 33 minutes 27 seconds. Just a little more than a week. Now that he knew a phantom servant was watching him, Angor no longer dared to show himself on the balcony or in the garden. But he could not just shut himself in his house with nothing to do either. In the end, he just found a book and pretended to be studying on the balcony. Meanwhile, his mind was actually running wild. His eyes, which were blocked by some of his hair, were not concentrating on the book at all. Sunders was quite content when he heard that Angor decided to choose another locator. From an image sent by Good, Angor was studying diligently on his balcony. Sunders no longer paid attention to Angor since then. The man believed that with the boy's superior talent, and with a better approach, 1 month was more than enough for Angor to become an apprentice. The clock on the wall bid farewell to another 2 hours. Today, the tree spirit seemed to be in a good mood. The giant leaf covering Apprentice Town 8 had moved away. Gentle sunlight covered the entire place, coating the town in a golden aura. Angor moved a silver bench under the mistletoe tree. He planned to take a nap under the sun while still pretending to be reading. Before he could fall asleep though, noises came from the entrance. Chapter 148, Meeting Dave Again. Angor looked toward his door and saw someone with an antenna helmet sneaking around the garden fence. The fences were pretty high, so the helmet was the only thing he saw. But it was enough for Angor to recognize the visitor. Dave. Angor leaned against the fence and greeted the person outside in a slouchy manner. It was indeed Dave. Most of his face was still covered by the pair of giant, brown goggles, but Angor would not mistake his clothing and body shape. Dave removed his goggles and let out a silly chuckle. What brings you here? Asked Angor. He was still leaning against the fence and he did not intend to open the door yet. Dave touched the brim of his hair and mumbled something with his head lowered. "What is that?" "I can't hear you," Angor said. Dave looked up and revealed a flattering smile. "Angor, I want to ask something." Angor squinted and turned a bit cautious as he asked, "And what do you need?" With a bit of embarrassment, Dave took out a familiar object from his side pouch. Cross-shaped propellers, threaded stick, simple design. It was exactly the propeller flying machine. Flawed, flying machine. "Angor, I redesigned it, and, ahem, I hope little Toby can help me test it again," said Dave as he blinked his innocent eyes and looked really hopeful. Angor smiled. Dave smiled back. The next second, Angor removed his smile and replaced it with a cold look. Then he waved a hand at Dave. "Goodbye, and have a safe trip." Dave's expression froze up. When he realized Angor was walking away already, he quickly yelled out. "Angor! One more chance, please. Toby! Sweetheart! Help this big brother out." Angor returned to his bench under the tree, picked up his book, and kept enjoying the sun without paying attention to Dave's screaming. The sun was so nice, although it was a bit noisy around here. Dave kept yelling. His voice sounded like crying now. Toby had been napping on the tree when Dave's terrible crying woke it up. The bird circled around in the air and landed on Angor's shoulder. Seeing his main test subject showing up, Dave screamed harder. Angor explained Dave's visit to Toby. The bird crossed its wings into an X and rejected without any hesitation. "Stop crying. And stop calling sweetie and such. For one, I don't trust your alchemy. And secondly, Toby doesn't want to help, I can't change Toby's mind for you," Angor spoke in a clear and plain tone, like wavering water in the summer lake, slowly triggering Dave's eardrums. "My propeller flyer Mk2 is absolutely fine this time. And I added a turning device on it. Nothing will go wrong. Angor, help me, please. I'll pay you. Toby, sweetie, I beg of you." Dave screamed at the top of his lungs outside the door. Toby hesitated when he heard the word pay. Next, Toby waved its wings around at Angor and pointed to the attic. "You mean, you'll agree if Dave gives you another echo flower?" Angor figured out Toby's body language. Toby quickly nodded. Since it could fly, the bird believed that it would be safe even if the machine failed. It was just a harmless test, and it could earn another echo flower out of it, so why not? Angor knew why Toby adored the flower after seeing the bird playing around it these days. Toby seemed to be extremely interested in sound, or rather, music. During Angor's days of training, Toby spent its days in the attic, trying to sound better. The bird did many experiments on how to make the echo flower respond to its beautiful chirping as well as to create a perfect duet. Angor remembered that there were a lot of songs from Earth that were recorded in the tablet. He decided that once the surface calculations were done, he would play the songs for Toby and it might improve the bird's sense of art. Since Toby agreed to the test, Angor did not protest. However, his own desire was way bigger than Toby's. A single echo flower would not win him over. Angor rolled his eyes and got an idea. Seeing Angor approaching the fence, Dave revealed his puppy eyes again. Angor sneered silently. "Acting cute would not work here. I can agree, on 3 conditions. Either accept them or give up," said Angor as he crossed his arms and displayed a professional negotiator temperament. Dave gulped. He got the feeling that Angor was going to ask a lot. Dave was planning to catch an ordinary rabbit to test his flying machine. However, rabbits were too dumb to know how to control the machine. He spent 2 months trying to add a directional control function to his creation. It was not something a common beast could use. Only an intelligent monster like Toby could handle the job. Frankly speaking, it was the first time Dave saw such a small and weak monster with adult-level intelligence. "What 3 conditions?" Dave asked in a weak voice as if he would faint on the spot if Angor asked too much. "First, I need information on the Sky Tower." Angor started from a relatively easy condition. He needed the information because he was aiming for the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City. Angor wondered if he could find an easier way to reach the top level of Sky Tower with Dave's help. "Information on Sky Tower? That's no problem. To enter the battle, I mean, to help my friend enter the battle, I helped him gather some information before. I promise I can tell you anything." Dave relaxed a little upon hearing the first condition. Seemed like Angor's heart was just as innocent as his outside looks. Second, Toby is the one taking your test, so you must give Toby something in return, said Angor. With that, Toby came as well and landed on Angor's hair, chest puffed up. Of course. Dave hoped that Toby's heart was as pure as Angor. Angor pretended to be discussing the rewards with Toby, then he turned back to Dave again. Toby said you must give it some echo flowers, said Angor. He used the word some and observed Dave's expression, trying to figure out his baseline. One echo flower cost 128 merit points, which was a little more than one magic crystal. Dave earned 5 magic crystals every month by working at Prome's alchemy shop. One flower meant 1/5 of his monthly gain. Dave revealed a hesitant look. He could accept the price of 1 echo flower or 2, but beyond that. 3. Toby said it wants 3. After checking Dave's expression, Angor determined a price. Too many. I only have 2 magic crystals each month. Dave put on a sad look. 3 echo flowers was an acceptable limit, but he would still try to bargain, and pretending to be poor was a good way. However, Angor did not mind his attempt at all. He simply watched Dave's display silently. In the end, Dave clenched his teeth and agreed upon the price while complaining about Toby's greed in his mind. Damn bird! Why didn't it inherit any of Angor's good virtue? Toby had no idea that someone was cursing it. The bird was now quite joyful about how its master managed to earn 3 echo flowers instead of 1. Toby was imagining itself singing a quartet already. The third condition. Before Angor could finish, Dave tried to surrender first. He literally had tears around the corners of his eyes. Just so you know, I already gave you all my money for this month. Angor smiled at him gently. Don't worry. I don't need money. Dave felt cured by his bright smile. He removed his tears and waited for an answer with a passionate look. I'm planning to make my breakthrough into an apprentice in the coming days. Congratulations. But, I heard that most talents in your term received posters and found professors. Aren't you a bit slow? Angor did not seem offended. Can't be helped. My talent is weak. Hearing these, Dave regarded Angor as a diligent young man who compensated his lacking talent with a strong mind. Dave quickly thought about himself. He also possessed an average talent. He was not at the last of the line yet, but it was still hard for him to make any progress. Angor's image in Dave's mind soon became favorable. Angor, you need anything, just tell me. I'll help you as best as can. Dave said in excitement. Angor was puzzled at how Dave suddenly changed his attitude. But it seemed they did not stray away from the topic, so it was fine. Angor cleared his throat and said, I found a basic alchemy manual by chance, so I'm planning to study alchemy once I become an apprentice. My third condition is that you'll let me buy alchemy materials from you. Of course, I'll pay for them. But I hope you can give me average market prices. Angor never intended to ask big money. He only wanted a stable source of getting materials. As an assistant working at Prome's alchemy shop, Dave should have enough experience in such business. Compared with wandering around in the market as a noob, buying materials from Dave was definitely a better choice. Dave was not surprised at the third condition. Basic alchemy books were sold in many places. A good number of new apprentices wished to try out this rewarding subject and earn a fortune. But most of them would give up slowly because alchemy required too much talent. Dave looked at Angor and saw his own image. Back at the beginning, Dave also dived into alchemy with great passion. Now he only earned himself an average position. He was not powerful since he spent most of his time studying alchemy. And due to his moderate talent, he did not do a good job at alchemy either. Without anything to inherit, he only managed to create his first product, the propeller flyer, after spending 5 years on the subject. And it was flawed too. Every time he thought about this, Dave only felt more weight added onto his heart. That's no problem. I can even resell some materials that the master doesn't need at their original prices, said Dave. He paused and revealed a worried look before he said, I should tell you that alchemy isn't easy. Angor smiled. It's okay. Just a small attempt will do. If I'm not talented, I'll just learn something else. Chapter 149, Test Fly and Questions. Angor decided upon the 3 conditions after going over careful considerations. The test fly was not dangerous to Toby, so this was an easy favor. Angor never intended to go overboard. Still, asking too little would leave Dave an impression that asking Toby for help is too easy, which in turn encouraged Dave to return with some other strange products to test on Toby again. That was why Angor needed at least one condition which tested Dave's limits, to warn him not to go overboard with his requests. With these 3 conditions, Angor both told Dave when to give up and earn some profit out of them. Since Dave already agreed, Angor willingly opened the garden door and invited Dave inside. Dave looked around the delicate garden in jealousy. He had been in Brute Cavern for 5 years, and he still did not have enough money to rent a house. Thank heavens that Master Prome was generous enough to allow him to sleep in the underground shop, instead of living inside a narrow cave room. Dave was curious at how Angor could afford a stand-alone villa, although he was not surprised by it at all. He already saw the insane amount of balance on Angor's bone card. Insane, considering that Angor just joined Brute Cavern recently. Maybe Angor had a really rich family? Dave took a guess that Angor could be the child of a big wizarding family. That was one possible reason why this new recruit possessed a large number of merit points. You want to do the test first, or should we talk about Sky Tower? Angor asked. Let's fly first. Thinking about trying out his new invention, Dave quickly removed all random thoughts and focused on the propeller flyer in his hands. Aside from several extra wires which were used to control the machine's direction and flying height, the process was similar to last time. Toby could simply pull the wires with its beak to control the machine. After affixing the flyer onto Toby, Angor warned Toby right in front of Dave, when anything goes wrong, throw the machine straight away. I can't see your condition from the ground, so take care of yourself. Dave was a little sad at those words. He went through a lot of troubles fixing the flaws. He even asked Master Prome to check the flyer. Toby nodded and rubbed against Angor's hand affectionately. Then it hovered in front of Dave to let him charge the machine. As the machine received mana, the red light on the stick brightened. Under their gaze, the propeller began to spin, lifting Toby into the air. With the direction control device, Toby did an easy job keeping itself at a steady altitude this time. Do a barrel roll! Do a barrel roll! Dave yelled in excitement, Toby! Toby glanced at Dave and slowly pulled on the wire near its beak to perform a spinning flyover, which caused Dave to jump in an overjoyed manner as if he was the one flying in the air. Angor began to admire Dave a bit. His propeller flyer actually worked. Considering the device's structure though, it was more like an alchemy machine. It used some special materials, but in general, it was of little use to wizards. However, this was still an amazing invention for a new alchemist. Toby landed safely, declaring that the test fly was a big success. Even though Dave had already expected the outcome, when he witnessed his masterpiece doing a perfect job, he still felt great excitement. He always regarded himself as an average alchemist and wanted to give up several times. Now his decision to walk down the path deepened. In fact, it was better than ever. The successful test presented Dave with great confidence. This was the first time he realized something from his dreams, and there were only more dreams to come. He hopped and laughed with tears of joy spilling all over. Angor thought about the great scientific products he read from the articles of Earth and was planning to comment on several drawbacks on the machine. However, when he looked at how Dave almost went crazy over his achievement, and how that extreme happiness affected himself as well, Angor decided to give Dave his sincere congratulation instead. The machine might be flawed and could not be universally distributed, but at least it gave hope to a fresh alchemist. Negative comments would ruin Dave's confidence, whereas words of praise would encourage him to achieve something better. The only one who was not satisfied with the flying machine was Toby. Unfortunately, the bird could not do anything to hurt Dave's confidence since he was unable to speak. They entered the house and sat down at a table. Dave had not gotten over his excitement. He kept telling Angor about all kinds of experiences he received when making the machine, and Angor willingly listened to him. The experience of a newbie was still experience. Angor was planning to study alchemy too, and anything could help. Dave kept talking until he felt a sore throat. Then he smiled embarrassingly. Sorry, I was too carried away. Almost forgot why I came in here. No problem, I understand. And I don't mind listening, I can learn something from you, said Angor. He went to the kitchen and got some water for Dave. When Angor returned, he saw Dave standing in front of his bedroom, admiring the traveler under stars hanging on the room's wall. This oil painting is a masterpiece, said Dave. He returned to his sofa and exclaimed, You drew that? It's beautiful. Angor shook his head and replied, I'm far from that. I received it from a famous mortal artist. Instead of asking the name of the mortal artist, Dave was curious about another thing. You mean, you can paint too? A little bit. I learned some when I was little, replied Angor. His father, Viscount Pad, bestowed traditional nobleman education to both sons, such as oil painting, calligraphy, instruments, art appreciation, and so on. Angor knew a little of each, but only a little. He would never compare himself to those masters who could inject deep emotions in their works. It's fine, it'll help you learn alchemy. The final effects of alchemy items are important, but a beautiful look also attracts people, Dave explained. He continued, Master Prome once said that true alchemists in ancient times must study arts, or they'd never produce perfect alchemy creations. Angor was speechless. An alchemist had to study art? He always believed that they could naturally craft perfect stuff, just like the artisans he read about in the novels from Earth. Most people don't pay attention to the appearance of their works as long as the product's work is intended. For me, I really hope my creations look good as well, said Dave as he looked at his flying machine with a bit of disappointment. His first invention was totally a mess of parts mashed together. People could recognize it as a machine, and nothing else. Too bad I never learned how to do that. If I'm to go farther on the path of alchemy, maybe I should go to a mortal school to learn some art. There were lots of artists among wizards too. Combined with their great life experience and longevity, their arts were usually beyond common levels. While there was no way for Dave to receive teachings from someone like them, mortal academies only required a small sum of coins. Besides, after spending their entire lives pursuing art, many mortal artists had reached a great level too. You'll learn about such things once you started to study alchemy, said Dave before he gulped down some water. Let's talk about our deal. About Sky Tower, why do you ask though? Do you want to challenge it? I know every apprentice wants to do that, but you're not there yet. Isn't it a little too early for you? Angor simply told Dave he was making early preparations. Dave was not really convinced, but he did not ask further. There were many things about which Dave decided not to ask, such as which wizarding family Angor came from. I already told you about the matches in Sky Tower. What do you want to know? Something about major participants? I've gathered some information. If you want, I'll send it to your communicator once you've become an apprentice, Dave suggested. Different organizations used different communicators. In Brute Cavern, the device was a crystal ball which could be used to record images and transmit messages. It was only a low-leveled alchemy item crafted using lesser filming stones. The crystal ball had limited functions and controllability, and it only sent messages within really short ranges. Sometimes, people might even need to be near each other for it to work. Every talent who made it to apprentice could receive one of these in the resource distribution hall. Angor did not have one yet. I do want the information, but it's not urgent, so let's wait until I get a communicator, said Angor. He paused and revealed an embarrassing look before he asked, I want to know if, well, is there an easier way to reach the top level? Without going over too much trouble. Easy way without going over trouble. Dave tried to roll his eyes hard, but he resisted the urge. Oh, please tell me if there's really a way like that. I want to reach the top level too. They give you lots of magic crystals as a reward. Seriously, who doesn't want it? Angor lowered his head. So, no way. Of course not, Day. The Sky Tower tests your strength. Well, unless you're really rich. But if you're rich, why are you challenging the tower in the first place? Really rich? What do you mean? Angor wondered. The matches in Sky Tower don't have any restrictions on how you defeat your opponent. Let's say, if you can afford a lot of powerful scrolls, you can simply keep dumping them until you reach the top floor. That's totally not a problem, said Dave. He sneered, but those scrolls will cost you way more than the final reward, so there's no point. Besides, people will get really angry with you. Every match is held in public. Sure, you can use scrolls to deal with certain situations, but only shameless fools will try to beat every floor in that way. Chapter 150, Finished Countdown. After seeing Dave off, Angor fell into his own thoughts. Shameless fools will use scrolls in every match, Angor thought about Dave's words. Shameless? If he had that kind of money, Angor would not mind turning into a shameless fool right away, which, he could not. But Dave mentioned something else that Angor was interested in. The Sky Tower did not have any restrictions on how to defeat your opponent. No restrictions, that meant there were a lot of viable ways to win the matches. Poisoning someone before a match, or buying someone off, were all acceptable means. But they could not guarantee a final victory. Spamming magic scrolls, on the other hand, was safer. Yet scrolls were expensive. Angor tried to figure out whether there was something else that could do the trick in place of scrolls. This was a good line of thinking. After lunchtime, Dave delivered 3 echo flowers to Angor's place. Without tarrying, Angor placed the flowers to the attic and left them in Toby's care right away. Angor had barely stepped down the stairs when Toby began singing its quartet. Angor shook his head. It was a bit noisy, but Toby's voice was not terrible. However, Angor still needed a quiet environment. Thus, he hid in the soundproof room in the basement as he went through his memory, trying to find something to help him challenge the Sky Tower. In the evening, Angor got himself another unexpected visitor. "Hey, Salem. What brought you here?" Angor invited the boy inside with a smile. Salem looked a bit depressed. He tried to say something, but he did not know how. The boy's terrible reaction caused Angor to feel bad too. After bearing an embarrassing silence for a while, Angor decided to speak first. "Just tell me if you've something to say. It's good for your health." Salem curled his lips and asked, "Angor, how long will it take you to become an apprentice?" That was unexpected. Salem and Nausicaa had always been good friends with him, so they usually did not ask each other private questions just to be polite and considerate. Angor did not hide his condition, but he was still curious about why Salem suddenly came to ask him this. "I'll probably break through in several days." "Why do you ask though?" Salem seemed to be relieved at the answer. He took out a crystal ball from his pocket, somewhat hesitantly, and placed it in front of Angor. "Look at this. Those bastards." Salem injected some mana into the crystal ball, causing it to give out light. "Ah, good job," said Angor. He was never stingy when praising kids. "It's nothing big. I just released some mana. You can do that too after you created your mana pool." However, Salem still revealed a tiny grin upon hearing Angor's compliment. The crystal ball showed a letter. A red wax seal was on the top left corner of the letter with a tiger totem printed on it. The letter was short. Angor read through it quickly. This was the general meaning: following the rules of Brute Cavern, the one with the weakest strength and training progress among new recruits shall be officially named the disappointment of apprentices. I, the composer of this letter, suggest that the title is given to Angor Pad. Angor could not hold back a sneer. "Hookdick did this?" he asked. "How did you know?" Salem looked surprised. "Look at his ugly, kid-level handwriting. He messed up several characters too." "Well, he was the only semi-illiterate fool in our year, no." Angor pointed at the obviously miswritten words. "Yet, Hookdick wrote this. The tiger totem appears to be a symbol of belief of his previous tribe," said Salem. He looked agitated as he said, "I saw the letter from Orlando." Orlando said Hookdick had distributed the letter to many people, including apprentices of the last term, and the term before the last. "The coward can't face you head-on, so he did this petty trick to ruin your name. Asshole! You came all the way here with a sad face just to tell me this." "I'm not sad. I'm worried." Salem was a bit angry. "You're fine with this." Angor only smiled and said, "It's just my name, not like it's going to do any real damage to me." Angor thought about how he wanted to become shameless just not long ago. "It's a rumor anyway. As I said, I'm going to break through real soon, so his rumor will become a lie," said Angor. But, even Balba already became a level 1 apprentice." "It's true you are the last one." Salem realized his words were a bit offending. He relaxed when he noticed Angor did not mind at all. "The real challenge comes after you become an apprentice. Most people spent dozens of years getting stuck there while others only needed a short time to develop further," said Angor as he patted Salem's shoulder. "Trust me. You, I, and Nausicaa are those who can break through faster. This letter will become a complete joke by then." With Angor's sweet talk, Salem looked reassured and put away his crystal ball. "Oh, right. Miss Nausicaa kept accepting all kinds of quests to earn merit points. At first, she did safe jobs like patrolling, house cleaning, or helping out wizards with small tasks. But I saw her arranging her pack and grinding her weapon these days, so I think she's preparing for a quest away from here. It hasn't even been a year yet. Why is she working so hard?" Maybe she has a good reason just like Orlando, Angor commented. Salem said goodbye after some random chats. Before he left the villa, Angor considered something and spoke to Salem. Next time you run into Nausicaa, tell her to come. I want to tell her something. No problem, Salem agreed right away without asking why. Thanks. You come with her too. I'll tell something to both of you. When Salem left his view, Angor quickly grimaced. He acted plain and nonchalant in front of Salem. But Angor was really worried. Not about his name, but about the fact that someone was bothering him from behind his back. Hookedick, for the first time, Angor wanted someone to die. Time went by rapidly. Another 5 days passed. The countdown on the hologram tablet was now, 0 hour, 1 minute, 31 seconds. Angor locked up the door to the basement as well as the soundproof room door and waited for the countdown to finish. When the countdown reached 0, Angor was so tensed that he grabbed his toes with great force. Calculation completed. Optimal coordinate data is as follows. Angor felt great joy upon seeing the 12 coordinates on the display. It only took him less than 4 months to acquire such results when wizards usually spent more than a decade. He did not work out the results by himself. But so what? They would help him build a perfect model in the end, so the process did not matter. Angor felt too excited. Instead of starting his training right away, he chose to hunker down to calm himself before slicing up the remaining 4 surfaces. Although calming himself in such a situation was not easy. As he tried to suppress his joy, it only grew stronger. Angor simply gave up. He opened the entertainment folder in the tablet and looked for music, hoping to distract himself by enjoying some melody. He never looked at the music folder before. His knowledge about earth music only lied in several children's songs John used to sing to him. But the man was really bad at this, so Angor never managed to enjoy music from John. Angor was quite eager to see what kind of music the earth had to offer. After receiving the tablet, he had not gotten any chance to play music on the Red Bud or on the Cloud Whale. And this was the first time he tried it out. There were a lot of subfolders in the music folder either for music from different countries on Earth or for other classifications. Angor only wished to get some distraction, so he did not care what kind of music to pick. He chose a random folder and the title of a song drew his attention. City of Sky. It reminded him of the floating mech city. Without further ado, Angor tapped the play button. The prelude of the song sounded like a stringed instrument, gentle and distant. But it was not plucking action, so there was nothing too harsh. Angor used to listen to the harp songs played by traveling bards. Those sounded good too. However, they often created sharp noises that irritated his eardrums. Probably because the bards were not famous musicians. Angor was really satisfied with the prelude of the music. The interlude brought a beautiful piano melody combined with a slow and delicate string. Angor's eyes brightened up with the development of the melody. The music piece knew how to seize the hearts of its audiences as if it had magic. There were no strong emotions in the music, only a soft trend of a flowing river dipping at people's minds. Angor closed his eyes to enjoy the peaceful music. As the song proceeded, he could see the image of a giant city among the misty clouds in the blue sky. When the song ended, Angor slowly opened his eyes. It sounded so beautiful. Using his own sense of art, Angor would totally consider the song among the works of master musicians. It was such a pity that he could not watch anyone play the song in reality. After going over his train of thought, Angor was quite shocked to find out that his excitement had quieted down. That's a pleasant surprise. The God-given masterpiece helped him achieve his original goal. Since he was ready, Angor did not intend to wait any longer. He closed his eyes again and proceeded with his training. This time, he was going to open up all 36 sections in one attempt.